course, my mic starts acting up as soon as I do that.
I was nervous. It was me.
It's like, I swear this cord is very touchy. And I was like kind of messing with it as well. Oh, we're live.
I was say this is all on air. All
yeah.
good stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God! You should see what we were doing the last few hours, man. We were talking to Zareh, who's like, "How do you guys keep it going?" We're like, "We get weird, we get weird. We do it. That's what we're doing. That's all. That's what we do, man. That's what we've done. This is water.
We're
it's
making
cold water in this cup.
We're making it. We want to welcome in Ryan to the show. Thank you
Ryan
for
Weiss.
joining us. Yeah.
Is that pronouncing that right?
You did. You crushed
Ryan
it, Austin. I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, Ryan Weiss like peace. Gosh,
There you go. Exactly.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Oh, we got Eric in here. What's up, Eric? We got TCP is back.
Oh my goodness.
He took a couple hour nap and he's back.
I love it. What's funny is I'm following Alex this year. I led into Alex, I think, last year when he took you through the big stretch of the night. So
That's right.
Oh, that's good. Oh, yeah. He's so great to get us through. He has really great energy and
he is. He's awesome.
Helps us keep going.
Love the stories of all the connection there that he brings.
I'm just always shocked when I listen to him that he remembers years so vividly. So like he'll know what players hit in different years, and like he really, I don't know that he considers himself, but he feels like he's like a historian of fantasy football, which is always great to have. So
No doubt.
That it always, like when he brings up his age, I'm like, I forget he's like so much younger, which is like not a bad thing again, but like it's just like some people you meet, like Travis has a roommate and you just like hear some of his stories, you're just like, how have you had this many experiences and you're under 25?
Well, it's funny you say you forget his age. Joe Zolo won't let us forget how much younger he is than Josh and I. He just throws it in our face all day long over on Club Fantasy. So
there we go.
some people are nice like Alex, and then there are the Joe Zolos of the world. What can
Some
I
people
say?
die early deaths.
Brutal. Awesome.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
Ryan, why don't you let people know who you are and what you got going on.
Oh my goodness, Travi, I haven't heard you on the mic for a while.
No, it's not great.
I am Ryan Weiss. I am a writer for Football Guys and a podcast co-host over on Club Fantasy. We have partnered with you guys, from what I understand. A lot of the donations tonight going towards the Women's Sports Foundation.
That's right.
Yep,
Yeah.
starting next month. Actually, 3 weeks, maybe only 2 weeks from now, Club Fantasy is kicking off their Women of Fantasy Football shows, where our show will be taken over by Lauren Carpenter, Stepmom Lauren, and Faith, our editor, FF Leap of Faith. It will be all women all the time, talking about how great they are in this industry and shining the light on them that should be shined. And this year we got smart and we're actually kicking the guys off of the show. So you'll see us pop in for small guest appearances, but the ladies take over in 2 weeks.
Nice.
That's always a great whole series of content. So definitely go over and follow their channel. They're on YouTube as well. And we have links to their stuff on our channel. And so definitely follow them for that.
I'm sure you've been told 1,000 times, but we very much appreciate the partnership. You guys have helped us even try to grow our YouTube channel. So again, you guys are amazing. I tell you that all the time, and we appreciate it even more greatly this time of year.
Oh, we appreciate you, Ryan.
Thanks so much.
All right. Austin, you want to share your screen for Sleeper?
Oh, that's right. Excuse me on that.
And then we tweeted this out, correct, Travis?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's been tweeted, and then even Ryan tweeted it out.
Awesome.
Yeah, once I saw you guys start to join, I figured I'd throw a tweet out there. My buddy Aaron Pags from, he was Fantasy and Frames. I think he's Fantasy Pros now, but he jumped in with us. So
Awesome. And we'll see. That was we had a good amount of people that were hanging with us in that last show. So hopefully they'll switch on over to this stream.
Strofe After Dark. Yeah, we just did start that new stream.
Yeah.
So welcome for Whisper Nation loyalists jumping in here. 4 o'clock on the West Coast, 7 o'clock on the East Coast.
We should update people with the weather as well.
Oh.
I can tell you in Ohio, it's gloomy at 7 o'clock in the morning.
It's been, I was telling you when we got on here, that it's been like it's almost like Arizona and Seattle switch places.
The monsoons, dude.
My goodness.
Wild. The other night, I have never seen a storm like we had the other night. It was insane. We had 2 trees that literally got uprooted, like completely out of the ground.
Wow.
And yeah, it was wild. And now it's sad because they had to cut the tree and chop it up, and it's just like, oh, not as much shade anymore.
Yeah, see, I'm used to crappy weather in Ohio, but as I've mentioned on air before, I am moving to New York, and they're getting a ton of storms that are downing trees right now too. So,
oh, congrats on the upcoming move.
I appreciate it. We're excited. So it's work, but it's fun work. So,
hey, that's what we always that's what we've been preaching on the show. If you're gonna do work, have it be fun work. Yeah,
absolutely.
Have fun with it. That's why we like mocking.
How
Oh, look
far
at
away is
Strofe.
the
oh,
new
look at this guy.
Strofe could not get enough on his segment. He was like, I need one more mock. I didn't feel good about that last one.
Yeah, he was really down on himself in that last mock.
As he should have been. No, I'm just kidding. Hey, Strofe, if you're still listening, we love you.
People jumping in the links. If you are listening right now and you want to draft alongside Ryan Weiss and Johnny, Travis, and myself, go ahead and click on the sleeper link. It's been dropped in the comments as well as on Twitter. Yeah, just jump on it. Go ahead and wait just a minute.
Just a minute.
Just
We're
a
getting
moment.
a couple people.
Oh, look at
trickling
another
in.
one. Trickle in,
Oh,
trickle in, trickle in.
Another
See,
one.
They're finding their way.
They're waking up.
Exactly.
Not everybody's looking as beautiful and as well rested as Ryan right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I told Josh what time I was going on. He's like, "Oh, you're early," but then he remembered 6 o'clock. My time is when I wake up anyway. So I've been up for an hour. Did a little bit of housework because we have more showings today. So this is just a part of my day at this point. Not like you animals.
Did you have to get yourself on that schedule, working from home and stuff?
Well, yes and no. It's essentially my son's schedule while he's in school. So I have to make sure he's moving, everything's ready for school. So he would typically wake up between 6:30 and 6:45. I would have preferred to not wake up at the exact time at him. So 6 o'clock just became the thing for me. Now I go to bed like an old man. I'm usually passed out on my couch at like 10, 11 o'clock. There are nights I can go later, but not very many. But what's not fun is, so we actually spent a little time in Albany this past week, my wife and I, because she, while is the one who's getting the job there, had never been there. And so we stayed at the bar, had drinks, things along those lines. We got to bed between 1 and 2 in the morning. I still was up at 6 o'clock in the morning, both mornings. My body's like, nope, no sleeping in. So it was right when the Darrell Henderson news broke. Or Cam Akers news. So my wife looks over at 6 in the morning and I'm over adjusting my rankings and getting everything all set for football guys because I'm like, oh, I have to get this all taken care of. So
love it. Rob, are you in here? I wonder if Rob's saying, let's go Whisper Nation is, I don't see his,
Hey, he's usually Captain Bob, I thought.
Yeah. Rob, he's just here for his, he might be
just support.
Yeah. But we'll see. Maybe he's at work too. He could be at work, I guess. This time we need Josh to tell us what the time zones are because he was doing that earlier. We had another guest on from the UK, or not on, but came through the chat, and so he was like telling us exactly what time it was there. It was pretty impressive. I was like,
I think the UK is 6 ahead of me, so I believe it's 1 in the afternoon.
Okay. All right. Well, do we want to get this started? It's unfortunate that we can't.
I'll say at least they're spread out.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, we get it. Some other people have to sleep around here.
Exactly.
We just try to hold it down. All right. Ryan, have you you come up with, well, let's just start off with the Henderson stuff. We've been getting a lot of input on Henderson and, what we think of him now that the, Cam Akers news came out, unfortunately. So where does he rank for you now with him out of the way? What are you expecting from Henderson and maybe that backfield?
In no way, shape, or form do I want to look at this as a victory lap. But I was high on Henderson to begin with, especially in Dynasty. I never thought he was going to be an RB1. I never thought he was going to take carries away from Cam Akers. What it really came down to is he's 23 years old and people are acting like he's like dead because he's kind of underperformed his first 2 years in the league. What we're going to see now is what we always see, an enormous overreaction to an injury. I know of people who are moving him into the top 15. I adjusted my ranks, obviously gave him more carries, but I don't see him crossing 200 carries. I think he was going to be involved in the passing game before this. That is where I typically had my sticking point arguments with my Cam Akers truthers. I loved Cam Akers. I saw Cam Akers' role as more of a Nick Chubb role, and I really thought that Henderson could be a Kareem Hunt in that offense. And so I upped his passing game work. All of that only moved him up to my RB25. So I still look at him as RB2 range. I thoroughly enjoyed getting him in the 10th round of every draft I was in. I'm not going to enjoy paying a 5th round pick for him. So,
yeah, that's when it gets a little bit tough, like I always think, I mean, I like sports cards. So, it's fun when you're getting a card on a player. And at the same time, like when it goes up, you're like, oh, this is cool. But you're also like, oh, wait, I was just paying, a third of that. And it does make you kind of take a second guess. Now, I'm interested how do you project that? Are you projecting like a 3 split like they had last year, where they used go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm projecting it almost right now in my projections as a 4 split. I took Jake Funk. I apologize. I can't remember the other guy's name. Xavier Jones. And then I
always forget Funk.
In my rankings, I do a final category on every position that just says other. And I gave other about 75 carries right now because I expect them to bring in a veteran running back and then I'll split it more evenly. But rather than over project any one player, I'll give an other time. And usually my other is 5 to 10 carries where you just have those weird guys who take the carries. Right now for them, it's 75 carries until I see who's going to be coming in there. I just don't see a way Henderson goes over 200 carries. There's quite a few guys like that in the league right now where I just don't see it happening. And so that's how I have it projected, where essentially, if you want to call it a 2-man race, it's a 2-man race with Henderson and then 3 guys making up the second man. So
I like that breakdown there.
Do you have a prediction on a veteran that they'll bring in, Ryan?
I 100% think it's Lev Bell. I think it's not as big as it used to be, but there's a small Rams-Kansas City rivalry from the Kansas City-St. Louis days. Obviously, Lev Bell wants to stick it to Andy Reid at this point. They're beefing. I think this looks like his best opportunity. This is what Lev Bell was waiting for, and we all know the Rams love to waste money. Now, they don't have a ton of it to waste right now, but this is a big opportunity for him. I know everybody's on the Gurley reunion, but Gurley's cooked. I don't believe Lev Bell is cooked. I think all the situations, he didn't look bad with the Jets last year. So I think the situation played against him last year. He's not vintage Lev Bell, but I think it's the best landing spot for him.
I was so confused by the Le'Veon Bell stuff because he's when he first signed there or was wanting to go there, he's like, I want a championship. That's what I want in my life. I've been paid. He gets a championship. And then all of a sudden now we're hearing, oh, I'm mad at Andy Reid. And I'm like, what are you mad for, bro? Like, you said you wanted a ring. He gave you a ring. Like, I guess he could say, oh, I wanted more rushing share, but like, what do you expect when you're coming in with a CEH?
I know you're in a 24-hour timeshare, but he didn't get him a ring. Tom Brady stole that ring.
Oh my goodness, you're right. You are absolutely right. Oh my goodness.
And that's absolutely fine.
I have said that twice now on this show. No, I haven't. Once. That was the first time. Okay, I'm just getting delusional. I apologize, Ryan.
No, that's like I said, you're out here putting in the work. I'm definitely not judging. Man, with these auto picks, this gets back to me fast.
I know, right? And then you're like, ooh, I like your David Monty in the second, though. That's pretty nice. You went a little Travis Kelce in the first. I like that. It's a little different.
In a 14-team league, I feel like Kelsey is the master key. I love that we happen to coincidentally do 14. My home draft, my league of record is a 14-team league, and so I got excited when I saw that. This early, I would say if I can't get McCaffrey, I'm going Kelsey. That's just kind of my strategy going into drafts. If I can't get either one, I'm probably going running back. I said this on our show recently. Chris Carson and David Montgomery are the reason I'm comfortable going Travis Kelce in the first round, because you're able to land bell cow running backs in later rounds, even in a 14-team league. So in most drafts, I would start running back, and then hope to get, Darren Waller, which I guess in this situation would have worked. But I'd much rather have Kelce, Monty, Carson, Monty and Carson are 200 carries easy. And Kelce, like I said, is just a cheat code right now.
I like it. I don't know if you saw Philly Chelsea tweeted out, but there was a mock where I grabbed
the 3 tight ends.
Yes. But it ended up turning out pretty well.
I liked your team at the end. I was really digging in when I saw it, because I am not against 2. 3 seems interesting. Now in a multi-flex league, I'm not against it, especially, and I don't remember the exact settings of that draft, but if it's multi-flex tight end premium, that's a win, because you're taking away, if someone has to start a tight end, you're taking away their ability to start a tight end. I don't mind sharing home league strategy. None of those knuckleheads are up this early. But I am keeping Kelsey. It's a 3-keeper league where essentially it's not taking away draft picks. We just keep 3 players. And so I have an early first round pick. I said, if Kittle or Waller get to me I think it's my 5th overall pick, I need to go running back. But if Kittle or Waller get to me there, I'm taking them. In a 14-team league where I can start these guys in the flex and keep you from having a good tight end to start, I'm going to take that away from you. It's not always about, this is going to sound ridiculous, it's not always about building the best team. Sometimes it's about keeping other people from building a good team. So
100%. I love that. All right, let me see what I want to do here. We have got MF Cowboy back. That's what I do think that this ends up. I am interested because I did watch some tape on Xavier Jones, and the one thing I'll say is it's pretty nice that he is I'm going to do something different, actually. I'll go Robert Woods here.
There you go.
Just to be solid. No, I guess I just grabbed 2 grams, but whatever. That offense should be good. I don't know what it is. Oh, Xavier Jones. I watched his tape. So I watched his tape because when this came out, and then, I was like, okay, they've got Xavier Jones on the depth chart. So I went and watched his tape. He's a one-cut runner, and he's like that home run type of hitter. That's what a lot of his tape was. The problem was I didn't see a lot of pass catching in his highlights. And, I have to admit, I looked up how many targets he had in college or how much the offense ran through him. And it wasn't significant. I think it was 7% or something like that. But I also have to admit, I don't watch college enough to know if a guy is getting a significant amount of receptions from the running back position in college to be oh yeah, this is going to transfer over. So I saw that, but I also was well, it kind of is a little meaningless to me as far as I don't want to turn around and tell Whisper Nation, hey, go do this, because this is what is, I'm not that confident in it. So I was going to ask you, if you've heard anything on Xavier Jones and on that pass catch. I mean, obviously, if Le'Veon Bell comes in there, that's going to show a lot, and obviously, then he would probably not be so much of a sleeper. But as of right now, he's the 2nd guy on the depth chart. And Henderson, Travis had pointed this out, was a great stat. Was Henderson never saw over 3 receptions in a game.
Exactly.
And so it's okay, well, are they going to significantly increase that? So what do you think? What's your thought process?
I'll be honest. I don't know enough about Xavier Jones. It's something I definitely need to look into. I remember mildly enjoying Jake Funk when he was coming out this year. I'll be honest. I don't remember hearing Jones's name at all last year, so he is a complete unknown to me. I did project Henderson taking the passing game work because it's interesting. Yeah, definitely no more than 3 receptions in any single game. And it was also interesting how they spread the passing game work out last year, because you had Malcolm Brown, who ended up leading the team in carries. And at no point did Malcolm Brown really ever show himself as a guy who was going to be a pass catching back. The year before, he had 6 targets. So, I mean, McVay knows what, I guess he knows what he's doing, where he's keeping guys in specific roles. Traditionally, when Gurley was there was a leading passing back, but they definitely went away from that last year. And so, and maybe this is the simplistic way of doing things, I just projected Henderson taking the work because he was the next guy up with 24 targets. Let's be clear, the real benefactor of all of this is probably Cooper Kupp, because now Cooper Kupp, if you've paid any attention, Cooper Kupp is he thrives in the red zone. Cam Akers was going to hurt that, and if you weren't projecting or thinking that way, you were probably making a mistake. Cam Akers was developing into what looked like to be a very solid scoring running back. And now Cooper Kupp, all of a sudden, now if you look at this team, there's Malcolm Brown was their kind of like goal line guy last year. He had those, I think, 2 or 3 touchdown games like multiple times over the last couple of years. Now you don't have that at all. Henderson hasn't proved himself to be a scorer. Jake Funk and Xavier Jones haven't proven anything. Now you need guys like Kupp and Higbee and thankfully Matthew Stafford to do some things when you get inside the 20, the 10, and the 5. And that's where I think those are the main benefactors. It's so interesting to me. I want Matthew Stafford in my projections to be a top 12 quarterback. I can't get him past 15. I got him over 600 attempts now, 30 touchdowns. Like, it's just not translating very high for me. And so I need to really dig in and look. But to answer your question, I don't know how they're going to separate this. Travi is absolutely right. They were not using Darrell Henderson as a pass catcher. Projecting him over, I would say even 60 targets is probably too many. That's why I have to disagree with Cowboy. I think they have to bring somebody in. You don't have a proven pass catcher. You don't have a proven goal line guy. You need somebody who can do one of those things. So maybe it's Gurley for the goal line, because if you bring Bell in, he's going to want to be that every down guy. It's what Lev Bell is. Gurley has to realize what he is at this point. So maybe it's just Gurley for the goal line. Maybe it's Gurley sliding into that Malcolm Brown role.
Well,
like
Le'Veon Bell makes a lot of sense for goal line and pass catching. So
exactly.
really
he can do both.
Yeah.
What do we got here?
Ryan, so is this the exact scoring of your league of record, or?
It's definitely full PPR.
I mean, I guess.
And then 14 teams and then roster positions. Yes, this is literally the exact scoring. So, except we do kickers and defense, but everybody takes those with the last pick. So,
I do think it's so funny when you do get a draft like that. You know, it's just like, that's what you ideally want, but it like never mocks that way. And then like when you take your draft and it actually works out that way, you're like, this is cool.
Yeah, I mean, now keeping in mind, up to the 3rd round, you're kind of guessing because again, everybody in my league keeps 3 people, so you have 42 guys off the draft board right away.
Wow. Yeah,
it's nice because it creates an off season of trades, very much like Dynasty, where everybody's trying to move players. Like there was a guy who really believes in Josh Jacobs this year, so I was able to land a 1st round pick for Josh Jacobs. Now the 1st round is technically the 4th round, so that worked out nicely for me. But again, you create, a lot of people don't like moving to Dynasty who've played in redraft leagues because you give up the draft experience. A keeper league kind of combines the two, where we still have the draft experience, but you're still building towards a dynasty. You want to make sure your keepers are young and going to carry you for many years. Like me, everybody who's ever heard me talk knows, I'm always against drafting a quarterback early, blah, blah, blah. In this league, I'm keeping Patrick Mahomes because it's a 14-man league, and I know I don't have to worry about quarterback for years to come. So
that's a good point. But I'm going to try to convince you should take another quarterback.
All right, let's hear it.
So over the last 2 years, Pat Mahomes has had 64% of his games in which he's finished as a top 12 quarterback. That's it. 64% of the time. He works every time. No, 64% of the time he's a top 12
statistic.
Yeah, which I frankly, like, that's why I remember it so well, is because, like, I was very surprised myself. Like, oh wow, I'm taking him to be, a top 12. I thought he would be like 90% of the time, where it's like, a few rounds later, which I'm about to take right in this next one. Just make sure he wasn't off the board already, and I don't look stupid. But Ryan Tannehill, since starting and taking over for Tennessee, has the same amount of QB1 starts. And so I find myself, and I know you hate this, is why I'm excited to have this conversation with you, because I want to try to change. I tried to say the same thing to Jeff, and he kind of was like, oh, okay. But, taking two guys that I know that both have, like Hurts and Ryan Tannehill. And again, you're taking two quarterbacks, and I know it's like not normal or heard of, but then you can then play the matchups, and you could then stream together a QB1 for the whole time. And I just think that you're probably better off doing that than taking a Pat Mahomes high. But again, you have a keeper value, so it is different.
Exactly. In a redraft league, Ryan Tannehill is the reason I'm comfortable not taking Pat Mahomes high. Tannehill's statting out for me this year with the addition of Julio Jones as my QB4. So Tannehill is a great pick, wonderful pick this late in the draft. Tannehill really feels like, and this is interesting because Tannehill was good last year too, but Tannehill almost feels like this year's Josh Allen, where I'm expecting him to take this big leap from the middle rounds, and he's a top 5 guy. Wonderful stat. Football Guys, now it's not quite working with the revamp of the website, but Football Guys has a tool where you can find top 12, top 36 by players, and that's the exact reason why I preach Travis Kelce. Kelce, I don't remember the stats off the top of my head anymore, but Travis Kelce over the last 2 seasons puts up those tight end 1 weeks and not even getting into the tight end 3 weeks at a clip way higher than anybody else.
The most consistent, and not only that, Ryan, but then it's like you look at even his week to week, it's like tight end 1, tight end 2, tight end 1, tight end 2, tight end 2, tight end 1. Like he's always within the top. It's rare that he's like even below 8 at the position.
Yeah.
So it's just like when you have a guy that's one in a dominant position, where you clearly have an advantage, and then 2, he's that consistent. It's just that's when I was just like, that was what made me really feel good about the Scott Fishbowl pick of taking Kelce in the first round, because I was just like, this guy is just so steady, and I need that number 1 pick be steady, because some people had Cam Akers as in the first round, and they're already, worried about their season.
Yep. I mean, and I've had that happen to me in Scott Fish. I'll throw out, I'm in the Fantasy and Frames charity tournament with Aaron Peggs, who's picking 14th in this mock. It's you start 5 IDP, 6 IDP. You start 5 IDP along with a full roster of starting offensive players like you normally would. And I had the 4th overall pick. There were some complications with that, but again, I had the 4th overall pick. I'm on the clock and had my choice of just about everybody who was in Superflex. So Mahomes was gone. I think someone had taken McCaffrey. But the long and short of it is my go-to pick there is either Josh Allen or Kyler Murray. I'm super high on Kyler Murray, but I'm a little too invested in Kyler Murray to where I will sometimes take Josh Allen just to diversify my bonds a little bit.
Smart.
But and this is a word of warning that even a fantasy analyst will fall into. I knew it was tight end premium, but I figured I could wait a little bit. I did not pay attention to how tight end premium it was. It is a full 2-point PPR for tight ends versus 1 point for every other position. The largest regret was for me on the very first pick. I should have taken Travis Kelce. He is a cheat code in that draft, and took Josh Allen instead. And if I played the draft, so I ended up with Josh Allen and Tom Brady and TJ Hawkinson. Not a bad trio at all for those specific positions. But if I had taken Kelce like I should have, I would have had Tannehill and Brady as my 2 quarterbacks to go with Kelce, and I would be over the moon about my team right now. So know your scoring, and if it's a league you've never played in before, look for those weird things. And I'm not saying I hadn't played in this league. It was just flat out a mistake on my part. But I plugged in the scoring and saw how high Travis Kelce jumped. And I was heartbroken that entire day. I felt bad for my wife because I just kept talking about it and she couldn't care less. And my wife adores Travis Kelce, thinks he's just the most handsome man on the planet. So she was just saying I should have taken him to begin with and it should have just been done at that point. So
I love that. I love that you brought that up because I've done that before. When I'll just I just tell I'm like, oh, this was like on Twitter or something, I'm like, oh, this was the take, and then this is what, and it's the same. Yeah, like she's just like, okay, like
yeah,
I don't get. I'm like, no, but
do you not see how bad this could have went?
Yeah, like what? And she's like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll take your word for it. Like, like no, that's not what I want. I want you to be like, yeah, you're right. They're crazy. No, I'm just kidding. They're not crazy. We love Whisper Nation. We love takes.
Just gonna say nobody cares about your fantasy team.
Yep.
We need to make I want to make a shirt that says that.
Especially NFL coaches.
Oh my gosh. Oh, speaking of which, we had Hue Jackson on.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. It was so fun, so awesome. We were asking him, and he was a great participant. Not that there was any hesitation he wasn't going to be, but we were asking him some really good questions as far as like coaching perspective. And man, his insight and the things that he had to say and just the way he joked around, awesome. It was so fun. It was really cool.
Yeah, I've noticed that ever since he joined that charity league, he has been very active in the fantasy community and helping with the charity that he's in and everything. Because you had him on with the plug, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so kudos to him and Justin from Clock Management for getting Hue into this environment, because Hue is really dove in feet first. And I'm not saying like he's doing shows every week, but he's willing to do these wonderful, podcast marathons and just things that he's willing to dive into, from being a legit NFL head coach to like interacting with the fantasy football community for a summer. And you don't always see that out of people. So just kudos to him all around, just to dive in that quickly, just because he happened to be invited to a charity league. So,
and what's great too is just like he would trash talk, like he was trash talking towards, like Smitty was in here because he's in the same in that league, and trash talking to Jay, and you're right though, like. Yes, he was an NFL coach, and he's a college coach now. But when we were on, and like the way he was like talking about it and stuff and joking, it wasn't like that, It was just like we were talking fantasy, and that's why we love this game, right?
Exactly.
We can connect with so many people on such a topic here. But yeah, it was just really funny, and like he had some really good trash talking stuff.
Yeah, you got to figure for Hugh specifically, and obviously we of all people know fantasy can break the wrong way for any of us at any given time. But for Hugh specifically, he has to come into this thing like he feeling like he has to win,
right?
And like not being a ingrained in the fantasy community, you don't realize that it doesn't always work that way. Hugh Jackson clearly knows more about football than us or anybody in that league, but I always joke because people like to bust me about, how many I've only won my home league one time in 14 years. And I say, if you guys would let me pick my 14 guys before any of you make a pick, I guarantee I would win every year. But unfortunately, you idiots get to steal people from me. And so it's not how it works.
Right. Right. It's like the double-edged sword there, because you're like, well, you guys just know all my takes, so you can just listen to my stuff and get our draft kit and stuff, and all my secrets and everything. And then like some people, Philly Chelsea is a great reminder. She's like, yeah, Johnny, that's exactly what you want. Like you want them to get your stuff because they trust you. And I was like, oh, that's a fair point. I guess you're right.
My wife's still in bed, so I'm able to say this because she yelled at me about discrediting her. But my wife was the first person to get to use my draft board before I was ever an analyst. But I always made my own draft board, and she won a championship long before me and was in like 3 of our first 5 championships. So my success was proven.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're like, oh, this is a great trial run. You're like,
exactly.
Okay,
no, and right. She killed it. And like I said, she was great with in-season moves, and she was able to pull off trades that nobody else could pull off. She was able to land Peyton Manning during the beginning of his run and just kind of rode that to championship after championship. But to go back, it's funny where everyone knows my advice or whatever. I typically help people in my league to beat me. And one of my best friends who's super competitive in this league with me would always be like, you're giving away too much. And I'm like, this is fun to me. Like I always joke, I've been a proponent of don't draft a kicker, don't draft a defense, add depth pieces and then trade them away. Mm-hmm. And there were players I were pretty sure about. And when you hear these names, you're going to laugh. But I got on the train before anybody else. And so first it was Michael Thomas. And so I went to my little brother. I said, look, you're not going to win this year. Get this guy. You're going to keep him next year and you're going to thank me for it. And he gave me like a mid-round draft pick. Michael Thomas is his keeper the next year. The very next year it was Alvin Kamara, where I'm like, look, your team is still trash. You at least have Michael Thomas. This running back is going to hit in a year. And of course I was right. And it's like, yeah, if I had just held on to these people, I might have actually won some championships, but instead I'm out here giving advice on how to beat me. And it's just not working out the way I wanted to. So,
nice. But it also, what is great is it forces you to become a better analyst and better player.
Yeah.
And that's the part that I do like about it. And I mean, I actually played such a different style of game than I've ever played last year. And I'm excited to do that part again because like I felt like I was more hands-on and like I just enjoyed the game more. But yeah, it's so true that the struggle gets real and the frustration gets real if you think we freak out on like these mock drafts when like Travis takes my guy or whatever.
See it in real life.
Yeah, like there's definitely a lot of curse words pointed in directions, and yeah, it gets pretty wild, but it's fun. We love it. We love the draft experience, and
and that's why, like I said, I love dynasties. Don't get me wrong. And then obviously through the pandemic, I joined way more than I should have, as most of us did. But
True.
the experience of a redraft, and this is going to be like weirdly naive and almost elitist of me. But I started noticing on Twitter last year, people were talking about they had never done a live draft. And I've been in a like live league my entire life to where it never occurred to me that it's not the easiest thing in the world to find 12 people who are obsessed with this like we are.
Yeah.
And so I encourage you, make a friend and have a live draft. That experience is different from anything that you just have 12 like-minded people in a room drafting fantasy football players, yelling at each other, booing every pick, cheering a pick. You'll hear curse words you've never thought you were going to hear from your friends before. Like there's nothing like a live draft, and it's such an interesting experience. And it's some of the most fun you'll have in fantasy football over a 2-hour span, because like it's the highs, the lows. And I know it sounds like poetic and ridiculous, but it really is true if you enjoy this game. So
absolutely. Yeah, I was very surprised at that as well. And we always try to tell as many people as we can. And we have usually a show once a year where we kind of just talk about our league of record or whatever, and the traditions that we have. We highly encourage people, like, try to find an in-person league and grow that. And because the relationship and the bonds that you will find are unlike anything else. And like, we genuinely look forward to that weekend every single year. It's like Christmas to us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just, you get that, like, you get the butterflies in your stomach when you wake up. It's like, I get to draft my team today, and like with friends. It's such a great feeling.
Oh yeah, me and a friend of mine, we get together and we'll mock out the first 2 rounds, because again, you're trying to figure out, technically it's the first 5 rounds, because you're trying to figure out who everybody's going to keep and then who we might get in the first 2 rounds. But we have a rule that like I make his picks and he makes my picks, so we're not showing our hand or giving any information away.
Ooh,
and so
that's
like
pretty good.
Yep. So it's all just super nerdy stuff, but like it's something we do, and we weren't able to do it last year because of the pandemic. And then this year I'm moving, so it's going to be interesting. We moved our league to Sleeper, which helps me like, so I'm technically, the Fantasy Expo is August, 14th through the 14th and 15th that weekend. my moving truck is showing up on the 16th. And so I'm debating, am I going to basically, my wife and son are going to go to Albany right after the truck comes. I might stay here in an empty house for a week just so I can do my draft live versus doing it online and not drive 8 hours back here. So it's definitely, it's one of those things, like you said, you look forward to it. And to go back where we were talking about, you just being the smartest in a league, and I don't ever claim to be that, but just doing the most research in a league doesn't mean you're going to win. It's now gotten to the point where I'm getting invited to leagues because people just want to beat up on the guy who sort of does this for a living. And so, I mean, it's hilarious when they find out where I'm from, because usually the person who invites me knows, but then he doesn't tell the league mates. And there was one league, I wasn't even going to be in the league. A guy couldn't make his own draft, and they wanted a live draft, and they weren't going to auto pick for him. And a friend of mine was like, well, I have a buddy who does this. Let's let him draft for this kid who couldn't make the league. And they found out who I worked for, and straight up were like, no, it's not fair. The other guy is going to win the league if we let this dude draft for him. So they straight up refused to let me even draft for this kid. And I'm like, I just want to go have fun. Like, I'll buy you guys a couple drinks. Like, it was at a bar. I was like, I was excited about it. And they wouldn't even let me pick his team for him. So.
Oh my gosh, that's too funny. That's
It's
Ryan, did you want to take us through your team here?
Absolutely. So we kind of talked about it right from the beginning. I started with Kelsey in a 14-man league. I break it down, and I understand there's some questions around George Kittle and health. I break it down to Kelsey, Kittle, Waller, or do what Johnny and Travi did and grab 2 guys late. I don't even necessarily know that I would grab 2 in a 14-man league. Obviously, we're mocking and we don't know what the rosters are going to look like, but grab 2 guys late and start the streaming with before I even get into my team. I love the guys you guys took at the end of the draft. Higbee in the 8th round, Firkser in the 12th. Firkser, I think a lot of people got down on him with Julio. They're still going to target the tight end. They're not going to change their game altogether. And it's not like, no offense to Des Fitzpatrick and Josh Reynolds, it's not like there's a third receiver on the team. It's probably Firkser. And I like Higbee almost for those same exact reasons, especially with Matt Stafford in town. And then Jonnu and Everett. People forget Jimmy Graham was a top 6, top 7 tight end a few years ago with Russell Wilson. If there's a good tight end there, he'll target it. And Jonnu's very likely to lead the Patriots in targets. So I think late grabbing 2 guys like that is a great strategy. But I wanted to start with Kelsey. I wanted to start with set it and forget it. I don't have to worry about anything. And then as I talked about, the next thing for me, I'm running back early, running back often. So I had to go running back, and David Montgomery and Chris Carson are really what give me that ability to grab Travis Kelce in the first round. Montgomery was a top 8 running back last year. Chris Carson played like a top 12 running back. His stats, I think he missed 2 games. His stats drug him down after that. They want to run the ball more. This is an offensive coordinator coming over from the Rams who would prefer to run the ball more. The reason you love Cam Akers now is coaching over in Seattle. And so I think it's going to play out really well for Chris Carson. Kareem Hunt, in a PPR league, Kareem Hunt is great. Getting him as an RB3 is even greater. In a 14-man league, he's probably an RB2 in most 14-man leagues. And I just read an article, I think from Cleveland.com today. The Browns are fielding calls. Kareem Hunt or Nick Chubb could end up on a different football team, and that is only going to be great for both of their values. Wide receiver fell apart, just putting it bluntly. I love the upside of every single guy that I have, but going this late, not taking your wide receiver 1 to the 5th round is always going to be a risk. Deontay Johnson, I do believe he's going to lead Pittsburgh in targets. I still like Juju. I still like Claypool. I prefer Brandon Ayuk, but Debo is the second wide receiver there. I like whichever Bengals wide receiver is cheapest. In this case, it's Tyler Boyd. I think he's going to be great. Michael Gallup is a part of my favorite offense in the league right now. And then every league right now is forgetting about Traquan Smith. If Michael Thomas misses 6 weeks, Traquan Smith is probably a wide receiver 2, at worst a flex in fantasy football. Matt Ryan, Kirk Cousins at quarterback, slow and steady wins the race at this point. You guys had taken every quarterback I liked. That's one of the issues with auto picks because I questioned if a lot of these teams would really have taken 2 quarterbacks. I would have loved Tom Brady around earlier. Fields was interesting there when I took Matt Ryan as my 1, but I need someone to start on day 1, and I didn't know if Cousins would get back to me. If I knew Cousins would have gotten back to me, I would have taken Fields for the rushing upside and then back-ended that with Cousins or Baker Mayfield. So I had a starter week 1 while I figured out what happened with Justin Fields. And then J.D. McKissick, James White, just those PPR dart throws. I don't think McKissick is dead in the water like everybody else does. I think he's a 75 to 80 target running back, and he's going to be a nice fill-in if somebody gets hurt.
Well, thank you for that, Ryan. We have a couple questions in the chat. I don't know
Let's
if
do
Austin could help read those.
Yeah, we saw that one. I thought you just brought up Traquan Smith. And Eric Zubers wants to know, what is everyone's thoughts on Traquan Smith, Darnell Mooney, and Anthony Miller's value?
Travi, I've been talking over you all day thinking I'm doing you a favor. Do you want to jump in first?
You kind of are. So I think Traquan Smith's just one of those guys that we've wanted to happen and that just it never has. And unfortunately, I don't even think with this injury, like he had this before last year. With Michael Thomas out. So I don't think it does anything. Anthony Miller to the Texans, that's the worst possible destination he could have gone. And Darnell Mooney, now the internet gets what they want. He's free to hashtag free Mooney. So I think Mooney's the most interesting one, the one I'll probably invest in, if any of those 3. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
I mean, then this is why I let the man talk, because he just does everything for me at that point. I look at Mooney and Smith kind of equal. I agree. Smith had his opportunity last year. Let me be clear. My liking of Smith is very much predicated on Jameis Winston becoming the quarterback there. If it's Taysom Hill, it's Mooney over Smith all day for me. I do like Mooney. I like, everyone's like, it's Mooney's rising. What did you have Anthony Miller actually taking away from him? Like, I guess I didn't understand that one. Mooney, I think, straight up moved 3 spots up my rankings, and he's still barely a top 50 wide receiver for me, mainly because Allen Robinson's going to command a ton of targets. The tight end position is going to command a ton of targets. And one overlooked thing, rather, is this team throws to the running back when Tariq Cohen is healthy. So unless they are changing what they do, which is very possible, and for Bears fans, I hope they change what they do, I don't know that there's going to be enough for Mooney. I have him as around 110 targets. Unless he starts scoring or doing something completely different, he's not going to be the return on investment that everyone thinks he is. And Anthony Miller is dead to me. He was dead to me when he was the wide receiver for Chicago. And what's he going to be in Houston? I think I have him pegged now as the wide receiver 2. Originally, I had that as Randall Cobb. Houston has 800 wide receivers on roster right now. I don't know what they're doing. It's Cooks. Cooks is a fun middle round pick, and then it's avoid, because there was such talk of Nico Collins actually being something. Randall Cobb was an 80 target guy who could have done something and would at least catch the ball when thrown to him. We don't even know that Anthony Miller is going to do that. And then Miller kind of is a slot wide receiver, which is also what Cobb is. So I guess it's going to be Cooks and Nico on the outside with Miller splitting time with Cobb unless Cobb gets a veteran cut. I don't like the situation. And I heard you guys, talking with Alex in the last round with the quarterback fuzziness. Why would you want anybody on this team? The only player I really like from the Texans, and this is going to be hilarious, is Jordan Akins. Jordan Akins is going free in drafts.
He was who popped off a little bit last year.
He started to pop off. He can't score touchdowns, but I'm hoping now with whoever the hell their other running back is, who went to Detroit, I believe, gone, who had been stealing our other tight end rather, is now elsewhere, Darren something. But whatever, he's gone. And I'm hoping there are touchdowns for Jordan Akins this year. And I feel like no matter who the quarterback is, Tyrod Taylor, Deshaun Watson, Davis Mills, I think they're going to lean on the tight end. And I think Akins is going to have a chance to blow up a little bit there.
That's a super fresh take.
I know you love Kyler. I wanted to ask you this question.
Oh, yeah. It's all trouble.
Maybe y'all can clarify why Kyler Murray is a top 5 quarterback ADP when his passing numbers are the same as Ryan Tannehill last year. Not well-rounded, in my opinion, if he can only run.
If you're looking for well-rounded in fantasy, as politely as possible, you're doing it wrong. Rushing yards for a quarterback are so infinitely more valuable than passing yards. You get 1 point for every 10 rushing yards, whereas it's 1 point for every 25 passing in a league. So they have to do 2.5 more work with their arm than they do with their legs. I think Kyler and Lamar Jackson are just heads above other rushing quarterbacks when it comes to yardage. Josh Allen is up there as well, but when it comes to yardage, I think Kyler Murray is going to tear it up this year. I do not believe that AJ Green is dead. So I think the addition of AJ Green to go along with DeAndre Hopkins, the fact that they don't have a real established running back, all of these things are opening Kyler Murray up for me. Kyler Murray is my quarterback 1 right now in statistics, and it's a pretty big gap. I don't see him moving anywhere out of that role. Rushing upside cannot be, yes, thank you, Snap, Darren Fells. I just saw that in the chat. But rushing upside for a quarterback cannot be discounted. And it's why, if you're of the ilk that wants to draft 2 quarterbacks, it's why Justin Fields and Trey Lance cannot be ignored at the end of a redraft league, even if they're not starting week 1. They are not guys, if you have the roster spots, that you want to wait and see, because they're going to get in there. Both of them are going to rush for 300 to 400 yards this season. And it's going to make them, in the weeks where they play top 15 quarterbacks, for guys that you are going to get for much outside the top 15 in your draft. But for me, it's the rushing upside that you're discounting. Cowboy is what makes him that top 5 quarterback. I understand, not the purest passer in the league, not even close. Tannehill I love as well. Don't get me wrong. Tannehill, like I said, is a top 4 quarterback for me, and he's probably going to rush for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns. I think Kyler Murray doubles that production, if not triples it. So
I wasn't here for that whole segment, but what I did hear was beautiful.
Thank
and
you.
I agree.
The AJ Green part, right?
Yeah, and I loved every second of all of that, because I have to say that Ryan is in with, as well as Travis and the Scott Fishbowl, of people who got AJ Green for an absolute steal. And yeah, I'm excited for him. And Kyler, the thing that I really like about Kyler is, like, we have now seen it with where he's like, we had always talked about, like, oh, what's the difference between Kyler and Lamar? Like, why isn't there a realistic possibility that, Kyler could be better than Lamar? And this was like 2 years ago, right? And, it's taken him a little bit of time, but it's like now it's all come together where it's like he's Lamar, but with an arm that is accurate. And it's like, that's exactly what you want. And because the fact is like, and I was actually a little bit surprised about this. Do you know that Lamar Jackson's never had over 10 rushing touchdowns in a season?
Yeah.
That was a little surprising to me.
Yeah, and that's where, like, the yardage plays in big, and then the touchdowns come in, and we didn't even really hit on this. If you're still playing in a 4 passing touchdown league, the touchdowns that Kyler especially, but even then Lamar and Josh Allen provide are even more insane, because they're worth 2 more points than a passing touchdown. So
huge.
We brought this up earlier, though. Kyler was on pace to actually beat Lamar Jackson's single season.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had the shoulder injury. So had he not got hurt, maybe he does do that. So
and we kind of all pointed this out at the time too. That shoulder injury really seemed to have changed the way he was throwing the ball as well. So I mean, it literally changed everything about his game. And so seeing him this year, and my co-host Joe Zolo is an enormous Cliff Kingsbury hater. I actually like Kingsbury. I think I understand he makes some boneheaded calls, but I think some of those times those boneheaded calls are what lead to some of the big plays we see. Mm-hmm. I think the fact that they added interior to the offensive line, and we all know they love to run up the middle inside the 5-yard line. James Conner's going to help with that. There's a lot with this team to be happy with. I don't mind telling people, I like to pick a Final Four every year and put a little money on them to win the Super Bowl. My Final Four this year, it's a repeat of last year's Super Bowl. It's too easy. They've returned too many good players. So you have Kansas City, Tampa Bay, but then my other 2 teams are the Cleveland Browns and the Arizona Cardinals. I think both of those teams shocked this year. And I think the Cardinals are getting better every year on defense. Obviously, corner is going to be a little interesting this year, but the easiest way to make up for bad corners is good front 7 play. Mm-hmm. And the addition of J.J. Watt and the emergence of Isaiah Simmons, along with Zavin Collins that they added this year, that defense is scary in the front 7, and it's going to And then Buda Baker in the backyard to back everything
Buddha.
up. So
I love Buddha. I kind of want to get a Buddha jersey, but
I feel like you have to. If there's any Cardinals player you need, it's Buda Baker. So
I agree. And if it weren't for like he's changed his numbers 3 times since this is his 4th year in the league.
Now I get it.
Yeah, and so that's the only concern I have. But I absolutely love him. In fact, when we let go of the Honey Badger, that was actually what made me okay with it. Was I was like, oh well, we've got Buddha, and Buddha was dominating even like his rookie year. And I actually made a bet on that one with a guy who's also a Cardinals fan in our league because he hated. He was like, oh, we should have never let him go. And yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, and that's one of the rare situations where both were right because I mean, Honey Badger still went out there and performed and proves it every damn week. So
I don't know if you can. I guess if I can, we can go full screen here for a sec. If you see,
I do.
Yeah, it's autographed too. That's like one of my favorite.
Awesome.
That play. I remember that play. I remember thinking, oh, he's gonna catch him and knock the ball out, and sure enough, he did. So I just
he did exactly that. So now you have to have that. That's a moment for you.
Exactly. I was on, poking around on Pristine Auction. I saw, and I was like, I think I paid. It was ridiculous. I paid like $12 for it or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is 100% worth, plus the tax or what is $17 or whatever. It's like, this is definitely worth it.
I'll show my age here, and your picture just reminded me of it. The greatest football play I've ever seen is from the 2002 National Championship, Ohio State versus Miami, when there was a interception, I believe it was on a play, possibly a fumble recovery, and Maurice Clarett chase the guy down and strip the ball back to get Ohio State the ball back and eventually lead to the game-winning score. And Maurice Clarett, if you were following football back then, has a terrible reputation. A lot of bad things happen for this kid in life, and he's definitely turned himself around. He's a motivational speaker now. But that hustle of that play in that moment, I agree with you. If there was a picture, an autographed picture that existed of that, I don't know that there's amount of money I would not pay to have that, because that moment just resonates so much for me as an Ohio State fan, as a kid who grew up an Ohio State fan, as a kid who watched Maurice Clarett play in high school before he ever went to Ohio State. There was just so much in that moment for me. And then even more weirdly, my birthday is January 13th. I've been obsessed with the number 13 my entire life. Clarett wore 13 in college. Like, there were so many reasons for that moment to just be it for me. So I completely agree that if you call the play, or if you see the play and it's this immaculate play, there's not an amount of money not to get that picture and get it autographed.
Yeah. 100% agree. Well, Ryan, we did it. You survived another mock draft marathon, dude.
And I can't wait for the next one. If Alex ever, now that I'll be moved in, if Alex ever pulls out on you guys as getting you through the night, I think I'll volunteer for that. I think we could have some fun. I don't think Alex ever will, because he's a damn soldier, but if he does.
Oh yeah.
Before we jump off, I really just want to say, Ryan, on last year's mock, we asked questions of, why did you get involved in fantasy football? And I'll just never forget your answer of what you had said. And it really touched the core and relatable to why we do what we do and connecting with people. And it's a great game, but it's a community, it's a connection. It's so much more than that. And when I heard you speak about it, and you just spoke from the heart so eloquently, it was like, these are my people in this space. Like, these are the folks that I like to connect with and share with. It's a year later, and I still think of that every now and again. So
I couldn't tell you how much I appreciate that, Austin. Fantasy football, it's a game, and I understand it's a game, and it's supposed to be fun. That's my goal, is just making sure it's fun for everybody. That's why I'll call people out for being a jerk to people in the fantasy community online.
That one too.
You take away fun from people. What is the point? And I understand we all want to be right. But guess what? We're all going to be wrong way more than we're going to be right. There's going to be 600 plays run per NFL team, and we don't know what's going to happen. Or I guess 1,000 plays. I don't know what I'm saying, 600 passing plays. Anyway, 1,000 plays by NFL team, 32,000 plays this year. We don't know what's going to happen. And when you guess one thing right, be cool about it. But when you're wrong, don't go to that person who was wrong and be a jerk about it. Don't insult people's intelligence because they have a different opinion of you. This should be a community. This should be fun. Shout out to you know what, I cannot remember who runs it, but the people who do the mental health marathon as well with podcasts. Mental health was big for me getting into this. I was in a place I had never known before, away from the people who I know and love. And fantasy football in this Twitter community was big for me to just be able to branch out and make new friends like you guys, like the podcast. I talk to Josh more than I talk to people I grow up with because, and that was someone I met online. I've never met my co-host or any of my people physically until the Fantasy Expo in a couple of weeks. So,
wow, I didn't know.
So
that.
for all I know, these people are fake and they're just wearing masks. And it's 3 trolls stacked on top of each other, just tricking me every week.
Oh my goodness. That would be
in all seriousness, you make a community, have fun with this game. And if someone's keeping you from having fun, leave that league and join another league, but don't be afraid to call them out on it either. It's, pardon my French, hashtag don't be a dick. It's on my Twitter profile. And it's always that for me. Keep the game fun. So
I love that. Austin always tells me, you know, like, some of the most difficult conversations you have lead to the best outcomes, and everything is.
Yeah, I don't mind sharing. I'm going to keep talking, but I know you guys got another guest to get in here. I'm on my podcast right now because of a disagreement between me and Josh. I was hating on Mark Ingram when he first went to Baltimore. And Josh saw my tweet and said, I'd love to have you on the show to argue about this. So 1 guest spot led to 2 guest spots, led to 3 guest spots, led to you're on this show all the time. Why don't we make you a co-host? So,
and the rest is history.
Exactly. And now I'm a part of the Club Fantasy family. So,
and now you're, you know, a regular on the Mock Draft Marathon and a regular on our show. We love you.
I love what you guys do. I've talked about this every year. I think mock drafting is important. I think you learn a lot from mock drafting. I've just recently started telling people, make sure you're mock drafting on the platform where you are going to be drafting, because people are going to draft by site default ranks. They're not going to draft by Fantasy Pros ADP. So use the platform that you're mock draft or you're going to draft from. Even if you're drafting against 12 bots, it's going to show you where players are on the screen, and those are the players that are going to fall. So look for those guys who they have ranked way too lowly, like AJ Green, like Tre'Quan Smith. So
love it. Heard it here first.
There you go.
Ryan, thank you so much for the
gentlemen. Good luck. Travi, feel better, buddy. If you guys need anything, my DMs are always open, as you're aware, and hit me up. All right, boys?
Yeah.
Thanks,
sure.
Ryan. Back at you.
Appreciate you, Ryan.
Good luck, guys. Couple more hours. You're killing it. Thank you.
God, appreciate you. Follow Ryan at the Fantasy 5 on Twitter. And link is also in the bio as well. Yeah.
All right, boys. Have a good day.
Appreciate you, Ryan. All right.
All right, boys.
We got.
We're gonna have Johnny. Who are we having coming up next? Want to just share?
Eric Moody. I'm gonna put him in right now. Super excited to have you on the show.
Good morning. Good morning.
Big fan to have you on. Thank you so much for coming on such an early time.
Got my coffee ready to go. Hey, appreciate the invite. Love what you're doing here with this. And to Ryan's point, hey, you only have a few more hours to go. Just keep grinding.
We're getting there.
Well, we're going to keep grinding. We appreciate you coming on and helping us with this grind. It's just been incredible to connect with so many other great voices here in the fantasy football world. Eric, we know that you are a senior fantasy analyst over at ProFootballNetwork.com. Before we jump into any more, you want to give the folks just a quick bit about where they can follow along in case they want to check up on while we're getting this draft going, just to let people know where they can follow you at.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do that. Yeah, to what you mentioned, I'm a senior fantasy analyst over at Pro Football Network. And really my role, it's all about fantasy football. I create audio, content, written content, and video content. But one thing that's really great about PFN is that, we're the primary voice, of pro football. Have a lot of different content, not just fantasy football, content for the NFL draft, college football, betting, and you name it. We've got a great team over there where we're cranking out a ton of quality content day in and day out. You can also find me on Twitter. I'm very responsive there at Eric N. Moody. And my name below is my Twitter handle. So you can find me there. Reach out anytime. Always happy to help.
I just got to say, I'm a huge fan of yours because the way you break down, your fantasy analytics and the way you watch tape is I get that. And we, all night we've been preaching community and, feeling that sense of belonging. And I got to say, man, like I really enjoy your content and we have like-minded, when it comes to looking at the fantasy lens here, and it's awesome to have you on.
No, I appreciate the kind words, and yeah, it's just important. You always, I think the way I always put it is you got to play the piano like with both hands. Like I got like my bass guitar back there. I don't think you can see it in frame, but it's like if you're going to play the bass guitar with like one hand, I'm like you can make some noises and music, but if you play them with both, playing your notes and doing all that thing, you can really create a lot of unique music. And it's funny if you look at fantasy football Twitter, you have like that divide. You've got the folks pounding the table for film. This is what I see from this player, and that's it. Analytics. But I think it's always best. You got to look at it like from both lenses, because the analytics kind of can show you or quantify like what a player can do. In the film, I'm like you can see it. Mm-hmm. I'll kind of close with this and pass the baton back over to you guys as we do the mock. Is that you kind of think about like what you're looking at like a stock. And you got fundamental analysis and you got technical analysis. The fundamentals will help you build a shopping list of companies that you like, companies that you want to buy. But then we look at technical analysis that gives you a better idea on when should I buy this company? When should I sell? What's my entry point, exit point, all those different things. So I try to take that approach to fantasy football analysis, and it seems like it resonates with a lot of people.
It's a theme we've been hearing too from other panelists today. We had Coach Hue Jackson on earlier, and we asked about the dynamic between analytics, quantifiable measurements, bench press, spark score, 40 time, whatever, what have you, and then watching film, going with your gut, seeing how it was, and really from Coach Hue Jackson and everybody else, it's a blend. You're never going to get you're never going to get as strong an analysis just going with one. You got to go with as many as you can and stitch it together to get the best outlook.
Exactly.
Stitching it together to get the best outlook. We better just stitch together some mock drafts.
Yeah, we got another look. We got Whisper Nation in here, another one down. We're getting through this. We got 5 more hours, 4 more hours, something like that. So Moody, we apologize if we tend to get a little low in the energy. We try to keep that up. We try to keep it up, but
no worries.
Give me a warning.
Should we start it?
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
As you could tell, Travis, his voice has been not agreeing with this 24-hour mock draft marathon at all.
We grinded though.
Yeah.
On this one. And just a quick one. It's a 0.5 point Superflex mock. So we've gotten a couple people off guard with the SF. So Superflex on this one. And let's have it.
Look, Dave in here.
All right.
Dave's coming up as well.
Looks like I am on the clock. Let me load up my sleeper window here. All right. I guess with this one, I will end up going with Mr. Dalvin Cook.
There we go. I like that one. So number 1.
How are you looking at the top of a draft in both a non-Superflex and then now, since we're in a Superflex, do you have a standard way you like to approach this in 2021? Or are you trying a couple of different strategies on for size?
Yeah, I would say like if you're looking at even like in a super flex, I'm like if you're looking at like at the top, like I definitely agree with Patrick Mahomes. He should be in that top tier. But then you got your running backs, like Dalvin Cook, Christian McCaffrey, and a few others. I would say if I can't get Mahomes like in that first half of the first round, then I would just go with one of the running backs that are getting a large or sizable opportunity share, and then kind of weave in from there. So.
There we go on this one. Any consensus picks that you like in terms of the running back? Is it Christian McCaffrey for you, or are you one of the few folks preaching a different name, maybe Dalvin Cook and Alvin Kamara? We don't hear a lot of those, but we have heard a couple.
Yeah, I would say Christian McCaffrey would be kind of the safe choice to go with. But I would say out of those upper echelon like running backs, for me, Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, and Kamara are really the three of my guys. And then if you look at that next tier, then you're looking at like a Saquon Barkley, Zeke Elliott, and Derrick Henry. From there, just to tie this back to Superflex too, I would say quarterbacks at first tier. You're looking at Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen's another one. I know he was drafted at number 3 overall, and another one that I would raise or add to that next tier underneath that first group would be like Kyler Murray. He's someone I'm really excited about going into this year. He's shown progression, as a quarterback, and especially as a passer, each and every year. And then I would still have like Lamar Jackson in that tier too. He's surrounded with, a great, I guess the greatest receiving weapons he's had up to this point in his career. So he's someone that can continue to develop more as a passer, not just be the rusher or the runner. So I think we'll see that this year.
Moody getting a lot of love from
Yeah.
the comment section here. Warzone Sports Network says, Moody, what an awesome guest. We've got Dave coming in here. Moody, another one, man, a lot of love coming in here. Thanks for joining, hopping on.
I appreciate that. Let's see how the rest of this mock goes.
We
always enjoy mock drafts. So.
Oh my gosh, clearly we love it because we've been at it for 24 hours almost. But I do have to say,
talking about how much we love them, and then you realize you didn't have to.
Yeah, I guess.
Look at us.
Fair point. But we had an awesome discussion with Ryan talking about Kyler. Huge, I'm from Arizona, so I'm a huge Kyler Murray fan. I think his upside is, and I don't think we've even seen his true upside because he was on that pace last year, but then got hurt. Mm-hmm. And so, knowing that if he were to stay healthy and then they added weapons that should that was a big issue with Isabella, right? Like we were so excited for Isabella, and again, looking at the metrics, talking about just if you're looking at metrics on a sheet of paper, Isabella looked like a great
top-rated wideout in Pro Football Focus history. Granted, it was 5-year life, but still, a lot of wide receivers to come out during that run, and the highest-ranked wide receiver in Pro Football Focus history. So we took him instead of DK Metcalf. Love that.
Oh my gosh, I will always remember that moment. I was so shocked. I thought for sure we were getting DK. I was, very heartbroken. But Kyler's never had a full system of wide receivers like he's going to have this year. And, we've talked about how AJ Green is a undervalued player. We still think he has some in the tank. And, if Kyler puts it all together with the rushing and the throwing, he gets a couple more touchdowns. I do think that Kyler is going to be something very, very special that we see in this league.
Yeah, I mean, he has a chance. This year, I know he finished really high last year. You look at fantasy points at the quarterback position. But I'm like, he's a legitimate candidate to finish as a QB1, just given what he's surrounded with, and then just more familiarity. Another season with other coach. It's early. His name escapes me. Kingsbury.
Yeah.
It's like maybe get some more coffee here. Obviously with Kingsbury. But then even like with AJ Green, it's I know a lot of people are kind of down on AJ Green, but I'm like with him being like the number 2 option, not having to be the number 1 or the alpha, and being able to move him around. I mean, he could be there another version of like Larry Fitzgerald for that team, with running routes on the slide. He can still attack on the outside. So I'm excited to see how he performs this year, because he's essentially free in drafts, many formats.
It's like second guest we've had now, Ryan, who just gave another shout out here to you, Moody. He was talking very positive about AJ Green as well, and I know that Johnny Game Time Hicks here has been a big supporter of the AJ Green acquisition.
Right.
It's always nice when we get our guests to say it, because sometimes people are like, "Oh, you got that hometown bias," and that's why I'm like, "No, I legit stat these guys out, and this is what the stats tell me." I do think it's wild that and kudos to those analysts that could do it, but there are analysts out there that just do strictly look at the numbers, and like they'll tell you who to play, just solely, and not watch any team. Like Sunday is their day off because they're just like, okay, I'm done. I don't, and I just think that's really wild to me, because I like seeing what I see on the paper and then going to the tape or, watching the game and seeing it pan out, either how I expected it or not how I expected it, and then figuring out why it wasn't how I expected. I just think you learn so much, not only about, players, but also the game. Like just doing that kind of film study has really taught me a lot about the game in itself. And I guess I'm a big student of the game. I guess you could say.
Moody, you went with Calvin Ridley there. We've heard some of our other guests talk about him potentially being a number 1 wide receiver overall this year. Are you predicting him with that highest ceiling coming into 2021?
Yeah, I am. It's it's interesting. So I think about some of the things I've been putting together along with my partner in crime, Tommy Garrett over at PFN, with a lot of player profiles and other things for the draft kit. So I had a chance to write about all the Atlanta Falcons. So I'm pretty high on Ridley going into this year. You look at like last year, because I know most people are going to think, okay, well, how did he perform like without Jones? I'm like, with Julio Jones, like last year, I know he averaged like 11 targets, nearly 20 PPR fantasy points per game without Jones, and had like a 30% target share. And so he's another player that I think is just scratching the surface of what he's capable of. And I think he's had enough of a runway to see how life can be on the clock without Julio Jones. And so I think he's mentally ready to be the number one guy. And I'm excited to see what he does for this season. Let me put my pick in here, gentlemen.
We got Moody. You are just getting all the love, man. This is awesome.
Ian Cummings coming in here. The man, the myth, the legend, Moody. So who are you thinking right now in the third spot? What's going through your head right now at that?
I was
along with Alvin and Calvin.
Well, I was really looking at like DK Metcalf there. And I was also kind of looking at Kittle, but I'm just thinking based on my tiers, I'm gonna have to end up going with Metcalf here. Or no, I'm gonna go with AJ Brown instead.
Ooh,
yeah. Ooh, there we go.
AJ Brown, yeah.
AJ Brown ahead of DK Metcalf. I know Johnny's going to agree with you on that one. The emergence of Julio Jones in Tennessee is obviously not dampening your preference there for AJ Brown.
No, it's not, because I'm like, if you look at Tennessee, and again, I've been breaking down a lot of these teams for our draft guide for fantasy here. So I think about the Titans, because I think the perception is that they're not going to have enough pass attempts to support like Julio Jones and AJ Brown, because Derrick Henry, they keep feeding the beast, and he's running through people like Juggernaut from X-Men. So if you look at it, I think with Tannehill, like this year, like I've got him projected for around a little bit over 500 pass attempts. But I think when you look at like the target share, like if you look at AJ Brown, I've got him projected for around like 140 plus targets is a pretty good range. And then Julio, I feel confident that Julio, I think he can get, I would say like in the 120s, but I think the floor for him is around like 110. But I think he can get more. And so you're wondering, okay, where are these targets going? Who's going to be the odd man out? And I really think it's Anthony Firkser. I know a lot of people are touting him as as a breakout tight end candidate, but I think the issue is that when you look at his size, hopefully my memory serves me right here, I think he's about 6'2", about 240. Not exactly your kind of prototypical red zone, tight end. But then you've got a Swam that's there too. He's still on that team, and he's about I think he's about 6'4", 6'5", about 260. And so I think he's going to get more targets than people think. So I've got like Firkser projected for around like 60 targets, but still you're going to have Swam that's going to have I think at least anywhere from 30 to 40. So most people are looking at Firkser saying, oh, this is great. He's an every down guy. He's going to get like 80 targets. I just don't think that's going to happen just because of his frame. But then you've got Swam that's still there. So
the thing I like about Firkser is he's a good pass blocker, which they tend to stay on the field. And when you looked at, when Jonnu wasn't in the lineup, Firkser was a good tight end. He was a streamable tight end. In fact, he was the number one tight end one of the weeks when Jonnu was out. The Swam one, I mean, he did play a little bit, and I have him projected as well for, a split. But I still think with the opportunity there, with the field being open now with Julio and Thomas oh my gosh, AJ, I do believe that it is a good take though. Like it was a little disappointing to hear that Ferk Daddy was on that list for you, because we're huge fans of him. But you're very right. Like it could very well be, because there were some cases where they did with, especially in the red zone area, they would put Swam in. Is that how you pronounce his name? I always get it wrong. Is it?
I think it's Swam.
Yeah, I think it is Swam. I think
yeah,
that's right.
Yeah,
talking a lot about Matthew Stafford underrated quarterback coming out of Detroit, obviously. Now in Los Angeles with Sean McVay as his head coach, Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp. We've talked about it as potentially a dark horse MVP player this year with Matt Stafford. Are we being a little ambitious with that take, or do you think Matt Stafford could get another 5,000-yard season and be one of the top quarterbacks in the entire NFL? And I ask you, that's your next pick coming up too.
Yeah, I'll kind of keep an eye on it. No, I agree with Stafford. He's in a really good situation. He's with with Sean McVay, and then Sean McVay won't be constrained offensively with having someone like Jared Goff lead the offense, because Stafford can make all the throws. I know his arm strength is well documented on film of what he can do, and so I think that opens up the offense a lot. You look at the weapons that he has. I mean, he's got Cooper Kupp, he's got Robert Woods. Tyler Higbee, they've got, obviously Darrell Henderson now be leading that backfield, unfortunate injury news of Cam Akers. So he's got a lot of different weapons there to be successful, and also an offensive minded head coach. And so I think he's one of my favorite dark horse candidates to finish as a QB1, just given the situation that he's in.
Love that one. You had talked about the changes there with Darrell Henderson. We also saw Anthony Miller making the move today, or I guess yesterday. We've been before we've gone to bed. It's happened in that amount of time. And I just saw your tweet talking about Anthony Miller and the Mooney implications. I'm curious about what your expectations in Texas now, or in Houston, the Texans over there now. Is Brandon Cooks anyone we should be looking at? Is Anthony Miller someone to consider, or are we just passing on this entire offense right now until we actually see something happen?
Yeah, and I wouldn't pass on the entire offense right now. There's always opportunity in chaos. As Sun Tzu mentioned, and so I think if you're looking at in Houston, multiple signs are pointing to like Tyrod Taylor, being the starter, who's had some success, in the NFL. But then even behind him, you've got Davis Mills, who I think will end up getting some starts this year, depending on how the Deshaun Watson situation unfolds, which just a messy situation. Me personally, I think it's going to be hard for him to play this year, just given the accusations and just the NFL stance on things. That's another story for another day, obviously. But going back to the Texans and then with the wide receivers, you look at Cooks. I think he could easily see like 120 plus targets. And he's been able to thrive with multiple quarterbacks throughout his career, and so he's really the only receiver that I'm excited about targeting. In this on this team, I'm like with Miller. I just don't see where the targets are coming from. I think probably your second most targeted receiver on that team would be like Randall Cobb, but then just given his age and kind of his health history, over the past couple of years, I'm thinking he's going to be fighting for targets like with Cobb and Kiki Kati and Nico Collins. I think those are going to be three guys that are going to kind of cannibalize each other. I think you add Anthony Miller to the mix, the chaos only continues.
Yeah. We were talking about Brandon Cooks earlier in the show, just really a slept-on candidate, we feel. And if man has played 15 or more games in all but just 2 seasons, and in all of those seasons where he's played 15 or more games, he's eclipsed 1,000 yards. It's pretty much luck. And as you had mentioned earlier, so many different quarterbacks, so many different offenses, so many different systems he's been a part of. And I believe he's still 27 years old, a little bit of injury concern, seems to be healthy right now. It's almost like a 1,000-yard receiver. We're just kind of just pretending doesn't exist.
I hope so. It's the off season, so I hope he's healthy.
You do, right?
Yeah.
It's coming quick. It's coming quick, gentlemen. All right, let me see here. Trying to keep an eye on my other monitor there.
I just want to say we have 17 people tuning in. We appreciate you so much for either jumping back on with us or coming in for the first time. If you want to hit that like and subscribe, we'd greatly appreciate it. We have Eric Moody on right now, mock drafting with us. Hour 18?
Something, whatever.
19, something like that. We're getting there.
It's not that we don't even count. We just keep going now.
Yeah.
At this point, we're like Derrick Henry. You just keep
you
just gotta keep going. What's the point of even counting your yards? You get 2,000. Just keep going. Just keep.
Like Eric said, feed the beast. That's what we do.
All right, I'm gonna go with. Let me go. Where is it?
Did you get it in?
Oh,
did you get Brandon Ayuk? Oh,
okay. I didn't need to do that. That's all right. Not a big deal. I was trying to get it to Mike Davis, but not a big deal. I'll still take Ayuk there. I'll just adjust my my strategy. But I'm actually not that. I'm actually pretty high on Ayuk. Just with looking at the situation there. I know it's interesting because you've got in San Francisco where you've got George Kittle, and all the weapons that they have, and they haven't all played together. I think that's kind of the big thing. It's like, what is this going to look like where all these guys are on the field together? But when you look at Ayuk, I'm like, he's a solid wide receiver, 2 in my opinion. I'm like, he could easily see, 115 or more targets, because I think with his target share will be eerily similar like to George Kittle, at least in my opinion, kind of based on projections. And so I think with Ayuk, I'm like, he could easily. I think his ceiling's probably around maybe 1,100 receiving yards. But I think 1,000 is a pretty good floor for him. So I think he could easily finish as I would say a mid-range wide receiver 2.
Moody, make sure just if you want to click on your draft board and go to Q and just click off the auto pick.
I can do that.
Oh,
so close.
I tried to. I was just about to say if Matt can hold off on making this pick.
That's fine.
But
no worries.
Gives you a chance to talk about Tyler Lockett.
And before we just take this opportunity, we tell Whisper Nation all the time, we mock, as Liz Loza said, to kick the mock draft marathon off. We do not mock draft to make perfect teams. We mock draft to make mistakes. That doesn't just apply to the players that you select and the overall roster you construct. It also has to do with drafting and seeing the other things that become a factor in your fantasy football experience. If you are drafting digitally and you are in a league where your league mates, do everyone a favor and just establish some protocols for when digital glitches do occur. People have internets that go out. Sleeper will have mistakes. The thing can just go blank. Stuff will happen, and just don't let it happen and then try to come up with a plan for what happens when you do. Just talk about it 10 minutes beforehand, and could really help smooth things over in your actual draft.
I love that.
All right. Kind of putting some folks into the queue here. Still got some players available on here that I'm surprised that are still here. So
who's fallen right now that's catching you off guard that you'd expect to have already been swooped?
Yeah, I was surprised to really see Javonte Williams, still there. I don't know if he's going to make it back to me, but I know he's someone that I'm really high on. Written a couple of pieces on him or reference him in some pieces for Pro Football Network, and he's a player. I'm looking at running backs, and Mike Davis, is another. That's there. It looks like the supply and demand may be drying up a little bit there, and looking at receiver, Sharks, another guy that's really underrated. We talked about Cooks. I'm like, he's still out there. And Robbie Anderson, I'm like, he's someone that I think with DJ Moore in Carolina is more like the 1A and the 1B. So I think he's another nice value that's there. I know, let's see where Kyle Pitts ended up going. He ended up going at the, 7th round, 7.3.
I haven't done this much.
I'd love to get your take. We've had some different topics that have come up and come back around through the show. And rookie tight ends has been one that we spent a little bit of time on. And we've talked about rookie wide receivers. I believe that it was Mike Evans when he was a rookie and had 1,000-yard season. That was, I think, the 6th or 7th rookie wide receiver to ever break 1,000 yards. A really rare milestone for a rookie to hit. And then it seems every year since there's one rookie who does eclipse 1,000 yards. And I got to just imagine that the tight end position is not too far behind as these players, as these collegiate athletes come into the league more mentally prepared, more physically prepared, more just prepared for the game upcoming. What do you kind of see as the trend at the tight end position, as well as from the rookies, and then someone specific like Kyle Pitts? And I know you do have your pick coming up, so I'm asking horrible timing on these questions.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'll put this in and I'll touch on that. I'm just kind of looking to see who's available on the board. So
I want to take Pitts. I love it, but I'm just like, it's a rookie. And Johnny had talked about Vernon Davis, who was taken 6th overall in his rookie season. He had 200 and something yards, under 300 yards, but it's been a long time since 2006. So what do you see right now as the evolution on the tight end position and these rookies coming in?
Let's see. You know what? I'm sitting there looking at some of these players here. I may end up just waiting on running back. I think it's some value that could be there late. I would say I was kind of debating on a quarterback or a wide receiver here, but part of me is thinking, I'm like, I really want to go with Robbie Anderson here. So I'll go ahead and put that in now.
Robbie Anderson love.
Yeah. And I'll touch on him and then answer the question. It's just, I think his target share will be similar to DJ Moore. I'm like, he gave us a taste of what he's capable of last year of being moved, all around the field, as from the slot, different types of routes. So I'm excited about him. But I'll say as far as like a tight end, I'm like, I think the issue with Pitts is that he's being drafted right now, like at a ceiling. I know he's in a good situation to see 100 plus targets, but you just never know how a rookie is going to become acclimated to the NFL game. And so he could, I guess, be slower out of the gate than people anticipate. And that's something that really concerns me. I don't mind drafting him. He's just not a player that I'm overly going to reach for. I think that's probably the best way to kind of look at it. All right, let's see. Looks like I'm about to be back on.
We got Savvy here. Oh, I just messaged the whole time. Savvy here saying, I'm from Denver, and the way they are talking here, Melvin Gordon is probably going to eat this year. It's Gordon's last year on his contract. I think everybody is early on Williams. And that's interesting that they're talking about that there, because a lot of what we've heard is that Melvin might be cut, which is interesting.
Not what Savvy just said.
That's not what that's not what's going on in Denver. So it's always interesting to get these perspectives, for sure, because at that point, I mean, Liz Losa, she was saying this on the first hour of our mock draft so long ago, that she believed maybe not that Melvin Gordon was going to have like a monster year, but she did think that it was going to be kind of the Cam Akers for Javonte, this like the Cam Akers path where, he starts off a little bit slow in a timeshare. And then, but by the end of the season, it's like, oh, you're going to want Javonte Williams because he's going to, what was that, a moth? Did you guys see that?
No, I did. But Moody, I wanted to ask you here because this is from the Savvy point here. You mentioned Javonte Williams. And then we're hearing from a Denver local that they're saying Melvin Gordon might be really ridden hard on the last year of his contract. We all know the talent of Javonte Williams is there. How do you see, though, Denver utilizing Melvin Gordon in the last year of his contract, given this new studly running back that they picked up in the second round?
Yeah, I could see the situation playing out for where they end up having a similar opportunity share. Just because they have a similar skill set, when you look at film, they can, they're both great in between the tackles. They both excel as receivers out of the backfield. So I really think it gives Pat Shurmur two running backs that he can just use freely and not kind of tip his hand like offensively, depending on who's in the game. It's just Javonte Williams, he was a stud at North Carolina when you look at his, collegiate body of work. And so Melvin Gordon's obviously on the back end of his career. And so I think it's one of those scenarios where as the season goes on, they can lean more like on Javonte Williams. But I think once the dust settles, in the season, I think their opportunity share is really going to be like eerily similar.
Like that take. And Savvy did clarify here, that was ESPN, so it wasn't as local as originally had thought. We got another question here from Ian Cummings. I don't think we got a chance to touch on this one yet, but what do you guys think about that San Francisco running back group? Intrigued by a few of those guys.
Oh, man.
Where are you at on this?
The situation's challenging because you've got Mostert that's coming back. Everyone's excited about Trey Sermon. So it's kind of one of those scenarios where I really want to avoid drafting any of them at their ADP. But if one of them falls, I'm open to taking the plunge because I like with Mostert because I think he's in a position to. I think lead the backfield in opportunities. I can easily see him getting anywhere from like 180 to 200 opportunities. But then you just ask yourself, is that going to be enough? You're kind of looking at him more as like a low-end running back 2 or like a high-end RB3. It just depends on where he's being drafted. Then on the flip side, you got a guy like Trey Sermon who may end up being a better value because I'm like, he can easily see, at least on projections right back on the clock, like 140 opportunities. But it's one of those scenarios for where Shanahan can easily go with the hot hand and then Sermon can end up being the better value. But then I would also say, don't forget about a guy like Wayne Gallman there too that they acquired. It's just a really muddy situation. You want exposure to it, but it's important to go in with the right expectations, I guess is the best way I would put it.
Travis over here making jokes. Moth draft marathon. Unbelievable.
So.
I thought I swear there was one
know you
that
did.
like flew across here. I hope I'm not getting delusional here. This
Well, the answer
slate-
is we all are on this
yeah.
one. The three of us are at least. Thank goodness. Moody coming in here and
yeah, Moody's
grounding
on point this morning, which is great. Saving the show, which is great.
from the moths.
From the moth.
Apparently,
If I turn into Mothman, you
Mothra.
guys all know.
oh my god.
Mothman could be like the mascot for this show.
Oh, please
Mothman.
no. I think we need to. We'll keep working on that one. We'll put him in the maybe section, and we'll add to it until we forget about the moth being the mascot for the show. But it's Jamal Williams now. Moody picked up here. And Leonard Fournette, I want to ask you. Your previous pick there on Leonard Fournette. Would you rather him, Ronald Jones? Giovanni Bernard is now there. We know how much Tom Brady loves to throw to a reliable pass catcher. James White, of course. We all, I think, were watching Bucs games, saw when Ronald Jones and Leonard Fournette tried to catch passes. It was like, well, they went out and got Giovanni Bernard for a reason. How you took Leonard Fournette? How do you see that backfield shaking out?
Yeah, and I'm going to put just in case if when I'm talking here, if this player is available, hopefully I'll be able to get this this player that I'm targeting.
Yeah,
which I'll talk about
sorry to interrupt, but don't tell Austin. He'll definitely tell people.
Yeah. Well, it looks like I'll make this pick first, and I'll chat about. So I want to chat about Jamal Williams and Leonard Fournette, and I know you're going to ask me about the other player that I'm hopefully going to select here. We'll see. With him tout 23, who ends up going here.
Mac, good friend of the show.
All right, he didn't go the way I was thinking. Okay, here we go. All right. So a couple of things. We got you asked about the Bucs backfield. So if you look at the Bucs backfield, it's I like the addition of Giovanni Bernard. To your point, they struggled in pass protection, weren't really optimal as receivers out of the backfield. And you know how Tom Brady is, especially when it comes to receiving backs and pass protection. I can assume that's a pretty intense conversation if you have a mental error there. But I do like Fournette, like in Jones. I know Fournette's kind of riding that that high that he had in the playoffs. Playoff Lenny, or Lombardi Lenny, whatever you want to call him. I think he'll carry that momentum over into this season. I don't think he's going to be used as often as we'd like as like a receiver out of the backfield. I think Bernard is going to have more of a role than people think. But I do see with Fournette someone that's a solid RB3, and you want exposure to that Buccaneers offense, whether you get a receiver or Gronk or OJ Howard. But I think of Jones or Fournette are really inexpensive running backs that you can target for where I'm very comfortable going into battle each week with my fantasy team with them as like as my running back threes. They can obviously have upside in that offense, especially when you look at their schedule. Their schedule is it's just like I feel like they're going to be in cruise control for the year, and I think Fournette and Jones could be a big part of that.
I love that take on this one. And then Jamal Williams, we've talked about him spelling out DeAndre Swift. Adam Rank earlier said taking Jamal Williams around this position is not a slight or a reflection on DeAndre Swift. It's just looking at what's likely to break out. And Jamal Williams is not a bad later round running back pickup. You obviously agree with that, or is there anything else we should be looking at between the lines over there in Detroit?
Yeah, I would say with and let me know if I get back on the clock. just
We'll
interrupt me. But
Yeah.
It's a lot on Jamal Williams that I want to educate everyone on. I'm like, you look at the Lions, they've got 243 unaccounted rushing attempts entering this season. Swift is obviously not going to be used as like the bell cow. They signed Williams for a reason. Especially look at his contract. It's it's a 2-year, $6 million deal, but it's got $3.25 million that's guaranteed on it. But I'm like, if you look at Williams, he's been productive like in a complimentary role, like
On the clock.
at Green Bay. Oh, okay, I'm on the clock. All right, let me go back. Kind of had another window opened up, so we'll hit pause on the Williams dynamic, and let me see who's on the board. I was kind of eyeing Mooney there, but he has already been taken. So,
Got sniped by the computer on that one.
Yeah,
Internet's favorite. It makes sense.
Yeah, that one. Oh my gosh, that's the worst.
Makes sense that the internet would take
Yeah,
the favorite.
So let's see here. I'm gonna go with Higbee here.
Nice.
Oh my guy, love
Yeah.
Higbee.
Yeah, I was hoping that Higbee would be like available, especially with him having like Stafford. But going back to Williams, close the loop there. It's like he was very successful like in Green Bay, and like he finished as a running back 3 or better, like in 69% of his career games. If you're looking at PPR format, he was the first player in Packers history to finish like a 450 or more rushing yards and 200 or more receiving yards in each of his first 4 seasons. And so,
Oh, wow.
I think when you look at like that backfield, it is going to be a little bit more balanced, than people think. And then when you look at their offensive coordinator, Anthony Lynn, I'm like, he schemed 26% of passes and 41% of touches to running backs during his 4 years with the Chargers. So I'm really excited about Williams, and I think he's a solid, running back 3 who'll have some spike weeks too, where he can easily finish as a RB2 or RB1. So I'm excited about to see what he does with this offense.
What do you think about the rumors that he could get traded to the LA Rams?
Oh, with Williams?
Yeah. I thought that was wild.
Yeah, that is wild. Like, I think anything can happen, but that would be huge. If you look at him and Darrell Williams, like in McVay's like offense, I'm like, that would be a really, really intriguing like scenario. But I think either way, if he's in Detroit or if he does happen to go to LA, I think he could still thrive, get this pick in. Let me see who's available here. Slim pickings, it's looking like here, gents.
And just kind of generally speaking, at this point in the draft, do you have any premier dart throws that you're really excited if you're getting them in those last couple of rounds, high upside plays that Whisper Nation should be taking a closer look at as their drafts come closer?
Yeah, let's see. I know one guy. I'm gonna go with this one. I'll kind of speak to.
Oh, that's Austin's guy.
Yeah, I think he's
That's
gonna.
Austin's
I think
guy.
he's gonna lead that backfield when it's all said and done this year.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of looking to see, using the search function on Sleeper just to see if he was available. But like with Lindsey, I like quite a bit. I'm like, we saw what David Johnson, I guess how he performed like last year. The opportunity share was there, but really the efficiency, was not. He was he just looked really slow like on film. So when you have him coming back a year older, then you've got like Mark Ingram, who's at the end of the road at his career. I think the stage is being set for a guy like Lindsey to take over. Now, it's one of those scenarios where if you get to midseason and going into kind of the latter part of the season, I think he's someone that can be a difference maker, for fantasy football teams. Like, he's my preferred kind of RB4 or RB5 because he does have significant upside, in my opinion, in that offense. Now, I know it's a lot of uncertainty, but, the touches have to go somewhere at the running back position. And I think Lindsey could be a guy that can outperform expectations, I'll say.
It just feels like Philip Lindsay is a man who is committed to whatever he is committed to, despite however many folks don't want him to be a part of that situation. He just forces his way on there and just produces and does good work. And I know they got him out of Denver, but I think he's gonna. I'm with you. I think we could see some exciting things out of him come as the year progresses.
Yeah, I know you asked too about just some other players to kind of target like later in drafts. I guess if you're looking at what close to the double-digit rounds.
Yeah,
is that what you're kind of looking at? Like again, I feel like Robbie Anderson, if you're looking at like a 12-team PPR formats, is a pretty good value. I've seen him go as late as like the 9th round. I know he's typically going like in the 7th or 8th, but he's someone to kind of keep on your radar. I think Kenyon Drake's like another one. The Raiders signed him to a pretty stout deal. A lot of guaranteed money, and I think he'll have more of an opportunity share than people think. I think Antonio Brown's another nice value. I've seen him go as late as like the 10th round. I think he's in a position to see 90+ targets, in that Buccaneers passing offense, which should be even more calibrated going into 2021, if Brady, the first year is done, they won the Super Bowl. So you'd have to think that they would continue to progress, or at least start off the season with what they showed us like in the postseason. So I think Brown's another one who should go into the season being healthy and even more connected to Brady. We talked about Mr. Brandon Cooks. That's another one. Jamal Williams. Let me kind of think here. Latavius Murray is another guy. I know he kind of has a defined role in that Saints offense, and he's kind of more of like a RB4. But obviously, if something happens to Kamara, if he goes down, he's very capable, and you can have an immediate like RB1. I would say 2 other names that I don't think are really talked about as much as I feel like they should is one is like Henry Ruggs. I think a lot of people are just looking at his rookie season thinking that, okay, this is who he is. But it was tough for rookies last year, just with COVID and the altered NFL schedule. And so he's someone that actually has like a normal offseason. And I think he'll be even more calibrated with Derek Carr. And I think he's someone that can surprise a lot of people and be in a really good position to outperform his ADP. I'll say another name that is not talked about enough is Mecole Hardman. I know Kelsey's obviously going to get his targets. Tyreek Hill is going to get his targets. But I do see the third most targeted receiver on that team being Mecole Hardman. He's someone for where I think a lot of people don't know his background. If my memory serves me right, may need some more caffeine, is I think he played cornerback in college. And so he's someone that he transitioned to wide receiver. It's just taken him a little bit more time to get acclimated to the game. I know he kind of had some really big plays last year. He had some mental errors, and so I think he's even more he's improved like as a pro like each season. So I think those mental errors will go down and Andy Reid will have even more confidence in him. I know he's been working on his route running, but he's someone for where I think they won't have to manufacture as many touches for him going into 2021 as they did last year. And so I think that's going to open the door for him even more, this year. And so I think he's someone that I try to aggressively target as like my wide receiver 4 or 5, because I think he's someone that can really emerge as the number 3 receiver in Kansas City. So.
And with Sammy Watkins out of the picture as well,
exactly.
dominated a ton of that snap percentage. That's going to bode well for him as well.
Yeah, so those are some names. I'm trying to think if there's any others. Like I know a lot of people were on to like Russell Gage, just because of with Julio going. But I think a lot of Julio's target shares going to Pitts. Another name that's really dirt cheap if you want exposure to that Cowboys offense is Michael Gallup.
Yes,
he actually led out of the big 3 Cowboys receivers in air yards last year. If my memory serves me right, I believe it was like 1,293 air yards, which is higher than CeeDee Lamb and higher than Amari Cooper. So he's someone that I think can outperform expectations in his ADP. We talked about Mooney, but I'm sure now his ADP is going to rise because he was kind of sitting there at the 11th or 12th round. So that could obviously go up. I'm just kind of speaking off the cuff, so feel free to say, hey, Moody, pump the brakes a little bit. Another name that and you guys probably like, he's like, we've been talking a lot. Go ahead. Take over.
We like this.
100.
Yeah, I would I'll say another name that I think people are I don't get why they're enamored by him, but it's like thinking Corey Davis is going to be something with the Jets. I think we've seen really what he's going to be. I think the ceiling's like a wide receiver 3. I'm really more intrigued by Elijah Moore, though. I think he can finish the season with as many targets as Corey Davis, and someone that's essentially free, like in drafts. I think Moore. I've seen him go as late. If you're looking at 12-team formats, like the 14th or 15th round, I'm like, that's someone I definitely want to grab as like my wide receiver 5 or 6. I think the upside is there. I'm just kind of thinking through ADP in my mind with players. I think another guy with this Michael Thomas news, I'm curious to see what the impact will be on Traquan Smith's ADP with Thomas being out. He's someone that I've liked quite a bit, for years. He was really effective last year on the targets that he had. If you look at like efficiency metric, like expected points, fantasy points over expectation, like he looks really solid in that metric. Probably my biggest concern is just the Saints is that, and it's not a bad thing. It's just they use their running back so well. They give them a high opportunity share as receivers and also as runners. And Sean Payton's offense is great. It just can't handle or support, I would say, more than one viable like wide receiver. So Michael Thomas has been that guy in the past. We're looking at bringing out an old school name here, but like Marquise Colston, from many years ago.
Yeah, I love me some Marquise Colston.
It's like they just can't support like multiple receivers. So I think Smith will be another guy that can that can benefit. We're getting Paris Campbell. He's another guy I like. Yeah. He's pretty dirt cheap. Another guy I'm really excited about, I've talked a lot about him, is like Rashad Bateman. Love his ADP.
I just don't like Lamar throwing to him. I was so disappointed when Baltimore got him because he was one of my favorite wide receivers coming out. And I get it. I totally hope because it's fun when Lamar is like on top of the world.
Mhm.
But like, I am so concerned with his accuracy stuff. And I have seen some metrics now, like this is where some numbers come into it, because my eyes tell me he's not accurate, but then you go and look at some metrics and he actually is kind of accurate. So I struggle with Lamar. A part of it is a little bit, I will admit, I took him high last year knowing better, and he burned me hard. And so that's a little bit part of it. But I just, when there's so much more talent that's more consistent out there, that's why I end up going with someone else over Lamar. And Bateman as unfortunate benefactor of that, because I don't know how many of those outside targets are going to be, thrown his way on a consistent basis and then consistently accurate.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more optimistic about like Lamar, like with these weapons that he's been surrounded with for this year, because you've got I think a lot of people are expecting, obviously Mark Andrews to kind of lead the team like in targets, which he is, at least based on my projections, will lead the team in targets. But I could see him getting, I got him like around I think it's between like 110 to 115, just kind of going off of memory. And I've got the target share of Bateman a lot higher than a lot of people anticipate. I think they're in a position for, I think it's a lock if you have like two receivers, this includes tight ends too, that can have like 100 plus targets. Andrews is one of them. But then that second one, it's coming down between like Brown and like Bateman for me. But I think the target share will be a lot higher than what people like anticipate. And so training camp, that's a situation I'm going to be watching very closely in Baltimore, just to see how aligned Bateman and Lamar Jackson is. But I think it's in the realm of possibilities that Bateman finishes the season as the most targeted Ravens receiver. It's possible. And
can we get excited for Hollywood Brown this year? I know a lot of us have been waiting. He's such an explosive playmaker.
Mm-hmm.
We just haven't seen it happen yet. Whether it's the playbook, whether it's the connection, whatever it is, we just haven't seen it happen yet. But I'm really hoping that it does. Are you optimistic, or are you saying anything is possible, but I would invest elsewhere?
Yeah, I think anything is possible. I would agree. I would just invest elsewhere, because I always try to kind of look at it from different angles and kind of be contrarian and try to at least kind of I guess project or tell a story for how certain scenarios can happen. I think it's some runway there for Bateman. The thing with Brown is like a lot of people are like, okay, he's been there for a couple of years. It's got to happen like eventually. So I think a lot of people, just with knowing that, kind of unconscious bias, would end up just drafting Brown like ahead of Bateman. So that's where the value kind of is there for me, because Bateman will be readily available because a lot of people are overlooking him. If they're drafting, they're thinking, okay, Brown, Andrews, I don't want to touch anyone else from this offense. But I think Lamar could end up throwing a lot more than what people anticipate, because like if you look at like Lamar Jackson, I'm like I could see him. I think the floor for him on pass attempts is about 450. But it wouldn't surprise me if he gets up to like the 475, just given the weapons that they've surrounded him with. And then you don't want the guy like taking that kind of contact and pain like year in and year out. He's accumulated a lot of rushing attempts. And just for his career, like if I'm, someone in his inner circle, or maybe even the coaches have told him this. We don't know those conversations that go on. It's just like, it probably didn't go like this. But it's just like, hey, dude, you're taking a lot of contact these past couple of seasons. I want you to prioritize focusing more as a passer. Still add that element with the running game and getting those yards, but you need to progress as a passer this year. If I'm putting you on a coaching action plan, that's your priority for this year. And so I think what the weapons, like indirectly, that they've surrounded with kind of supports that narrative. But I think all of these players, they have something that they want to focus on, or multiple things, like from one season to the next, because this is their job. I'm like, they have like performance evaluations at the end of each year. I'm like, we see the final product, but we don't know what's happening in team meetings, positional meetings, like one-on-ones with the coaching staff. We don't know those things, but I just think this is the year that he has to progress as a passer. Otherwise, I think his career could be like in jeopardy. Not saying that he's not going to play in the league, but it's like if I'm building a team and I'm looking at it, I'm like, I need a quarterback that's going to be able to throw the football. I know the Konami code and the dual threat quarterback, that stuff's cute for fantasy. I know we're all enamored by it as a community, but it's just like, I need a guy that's going to deliver the ball, and I need someone that I can count on at least for the next 6 to 8 years. I'm like, if he's taking that kind of contact and not progressing, then you could see a scenario for in a couple of years, everyone's like, oh my God, the Ravens are moving on from Lamar Jackson. I think this could be the start of that if he doesn't develop. But again, that's a very, not a hot take, but it's just a different angle to look at it from, because I'm looking at it like from a business lens.
When you talk about Lamar Jackson and his development, I agree with the need that has to come. I just believe in Lamar Jackson as the human. When I see him wearing shirts that says "Nobody cares, work harder," when I see him carry a little bit of an edge, and then when I do see him jump into Miami game 1, drop 5 touchdown passes, just doing these types of things, it's like maybe an accurate prototypical passer is not who his natural mold would be, but humans can become who they decide to become. And often in situations with somebody who has the gifts and all the abilities and opportunities such as Lamar Jackson. So I am optimistic about it.
I am too.
Yeah, I think he can do it.
Yeah, no, I think he can. I love the work ethic, and I just think it's something that he's prepared for. And I think we'll see the kind of the proof of that, like for this year. And that's why I really like him, like as like a value, because his value was really high going into last year, where people are like, oh, look what he did the previous year. And he kind of got out of the gate slow, but he turned it on as the season progressed. But yeah, he's a quarterback I really like at his ADP. I know a lot of folks are enamored by Jalen Hurts, and rightfully so. Good situation. Played well last year. But I think Lamar Jackson if he's a consolation prize, if I miss out like on Hurts, then I'll take that all day.
Speaking of consolation prize, Moody, if you could bless us and let us know in Whisper Nation of the folks drafting along, who do you think did the best on this one? Who would you go ahead and give the nod to for these ones? While you're taking a look at that, I just want to give a big shout out here to Whisper Nation for jumping in at 5:53 in the morning on the West Coast, 8:53 on the East Coast. Love to see you here. We got 20 folks chiming in. If you like what you're listening to, if you like fantasy football community and the things that you hear coming out of this channel, do us a favor. Hit us with a thumbs up. Hit us with a like and subscribe. And as the couch said, if you change your mind, it's a really easy way to fix it. You just click the same button that you clicked in the first time, and you get to be right here. So it would be awesome to keep growing the channel and connecting with more awesome hearts and minds in the fantasy football world.
I had a chance to take a look here. I know it's one team that I'm looking at that I was like, I really like how that team came together. And, it's not mine, so I'm not going to say, oh, well, it's my team. No, I'm not going to say that. No, it's Will 47. I really like that
47.
Squad. Yeah.
Will 47 is a selection. What do you like about him?
Yeah, what I like is that with picking from the the second pick, I'm like started off with McCaffrey. McCaffrey, the opportunity shares there. But then you got a guy like Austin Eckler. That was a really nice value. That's who I was hoping. I know hope's not a strategy. That would have fallen a little bit more for me to get in the second round. It didn't happen. He was able to land him. So Austin Eckler's solid. You look at Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's like another one of my dark horse candidates to finish as like the overall running back 1 this season. So again, nice value there. Really solid running back core. Address the tight end position with Mark Andrews. Solid tight end 1, someone that can finish his top 5, in my opinion, at the 4th pick. Then you got Jamar Chase. The targets are going to be there. I think he's a lot to at least see 130 plus targets. They got a lot of targets, a lot of pass attempts, I would say, in that Bengals offense with Joe Burrow, just given that defense. So I like Chase. Then he turns around and gets Burrow as his first quarterback. And I think when you have like Burrow and Lawrence, those are solid QB2s. They're going to give you some QB1 weeks. So I really like that. And then, it'll be interesting to see who his third quarterback would be. But you got Tyler Boyd that's there. So locking up, a lot of targets from that Bengals offense. Then you've got James Conner, as your RB4, and Kenyon Drake, who I talked about my love for him this year as the RB5. And we talked about Bateman. The opportunity that's there, and then with Terrence Marshall, and then with like AJ Green. So it just really comes down to, for Will, I would say when you're looking at kind of start or sit decisions, is that the choosing or doing the work or putting in the work on the matchups, trying to determine which wide receivers to start would be key, and then really working the waiver wire to kind of add on additional wide receivers that can emerge would be key. But no, I just really like that team and kind of how it came together looking at these 13 rounds. So
really appreciate that breakdown and appreciate the way this whole thing came together. It's been a privilege to catch your insights and to draft alongside you here. One last time here before we let you go, Moody, where's the best place for Whisper Nation to link up with you, and anything that we should be paying particular attention to from Pro Football Network or any of the other avenues you're working on?
Yeah, I could chime in on that. And so obviously hit me up on Twitter. Very active, on Twitter. You can find me there at Eric M. Moody. I know my Twitter handle is there, so you can find me there. And as I mentioned about Pro Football Network, very happy to be with the team over there as a senior fantasy analyst. I've been there since June, creating a lot of content. Really excited for our draft guide to come out. Again, I'll just echo what I mentioned earlier. It's like, Tommy Garrett and I have put a lot of work into creating content for it. So excited for that to kind of be unleashed. But, again, I create audio, content there, written content, and video content, and just be familiar with Pro Football Network. We're the primary voice, for pro football. A lot of content around latest NFL news, rumors, analysis regarding fantasy football. Of course, that's my area: betting, NFL draft, college football, and more. I know we've also brought in on Adam Beasley. Excited to have him on the team as our NFL insider. So he's been able to break a lot of news with us. And I know he was able to break the news about Chase Edmonds kind of being, the RB1 for Arizona, and getting a high percentage of the opportunity share there. And James Conner may not be as much of a factor as people think. And so just to be able to
tweet that out, I want to go follow him right now. I mean, he's going to be he's like my new favorite fan right now.
Yeah, this was a couple of weeks ago. And so what I like about the dynamic with having him like on our staff is that I was able to immediately take that info and write like an article about it, to weave in like my updated Chase Edmonds projection and just my take like on that offense in the backfield. And so with having him on our team is huge, because he's able to break a lot of news for us. And so again, it's just really great stuff. But yeah, you can check out all my content there. So it's good to have everything consolidated in one place, because I was writing for a ton of places before. And I would say the best thing you can do is just hit me up on Twitter. Always happy to help, start sit questions, fantasy questions. So we'll take it from there. But I guess that's all I'll plug.
Whisper Nation, you heard it here first. Do yourself a favor. Follow Eric Moody on Twitter. Go ahead and connect with ProFootballNetwork.com, and your life will be improved on this one. And that's not blowing smoke on this one. This has just been an absolute treat. The mind has been opened, even if it's been trying to resist all of the how many hours we've been doing this, but you made it easy in this last hour, and we appreciate you greatly, and we hope to have you back a part of the show again soon.
Yeah, when we're not,
we're better than this normally.
Yes,
I promise.
We are so much, but we will get there. We'll get that last push. We will get it, but we appreciate you, Moody.
Thanks, Moody.
No. Hey, gentlemen. Hey, you are welcome. And again, hey, I think you guys were great for as many hours as you've been at this. I was like, if I can help kind of just keep talking about players to give you guys a reprieve, I was trying to do that. But no, seriously though, thanks for the invite. Thanks for all that you do. And hey, I look forward to the next time. And I'll throw out another pop culture reference to close this out. As Macaulay Culkin mentioned, like in Richie Rich back in the day, it's been real.
Oh, there we go. Love it.
All right, gentlemen.
Later,
Peace.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Another one down.
Before we just plug it in. How we doing, gentlemen? We're on hour 20.
Oh man, it's getting the 20th hour is difficult. That's the roadblock. I know.
This guy's there, a wave of energy.
All right. We're gonna bring in our next guest here. He is just a pre-intro before he intros himself. But he is also he is my Scott Fishbowl league, the Guns N' Roses league. He is the leader. He is the man that also knows a thing or two about 24 hours of streaming live. That is the one, the only Sal Letto. What's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, I think Johnny's the young guy in the Guns N' Roses division, right? Like
I am, yeah.
I got no hair left. Like I used to have nice long hair when Guns N' Roses was around, and And now Johnny's and I'm like, who is this guy? We need to get into his dad's CDs or something. You're right, CDs, John. Those are round, these little discs. You used to put them in a tray and listen to them. What's up, guys?
Hey, it's a great group because you guys, like, I feel like I can now bounce ideas off of you guys, and you'll give me that, that advice that I need. We brought up some kid stuff, and you guys had some great advice there, and yeah, it's I'm really looking forward to being in that league with you guys.
Yeah, it's a good group, and I appreciate you guys reaching out and asking me to come on. 20 hours in, you're right. I've done the longest I've done is 25. We actually did 25 hours one year when Mike Wright couldn't make it during the regular 24. We extended it an hour and did it with Mike. But proud of you guys for going. You look good. Listen, is it Travis? Is that Big Travie?
Yeah,
is that his name? He dropped out for a minute. I thought he was taking a nap, but he's back now. But.
Yeah, he's
quick nap.
His voice is just it's going down. It's going down. So he's got to mostly. It now is what is the movie?
Better Days, Sal.
Yeah,
Better Days.
I know the feeling, bud.
Oh man, but we want to say thank you so much for joining us, Sal. We know that you are a busy man who does a lot for not only the community of fantasy football, which we're all about, but you also have content where you put out podcasts and stuff like that. So if you want, before we get into the mock draft, give the people where they can find your stuff, what you're doing and up to, and then we'll jump into this mock.
Yeah, mostly if you follow me on Twitter, which you see on the screen, Sal Leto FF. I originally started out doing a fantasy football funhouse. Look at my little plug with my buddies Kevin and Steve, who do the SFB Podathon with me, and we do that show every year, live 24 hours, as you mentioned. And during the season now, I pop up here and there, but I also I host it on the Daily DFS podcast for RotoViz. I started doing that last year with TJ Calkins and Matt Jones. We'll be back this year. I'm not sure if Maddie's joining us because he did get picked up with another company. But TJ and I will definitely be back on Wednesday nights with RotoViz doing that show.
Love it, dude. Well, let's jump in, shall we?
Full room.
Full room. We got
What was the 25 hours that you and Mike were doing earlier you mentioned?
Well, we did the 24-hour Podathon, the SFB Podathon, and Mike Wright wasn't available till 9 a.m. in Arizona time, and we were finishing at noon here. So we added the extra hour from 12 to 1 o'clock that year. So we went 25 hours.
That's even more brutal because the whole time your mind is just set on, okay, if I could just get to the 24 hours. And then you get there, and like you said, it's Mike Wright. So you're like, oh, I really, you guys once again are all about the community. That's why we love you guys so much. And so you get that quick adrenaline rush of being like, okay, like we could do this one more hour for the people, for the community. But it is torture because the whole time you had in your mind that, hey, I'm jumping off here in 24 hours. So kudos to you, man.
Yeah, the mindset is not always easy, right? Because it's the same thing with work. If you're working an overtime shift and they spring some more hours on you, like, oh my God, I had it in me. But yeah, you guys will get that win. You gotta listen, Austin looks fresh as a daisy, man. I don't know what is that a still shot?
You know what? No, you know what it is? You know the real talk on this one? We've been sober on this one the whole way through. We've been doing it. We just get weird. You know what I mean? It's like you have this way that you like to behave, and then you meet people, and then you stop caring what they think because you're too tired to care, and then you can't care because that takes too much energy, and I don't have it for that. So like we're just doing it. You know what I mean? And like if we're weird, like welcome to life. That's what it goes. So like I don't know, man. I caught this different current at some point. Yeah. And like I sometimes I fall asleep with my eyes open just sitting here, but like it's working.
Don't admit to that. We have a contest as to who's not going to fall asleep. So yes, I was just going to say Scott Fish and he's wearing the same shirt as me in his picture, which is weird. He should have called and let me know that he was doing that.
But he sent you the text, dude. You didn't get the text?
No, I'm technologically unsavvy. So yeah, the overnights is when it gets rough, right? It doesn't matter what time you start. When it's nighttime and you should be sleeping, it gets really, really rough. And then I don't know if any of you guys are by a window, but if the sun comes in, it starts to give you a little bit of rejuvenation.
Oh, interesting. Well, we had this conversation.
Johnny, go look at the light. Just go look at it. Just breathe it in. Just suck it in. Stop thinking that you're not going to like it and love it. Take it. Be it. Enjoy it. Embrace it.
It's like A Bug's Life when he's like, "Don't look at the light. I can't help it." It just zings right into the the fly trap there. I don't know. See, it's weird to me when I see like I guess I'm a night owl, so it's okay. Like I can stay up late into the night, so it's not so much for me. It's when I see the sun starting to come back up, then I'm like, oh, I should be asleep right now. Like I should not be seeing this. I think that's where my struggle comes in.
I think you just feel guilty. I think it just throws you for a little loop, and that's what I'm saying, man. We got to break the expectations. Just let it flow, baby. Just let it come and go, and there we go. Speaking of which, coming and going, we got a lot of players that are coming on the board, off the board. In our last super flex, we saw like 2-3 quarterbacks in Moody's mock just before. They are just flying off now. We've got 8 quarterbacks off the board. Sal, in a super flex, are you taking a quarterback early, or are you grabbing up one of these other skill positions and going with what quarterbacks are available a little bit later?
It definitely depends on my draft position. I did take 3 in this one, and at that spot, I'm definitely going with one of the top quarterbacks. In SFB, Johnny will tell you I had the 101 and I took Mahomes. I figured in this draft it would be Mahomes, McCaffrey. That's why I took 3. I want to see what fell to me there, and I haven't had Allen anywhere else yet this year. So I'm happy to grab him there. And then it depends on what comes to me in the second round. I don't necessarily need to go right back to quarterback in a draft like this. It's going pretty quickly, but I'm going to get a quick third-round pick. So one of those 2 picks will likely be a quarterback.
Sal, is the 101 your favorite pick? Because you've had it a lot. Since I've known you, I should say.
It's not my favorite pick. I didn't know this until we had Scott on the Podathon this year. He actually rather if you tell him what spot you want in the SFB. And I always thought that was kind of burdensome. So I just left it. I never requested a spot. And he gave me 101 last year and this year. Now, last year was great, right? I got McCaffrey until McCaffrey died on us. So I didn't love it this year. I felt like the third round reversal, I felt like naked in the wind. I'm not going to lie to you. I was like, oh my God, I'm struggling to get back around. And guess who I got to take when I finally got to pick in my third round, if you don't remember?
You took Matthew Stafford, right?
No, I don't have Stafford. I didn't take a quarterback. I took Cam Akers. So it hurts. It hurts even more.
I didn't even realize that.
Yes. So it was Mahomes. God, I can't even
brutal.
Yeah, Mahomes, and then who the hell did I even go with second? I can't even remember. You guys have been up for 20 hours, and I'm over here. I can't remember who I picked in the second round.
I'm gonna look it up now because you got me one. Because I remember
I'm also on a clock, so it's a good time for you to look it up.
I do remember you talking about Stafford, though, and I
would have happily taken him, but he wasn't there for me.
That's right. He probably went right. Okay, let me pull this up because now I'm wondering.
Yeah, so I went Tyreek Hill here. I could have went Diggs to get the stack with Allen, but I just think Tyreek is the best wide receiver for fantasy this year. But I don't love these. I don't love already the third round, the quarterback options that are coming back to me. That's how quick it dries up in Superflex.
So quick.
So, Travis, that voice. I'm feeling pain for you.
Yeah,
So I tell you, since I don't like it, I'm going to let it go another round because I don't love what's here, and I feel like something will come back to me that equates to what's there. So a guy who's going to probably be getting a lot of work now that nobody else is going to be playing in Green Bay this year, Aaron Jones. I'll take him as my first wide receiver off the board in the third round.
That's pretty good. I think he's falling so much because of all the Aaron Rodgers news, and I think a lot of these Packers players actually are going to be a pretty good value as long as Aaron Rodgers comes back. I think that you see some of these gambles paying off early, and I think that Aaron Rodgers could, if he comes back. Obviously, you have Aaron Jones, who has been a top 8 running back for the last 2 years. And then you have Devontae Adams, hopefully will come back or be. I don't think he's not going to play. I don't think either one is not going to play.
Yeah,
I don't think they sit out.
It's weird. I was talking to a buddy of mine this past week, literally the day before that news came out from Pro Football Talk, and I was like, there's no way Rodgers isn't playing. I was definitely in that camp that there's no way he's not playing. So that was a very interesting little release yesterday that the betting lines are pulling down the Packers over-unders. Because there's rumor that he's going to retire. Man, that would be a shock to the system. Because I figured even if he doesn't retire, he's going to go play somewhere else. But Green Bay, they're both digging in. We'll have to see what happens.
I won't lie. I would like it for my Jordan Love pick that I took way late. That's the one instance in why I'm like, oh, this would be kind of cool. But
Very selfish, Johnny. Very
yeah,
selfish.
it is 100% selfish. I fully admit to that. It's okay to be selfish every once in a while in fantasy football.
Sal, how many years have you been in Scott Fishbowl?
This is so I started in SFB 480, which would have equated to Scott Fishbowl 6. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, so this would be my 6th year. 6th year.
Nice.
My best finish was 2018. I made it to the semifinals. And actually, so quick about that, I took Le'Veon Bell that year in the first round. That was his holdout year. But I got James Conner in the 20th round of that. Nobody was on him, I guess. I got him in the 20th round. I also got McCaffrey in the 3rd round that year. And I got Aaron Jones. That was the year he was suspended the first 4 games. So I was stacked at running back. And I rolled into the semifinals, and Connor and Aaron Jones both got hurt that week. So that spelled the end of my SFB run. But yeah, it was, listen, I just love the event every year. I love getting to meet guys like Johnny. Like, I've seen you guys around Twitter, but we had never really spoke before. And that's the idea. That's the whole basis of what Scott does, is to bring the community together and get to meet new people. There's people I met in SFB 480 who I'm still friendly with, 6 years later. So that's really the whole idea behind it.
It's really funny because, like, when we were thinking about, the mock draft marathon and, having people on, it's really, we looked at the Scott Fishbowl and we're like, community, he's got it. Like, that's what we want, but for mock drafts. And it was like, so that's basically how we kind of like thought of this Austin thought of this whole thing of like, because it's wild and crazy. But then we were like, oh, community. And that's what we love so much about the Scott Fishbowl. Every single analyst we've had on this entire mock draft, we've all talked about how great the community is, how awesome and welcoming. And that's why we got into it. And so it's just and it's for a great cause, just like we're trying to do for a great cause here and help the Women of Sports Foundation. So yeah, it's all. And I finally pulled up your 2nd round. So you had Cam, and you took Cam in the 2nd with.
I took him in the 2nd round. Okay.
Yeah, with your 212, and then let's see, I have to go back to.
It's got to be Dobbins, maybe.
Yeah, you took Dobbins. Well, Hawkinson and then Dobbins.
Oh, TJ, that's right.
Yeah, which I liked your TJ pick because with the premier or the premium tight end premium.
Yeah,
it's good.
Let me tell you, in the Fishbowl, last year I had the 101, took McCaffrey. I also took Zach Ertz, and I also took Le'Veon Bell. Those are 3 of my first 4 picks.
Hoorah.
And that sounds terrible, right? I made the playoffs, believe it or not, in the Scott Fishbowl last year, even with those 3 clunkers, because I worked the waiver. I got James Robinson right off the top. My draft ended before he was announced the starter, so I was able to get him in the first wave. And I got Justin Herbert in the 16th round of the Scott Fishbowl last year. So that was pretty huge. So, guys, I took – and Austin, you had dropped out for a second. When it came back to me in the 3rd round, I really did not like the QB choices, and I figured something that would equate to what I would take there would come back around me. So far, only 2 quarterbacks have gone since I made that decision, so it may play into my hands.
I like that. On my Superflex, I did with Alex Strofe, I think around 1 or 2 a.m., I went ahead with I'm pausing on the quarterbacks. I'm going to wait and see. I don't think I took one until round 6. I went in with Baker Mayfield and Daniel Jones were the 2 I ended up picking up and had a stacked set of running backs and wide receivers.
So let's talk about Daniel Jones, because I took him in the Scott Fishbowl, and I took him fairly early. I think I actually took him around where his ADP ended up shaking out, but at the time it was kind of early. There's a ton of weapons in that offense, right? Saquon's coming back eventually, hopefully sooner than later. Mm-hmm. And I think Daniel Jones is in line for a good QB2 in a Superflex type of year, but people are just shitting on that guy. What are your feelings on him, Austin? Obviously, you like him.
I think that he's got enough to make it happen with some attractive upside from the running perspective. I think that the Giants team isn't going to be great, which is going to bode well for their fantasy production. They're going to have to keep up. They're going to have to try and score. I like Kenny Golladay coming on board. I like the fact that Daniel Jones hasn't really had anybody better than Shepard or Slayton. I guess Evan Ingram you could throw in that category too. It's almost like you've been training with the donut on the bat, and then you get a Kenny Golladay. God letting his hip fly and go good there. But if he's got these weapons that he's working with, he's another year progressed, another year developed. He hasn't been bad, and we've seen his physical upside, and we've all seen that burst down the field when he lost his footing and he went flying. But he's an underrated athlete. He's got the best weapons he's had his entire career, and he's shown us that he can get it done. I think he's going to be a more competent quarterback this year, and it's going to work out well in your favor.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree on all those things. He brings, and in the Fishbowl, where you get the first downs for running and stuff like that, he's going to get a few of those. The points for first down, I should say. He's going to get a few of those a game, probably, 1 to 2 of those a game is another couple of points here and there. So I think he's definitely being underrated, underappreciated for sure. I decided when it came to me that the 2 people ahead of me, one of them already had 2 quarterbacks. So I guess I let it swing a little bit. There's a guy I'm targeting here who's another guy who's probably under people's radars this year, who I've always been a fan of and I like. So in case the people are watching who are mocking with, I won't say who it is, but if he falls to me, I'll be.
This is always the great debate on the show that we always get into, whether or not we tell the people that we're trying, which one we're eyeing, and wait. Austin always reveals whoever I tell him, so I
tell it right away.
Yeah, and right, yeah.
We were drafting as a unit, and he messaged in the chat, I think we should take Tannehill. I was like, Tannehill's a fine pick, Johnny, but let's go ahead and talk about some of the other available options right here.
I literally just I just went quiet. I'm like, seriously? And of course, next pick off the board was Ryan Tannehill. So I'm like, well, great. Now we don't even get our quarterback.
We're over here. First off, agitation is good on camera. It's exciting. There's drama. It's fun to watch. And second off, we're here to share insights. So if Johnny's got a player that he is so hyped on that he's trying to keep it secret from a mock draft, I'm like, there's probably an insight worth sharing with this audience that you've worked your ass off for years and years and years to build. You got the brain nuggets. Go ahead and give it to them. Nobody gives a shit about how your fantasy mocks finishes out here, but they do care about the insights. I know you do.
I care.
I know you do, but that's why I'm looking out for you on this one and being like, Johnny, I know we're going to deprioritize that desire, and we're going to share the insights with the community, and we're going to watch the whole thing grow instead.
Well, that guy, that's first of all, Austin's right. So if you, I'll get back to my pick, but if you watch the podathon, the S&P podathon that we do, when we have guests on, as soon as they talk about it, their chat. Now I get in the chat. Go to people's picks. They get sniped, and even if it was their sleeper, people will take them 5 rounds earlier just to f with them. Yeah. So I've seen it. I've seen it before. It ended up being Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz is. Listen, this guy was an MVP level quarterback when he got injured. It's not his fault he got injured, and obviously people go, well, Nick Foles won a Super Bowl with that team. Yeah, it was a pretty good team that year, and Nick Foles played great. He loves Jesus, and I guess Jesus looked down on him that year. But
that's a pretty good saying right there. I like that one.
Carson Wentz, to me, is a guy going into an offense that is just stacked with weapons. People forget that Paris Campbell could fly down the field, right? Michael Pittman. T.Y. Hilton is not dead. You got the best young running back in the league, probably. When I say not the best running back in the league, but the guy that just came in is in his second year. And you got other running backs that can play as well.
And Mo Alley Cox.
And my man.
Totally dismissed.
Have Mo Alley Cox pretty much on every dynasty team because I had him on that 2018 Scott Fishbowl team that went to the semis. That's how much I love. I don't want to say.
Sal, you know who got him in our league this year?
Probably Johnny Game Time.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Give me some of that Mo Alley Cox way late.
I'm glad you put the Mo Alley before you said give me some of that, and you didn't just say Cox because that would have been awkward for everybody.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
especially his wife.
We say we get weird on this show. We don't get that weird. No, I'm just kidding. It's all. It got
the sun's still down.
I agree. What Sal? When I was looking at Carson Wentz's weekly breakdown, even looking back at people were saying he was a terrible quarterback. That last year with Philadelphia, and he was putting up some nice quarterback 1 weeks. Now, was it a high end? No, it was like quarterback 10, quarterback 8. But that's startable. Like, that's a top 12 quarterback.
But how often did he have his actual weapons on the field every week? In Philadelphia, exactly. It was a mash unit, right? It was horrendous. Every week they didn't know who they were starting, let alone could you start somebody in fantasy. But he had his best year with Frank Reich as his offensive coordinator, and he's with him now. And I think there's a lot in that connection, that coach and quarterback connection. I think they have it. So
I definitely agree with that.
And I feel better getting him in the 5th round rather than reaching for him like where I took Aaron Jones or even Swift. With that, being close to the wraparound, not necessarily the wraparound, you still get that opportunity to make quick picks. And the gentleman Zach was picking before me or after me, depending on which way we're going, he went with Austin's theory of just punting quarterback here. So it worked out for me.
Who else is available? I don't have the QBs up in front of me right now. Are there any viable?
The top
players?
QB available is Fields, then Watson, who we don't know if he's going to play or not this year still. Trey Lance, you're getting into all the young guys. Tua, Fitzpatrick.
Okay.
Winston, Zach Wilson. You're into guys that are all I would consider number 2s in a Superflex.
Yeah, I'd mess with Fitzpatrick, maybe 2 if I had to, and then I would make sure I definitely got Justin Fields for that upside you assume once he's got the starting role.
Sal, this is something we've been tossing back and forth, but we'll ask you since you're the guest on the show right now, and they've heard enough of us. Cupper Woods this year with Stafford under center.
I feel like obviously it's going to be those 2 guys as the top 2 guys, but neither one of them are really downfield guys, right? They're really more take the quick pass and go kind of guys. And Stafford could throw. If there's one thing he could do, he could throw that ball downfield. So I'm looking at some other guys on an offense later in the draft because where Woods and Cup are going, I could probably get some other guys I like a little bit more there. If push comes to shove, it's Robert Woods for me. If push comes to shove, right? Cup is reliable. Cup is. He's shorthanded, but Woods gets me a little bit more excited of the 2.
He also has that sneaky rushing upside.
He does, yeah.
If you get first downs for,
they just figured out a way to put him in the game, right? Like they design a lot of plays for Robert Woods, and that's just a nice thing to see. They're going to make sure he's involved in the game plan, no matter what.
Yeah, and it's a shame what happened with Cam Akers there. That offense was set to be a little bit more explosive with him. We'll have to see. Henderson wasn't bad. Oh, I'm on the clock, so I should probably be paying attention to that. So I got 2 quarterbacks. I got 2 running backs. I got a nice wide receiver. Oh, the number 1 wide receiver available right now, Michael Thomas. We'll just skip right over that. So I'm going to actually I'll add DJ Moore.
All right.
I like that one.
To go there. And, I'm a very balanced drafter. I don't do runs. It's very rare you'll see me go 5 running backs or 5 wide receivers in a row. I'm very balanced, and I have a nice balance going right now, so I'm happy with that.
Sticking in the Rams offense, where should we be targeting Henderson given the Akers news right now? Where do you think who's going right after him or right before him in your take?
Well, I definitely am not taking him where I was taking Akers, and then people will be like, "Oh, but why?" He did. I just feel like Akers was ready for that breakout, and I think Henderson is good and he could do things, but I don't think he's, a 3rd round, 4th round running back. So for me, Henderson's probably more 6th to 7th round. Boy, who's right before him and who's right after him?
Kareem Hunt or Henderson?
I literally was just about to say Kareem. I was literally going to say Kareem Hunt is the guy I put him in because he's in a timeshare, so to speak, even though we know it's more Chubbs. But I'd probably go Kareem Hunt because I'm not sure. I think that the way Sean McVay coaches, a little hot hand approachy, that if he doesn't like what he's seen out of Henderson, we could see somebody else. We saw that with Brown. We saw that with when Akers got healthy. And so it's a little too much what's going good today. The same way that Shanahan is. Very similar coaching styles when it comes to running backs for those 2
Michael
guys.
Hasty, Jeff Wilson, Mostert,
yeah. So yeah.
On the clock, Sal.
Oh my God! It's just happening so quick.
Sorry, not to interrupt you there, but
you definitely
didn't want. I
don't mind.
Yeah, I didn't want you to get auto drafted because it's one of the worst feelings. Not that you would be the first person because we've had it many a times, but it's just like it usually doesn't pick a good player for you. And so
I took Travis at the end. Somebody was asking me about Etienne yesterday, what my feelings were. I think he's going to be a bigger part of the offense than people expect. That's high draft capital they spent on him. The coach has no allegiance to Robinson from last year. We could all say, hey, you can't ignore what Robinson did, and because we're fantasy football players. But Etienne's the guy with the pedigree, right? And I think Robinson could still be trade bait somewhere. And this is a guy coming in as a college coach who's going to probably want to make his mark with the guys that he took in the draft.
What if Robinson goes to LA? That'd be
wonderful, right? I just picked him up
right.
late. I just started the new Superflex Dynasty. Literally, I'm not quite done with the startup right now, and I got Robinson extremely late. So
that would be. I mean, there were the rumors with Jamal Williams going there after they just had signed him. I would love that.
I can't see a realistic pathway in, say, a 2 to 3 year window. You're talking Dynasty and James Robinson, where his outcome is a disappointing one. Like, yeah, this year it could be a down year, right? Like Travis Etienne could be getting a lot more early down work than we're expecting right now. Maybe he's involved in the goal line because he's shifty and he has a knack for scoring. Maybe James Robinson ends up being more of an even split between him and Carlos Hyde, but it is Etienne. I think if you see that case, then you're going to be able to move on from James Robinson possibly. Now, maybe they want to keep him like a Gus Bus situation over in Baltimore, where it's a guy who's just getting 5+ yards a carry every single year, and you decide he's the third string running back just because. Maybe you do that, but it feels like Urban Meyer would do something with that. And just like Johnny had mentioned, we said before, if he goes to an LA, maybe if he goes to an Atlanta, another one of these teams that could use a running back. And his numbers look good. His deeper numbers look pretty good. He seems like a guy who works really hard, and I think he's going to have a good NFL career, whether or not that's in Jacksonville. Maybe I'm being optimistic about him, but I just think a guy who's undrafted and comes in, has a season like that, and proves a lot of people wrong, takes a job, they cut Fournette because of it. He's just got to have something else to him that's going to be hard to dismiss.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think the reason he works so hard is he's an undrafted player, right? Those kids have to come in and work that much harder because they're that more disposable. People get terms like disposable, they're human beings. I get it, but this is sports. So yeah. He's disposable, right? Mm-hmm. He's expendable, however you want to say it. Sure. So I agree with you. I hope he lands somewhere else because I'm not big on Urban Meyer as far as an NFL coach goes. I don't think it's gonna go well in Jacksonville. I think it's gonna be quickly out of the league.
So are you high on Tim Tebow?
It's funny because I was in a couple of best ball drafts when all that news happened that it was late. There was nobody available, and I did take Tebow in a couple very late best ball drafts just for shits and giggles,
Yeah,
so, but no.
In that case, it definitely makes sense because those are like 22 rounds or whatnot.
Yeah, it's like excruciating pain.
It's so funny when that broke and how many people, Tim Tebow and he's gonna be good. Right? I'm like
Tebow, Urban Meyer, all these players. Jacksonville is like the most Florida team to me, and I don't even mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a both sides of the Florida coin, if you will. Like, yeah, we like to talk about dudes in mullets riding around on tractors on the highway in Florida, sure, but we also got Disney World. We got Busch Gardens. We got beautiful beaches and all kinds of stuff. Like, Florida's got a lot going on to it, and so do the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying they got a lot going on. We got a high-priced, sexy head coach in Urban Meyer. We got one of the greatest college quarterbacks now playing tight end for him. We got a Travis Etienne taking second running back off the board, who's now going to be a slot receiver for him. I don't know. Trevor Lawrence with the long hair and everything going on. It's just like, it just seems like such a Florida team for me in the best and worst ways and all this stuff. I'm here for the storyline on there. I'm not going to bet on him, but.
Hey, Sal, let me ask you this. Did you get the joke that Trevor Lawrence was trying to make with his photo a couple weeks ago, or last week, I should say?
What was maybe I didn't see the photo.
It was just literally like, it's like a photo of him and then Marvin Jones, LaViscus, and DJ Chark.
This was on a fishing trip thing that they were doing?
Yeah, and they're just like all laughing and looking at each other.
I may have missed the joke.
Well, right. I know. It's just like, it's like everyone turned it into a meme, and then it was just like, oh, what are they laughing at? Or like, oh, what's a funny joke? Or like they would just say a funny joke. So
it looked like a photo that's inside a frame at Target.
I can see that.
No, it definitely, that's it. Photo. Oh man, that's it for sure.
Here's the only way I'll ever get on board with Jacksonville. So if you follow me, if you know me, the Ohio State tight end Jeremy Ruckert, who's a senior this year, who Urban Meyer, by the way, recruited and said is the greatest tight end recruit I've ever seen in my life. I've known the kid since he's 6. He was my goalie when I coached soccer. When my son played him and my son grew up together. This kid is I know I'm on the clock, by the way, Johnny. This kid is a frontline stud tight end, and he's going a little bit underlooked. He's going to probably be like a 3rd-round pick right now next year. If he ends in Jacksonville, because I could see Urban Meyer reaching for him, I might be on the Duval bandwagon. So I'm going to take Cortland Sutton here, and Cortland Sutton to me is another guy that people are forgetting about the alpha male quality that this guy has. I've been on the record saying he could be the best wide receiver in the league. I don't know that he will, but I feel like he's a wide receiver 1.
I love it. Sal, you're just talking up my Scott Fish team over here, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, you sniped me, you son of a...
Bro, I love the amount of and we were so honest with each other, which was so, and no one took it, harshly or anything.
Oh, you can't.
But but that's what's so, Austin talks about it all the time on our show, is like, we all want that moment when you draft that guy, and we're all looking for that. I wanted him there, and so when we had that commentary with our whole league doing stuff like that, it really kind of made this whole online draft more realistic, and that was so much fun. It was just
if I'm a shit talker, right? That's where I come from. I grew up, I was an athlete my whole life. I played sports through college. If it's like locker room mentality, but meaning dogging each other. It doesn't have to be the sexual overtones that sometimes come along with the locker room mentality, but guys or girls together are just hamming it up with each other, dogging each other. You can't take that stuff personally. If you take that stuff too personally, maybe you're a little too uptight. That's what makes it fun. I can understand not going on Twitter and dogging people you don't know. I see far too much of that. Mm-hmm. But we're in here. We know what it's about. That makes the game. So if you take it too seriously because somebody sniped you in a game that starts with the word fantasy in it, this is not the place for you to be.
Don't need to be that serious.
I'm on the clock again.
Yeah.
Look who's there, James Robinson. So do I go with the handcuff? I don't think so.
Not today.
Wide receiver.
Go ahead, Michael Thomas, right there. You want him?
You know what? I took Juju. I don't, and I'm not even a big Juju guy. I'm more of a Deontay Johnson guy, but he went sooner than I thought. But again, that's another offense. I know they got Najee in there now, so they could try to balance out their running game. I think Ben's going to go just with his arm falling off this year, just throwing the ball everywhere. He knows his fat tummy doesn't have long for the NFL. Did you see that picture of him walking in the game the other day? He just looked like some guy you'd see on a construction site.
Was he wearing the shirt that different, or like I'm different?
Yeah,
built different or something like that. It's like you sure as hell are, bro. Who outside of fantasy?
I love that.
Which wide receiver in Pittsburgh do you think is going to have the most productive season? Not from a value perspective, but is it Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool, or Juju Smith-Schuster for the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2021?
I just think that Ben locks in on Deontay when he's in the offense. He just locks in on the target totals. Don't lie. Who's the most exciting? Claypool's the most exciting one. Claypool could get downfield. He could take the ball out of the backfield. He's the most exciting one. I just think this year with Ben. So if it was a dynasty, I'd take Claypool. 1 year with Ben because of the target volume, I go with Deontay Johnson.
Fair enough on this one. This has been a hot take on this. Man, Juju Smith-Schuster, yeah, I'm not going to open up that Pandora's box, but
well, to get him as my fourth wide receiver is
no, I like him. I like him. He's really
nice.
Consistent, just a solid wide receiver too, but also a guy that we were taking in the top 5 of dynasty startup drafts, not a few years earlier than
2 years ago,
1,400 yard season or whatever it was. When Antonio Brown was still the number 1 over there, and then you see him turning down the deal from Kansas City. I don't know, just there's no negativity on it. It's just a really interesting player in the NFL.
You know what the problem there is, right? Antonio Brown, for as crazy and douchey as he is really fucking good, and that's the reason why Juju was really good opposite him, right? And I'm probably the only guy in the world who actually owns an Antonio Brown Oakland Raiders jersey because they were Oakland at the time. Because I'm a Raiders fan. Born and raised in New York. Yes, I'm a Raiders fan since I'm a little kid. And my son buys me these jerseys all the time. And he bought that one when Antonio, because I was pumped. And then Hard Knocks happened, and I was like, oh my God, I'm never gonna get to wear this jersey, and it's still in my closet with the tags on it.
Oh no,
that's pretty funny though.
Like, by the way, I don't think he's watching, but shout out to my son. Today is my son's 20th birthday.
Hey, happy birthday!
Shout out.
My son's same name as me, Sal. Same name.
Happy birthday, Sal! Happy 20th
Happy birthday, Sal.
The big 2-0.
Big one. Nice.
Yeah. I'm old, guys.
Your son play fantasy?
My son definitely plays fantasy. He's basically the commissioner in all of his leagues. All his friends turn him like, oh, your dad does this, your dad does that. So they rely on him for everything. And I tell him, you know what I don't do? I don't commission any leagues. I'm not even remotely interested in being a commissioner at all.
Being the commissioner, I don't like it at all. I'm not good at it either.
My God, it's a full-time job at certain points. If your league cares and you care about your league, it's an underrated role or an underappreciated role. Big Travie is our current commissioner now. I think you're doing a really good job. Appreciate you, man.
That's why he's got no voice. You guys are killing him.
Yeah, he's had to scream at all kinds of people all the time. We're organizing our in-person draft, celebrating our 10-year reunion. It's technically our 11-year, but we had to we kept it indoors for the last season. So we're excited to be back in person for our upcoming one, and we're going to bring it back to where it all started, Flagstaff, Arizona. It's where many of us went to college, and a lot of us got to know each other, and that's Buffalo Wild Wings in Flagstaff, Arizona in 2010 is where our League of Records started, and we can't wait to go back this year.
That's amazing. That's great. I love when I see the old leagues that have stuck together. Like I said, having a 20-year-old son, I'll be 47 next week. I've been playing since 94, really like 92, 93, when I was playing in the back of the newspaper, New York Daily News. 94 was my first actual league with my cousins, who are about 13, 14 years older than me. And they brought me in, and that league was going strong until last year when COVID hit. Because it's a live draft, and they're in their 60s and stuff, and so we didn't meet last year. And because of some other health issues this year, unfortunately, with one of my cousins, I don't think the league's going to happen again this year. But that league went strong from 1994 to 2019, and those guys, we still did pen and paper right up until the end.
No way!
Yeah,
serious?
The end.
The league never went online. Never went online.
That's number 10 right here.
Oh,
we've been counting the truth bumps, the goosebumps that I get when like a point just hits, and that one right there, that one like boo, my hairs just stood right up on end after you said that. You guys, no joke, you guys were doing pen and paper 2 years ago.
Yeah, we had a scoring sheet that was printed, that was put together in the 90s. We still use that same scoring sheet, and it was categories, by the way, guys. It was categories. So my total team rushing yards against your total team rushing yards was worth 5 points.
Whoa.
My total team receiving yards versus your total team receiving yards was worth 5 points. There was bonuses. I'm on the clock, but yeah, it was different.
That's cool.
It was definitely different.
Really cool.
So you get 500 yards, your opponent gets 1 yard, you get 5 points.
That is 100% correct.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
I'm floored. 2
So,
years ago now we're doing pen and paper. That is
this guy,
cool.
I'm reaching a little early for him because I probably could get him later, but I'm also an Evan Ingram believer. The guy's talent is there. If he could just get his head straight and stop the drops, he's a legit top 5 tight end, Evan Ingram.
What do we say on this show, boys? Reach for your guy.
We're talking about a previous top 5 tight end who.
Also, you got him in the 10th. You got him in the 10th.
I'm saying based on the sleeper ADP, where they have him as ADP wise, he seems like a reach. But
I just want to say reach for your guy.
We do it at every chance we get. But Whisper Nation, this is a point we brought up a couple of times throughout this marathon, and I'll drag this point out throughout Sal's selection here because I know that one's coming around, is don't just prepare on one platform, especially if the platform you're preparing on is going to be different than the platform you're actually going to be utilizing, or if you're drafting live in person. Make sure you look at a couple of different rankings because they can be wildly different. I mean, like dramatically different from Yahoo's to ESPN's to Sleepers to Pick a Thing. And you don't want to, your league will be dramatically affected by the way your platform that you're using orders these guys up. It doesn't give it any necessarily more truth, but it is going to have influence. Do yourself a favor, stack up your own rankings ahead of time, free of a platform. It's not so that you just jump into a platform now, see rankings kind of all over the place and you get thrown off. So just don't let that happen, Whisper Nation. Different platforms have different rankings. Review all of those different ones and then make your own rankings. Or, hey, go ahead and buy the Fantasy Whispers draft kit for $15 right now. You get entered in a raffle if you do that as well. I think you get 3 tickets if you come in and you pick up the Fantasy Whispers draft kit right now for $15. And this puts you in a raffle to win some incredible prizes right now. We got the Deontay Johnson jersey that you can see right over Johnny's right shoulder. We also got an Alvin Kamara signed jersey and some other really nice giveaways that are going to be going out throughout the rest of the day. So go ahead, buy the draft kit. But if you don't buy the draft kit, just make sure you do your research in a number of platforms so you don't get thrown off seeing your platform set of ADP. Damn, I tried to keep that point. I thought I was going to get it right up to your pick, and I did it right before.
Well, I think the guy timed out. That was the problem. I think at the wrap, I think he double time out. But let me tell you something. My pick is up now, but that was smooth, Austin. I mean, you just went into that promo. I didn't even see it coming, and pow! I'm going to buy me one right now. That's how.
There you go.
Oh, I appreciate you.
So this is. I'm gonna. I keep referencing my age, right? A lot of people go for. High upside guys. I go for consistent veterans late that I know when all the other idiots fall by the side, like Odell Beckham Jr., are always there. And Jarvis Landry in the 11th round. I'll take it.
Okay, so we got to tell you the story because it was very funny. So last night we had Hue Jackson on the show, and we're mocking with them. And so I was like, okay, I gotta ask you, Coach. Did you ever say to Jarvis? Did you ever call him, thank you, bless him, or like great catch, bless him? And
where'd that come from?
Yeah, where did that come from? And then he came back and he said, all right. Then I came at him. I was like, did you ever say, hey, Juice, go bless him? And he just he went with it. It was the funniest thing. And then what was the ultimate saying, Austin? You wrote it down, right? Of what the
that's what it was.
Juice, go bless him.
Juice, go bless him was what he said.
Yeah, I said, how'd you bless him? Did you give him that nickname? He's like, I would just say, Juice, go bless him. And there we go. That's how we got the whole story.
Oh no, I'm about to auto draft. Oh, I was.
Oh, we haven't talked about you once in this draft. I didn't even realize you were picking.
Wow, unreal.
Oh, let me look at what you got going on.
Oh wait, no, I got 30 seconds. Never mind. For some reason I saw the 30. Okay, I'm good. We're okay.
Johnny is definitely reaching and needs some sleep time.
Oh yeah.
So I wish I unfortunately. So I saw you guys were having Hugh on, and I didn't get to tune in. We went out to have some drinks last night. My buddy, my best friend in the world, he's like my brother to me. We go to drinking at this place by the water, and this guy's backing in his boat, and he decides to try and help him back in the boat, dock the boat, and his hand gets caught between the motor and the dock.
Oh no!
Not the propeller, unfortunately,
but
right?
Just
smashed his finger. He's having surgery this morning. He's been in the hospital since last night. So I kind of was out of the whole thing last night. But Hugh, I'm a Raider fan, and he was our coach when Al Davis died, and he kind of was running the organization. It was like the Wild Wild West when he was there, and he traded those 2 first-round picks for Carson Palmer. And I want Hue Jackson right now in Vegas, and I want Aaron Rodgers. No matter what it takes, Hugh, you get Aaron Rodgers to Las Vegas.
We talked about it. We talked about David Dunn, who was representing Carson Palmer at the time and had encouraged the retirement play over in Cincinnati, which then ultimately leveraged into the deal with Oakland. And David Dunn is Aaron Rodgers' agent at the same time. And I thought Hugh had good insights on it. He's like, as an agent, you're going to tell them what's possible, what could happen. And someone with David's experience in this specific matter has a lot to share. And as a Packers shareholder and everything that goes along with that, that sucks because it worked out well for Carson Palmer. He got out of that situation. He then moved on to Arizona, got to play in a Super Bowl, and it just hurts deeply inside. We care about this too much, and oh my God.
Well, I didn't realize, Austin, I'm seeing it now that you're a Packers fan. I've been a closet Packers fan basically since Favre's been there, right? Because that was my first fantasy championship, 1998. I know, guys, I'm old. Was Brett Favre was my quarterback.
I got this from my aunt back in the day.
That's beautiful. That's awesome. Oh, you know what? I'm going to dig it out and show it to you. It's actually at my house that I don't live in anymore because I'm going through a divorce. But I'm just saying, it's over there in the garage. And when he was Man of the Year for Sports Illustrated, that same friend that had his finger crushed, he did the lighting at the Sports Illustrated party. And it's a giant, and I'm talking like humongous cover of the Sports Illustrated the year he was named Man of the Year or Player of the Year or whatever. I'll show
awesome.
you. That's pretty awesome. But I've always followed the Packers, and I really like Aaron Rodgers, even though he is a douche, which he is. But you need a certain level of douchiness to be a great quarterback, to be a great athlete, period. And he has that. So I would hate to see you lose your quarterback, but if he ever landed in Vegas, I'd be wearing that silver and black 12 immediately.
We've heard those from a couple of our guests here today. He's cool. We like him.
He's cool. So let me see. I'm on the draft. I'm on the board here, and it's been quarterbacks have been sporadic now, obviously because we're getting deeper. And I'm a type of guy who likes to have. I think that it's not the end of the road yet for Sam Darnold, and he's another guy. Stack him with DJ Moore here. He's another guy who's got a lot of weapons and has a new lease on life. And I think he's 22 years old. It's not like
he's so young.
He's a baby. And he's out of New York. So, or at least out of the Jets.
This is a top 3 drafted player, right? He went 3rd overall, I believe. This is a guy with tremendous pedigree. Top 5. And coming out of an Adam Gase system right now, I'm with you, Sal. I am excited to see what he's about. I don't have any shares necessarily. I just from a football perspective and a human perspective, I just hope he does well, and I'm excited to watch his story unfold.
Yeah, plus I don't have to see his mother all over the place like Zach Wilson's, which is nice. This woman could not wait for the opportunity to get exposure for herself. You may not. I don't know what it's like around the country, but in New York, when he got drafted, I saw her more than him.
Hey, really? Listen. If I were that good looking, I would want to be everywhere as well. And get me in front of cameras.
A lot of filters, Johnny. A lot of filters.
A lot of filters. That's too funny.
Oh, I appreciate that. Lando here says, because we always just want to stick it. It was taken 3rd.
Yeah, he was taken right behind Saquon, right?
Nice.
Who went 5 then? Who went 5?
Let's see.
Oh no, it was Daniel Jones that went 6, correct?
A couple years later,
maybe. I don't know.
Jones, yes, you're right about that. So I'm looking. Oh, he's already drafted.
Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold is. People thought taking Sam Darnold in the top 5 was an appropriate selection. Now I like Daniel Jones, but they didn't need to take him at 6.
I'm up for my last pick, guys. I'm just scrolling through. Don't mind me.
Oh, you're fine. I'm looking up because I'm pretty certain that even Sam Darnold didn't start playing football until later on in his teenage
late
career.
Development.
Yeah.
So I want to know, while Johnny's taking a look at that one, Sal, you just made your pick here, getting ready for that one. What are some late round flyers that fantasy drafters should be keeping an extra close eye on? Who are some guys you're primed and excited about this year that are super, super late, so we know that you might be dropping them?
So I
won't work out. Who are you excited about?
I was actually surprised that Ruggs went so early here in this draft because that's a guy who I feel is getting completely disrespected, especially in Dynasty. So I'm grabbing Ruggs late, wherever I could get him. Listen, this is this thing that goes on with people's mentality. When a team goes to the Super Bowl and they lose the Super Bowl, for some reason, we don't think of them as the second best team in the league. We think they suck. They lost the Super Bowl. So Henry Ruggs, unfortunately, was taken ahead of CeeDee Lamb. So everybody thinks he sucks now because he's not CeeDee Lamb. He never got started last year. He really didn't. And now, once he got back from his injury, Aguilar was already playing his role. And Aguilar's moved on. And Ruggs is going to have the opportunity. And I really like Ruggs late. Go ahead. Did I cut somebody off?
Oh, no, you're good. I was just going to say Ruggs was a sleeper that just stayed asleep. And
no, he's coming up, man.
Let me ask you about this. Well, Sal can tell you. Hold on. I just want to ask Sal because obviously he watches the Raiders. Wait, you just throwing Bryan Edwards to the curb there?
Definitely not throwing Bryan Edwards to the curb. Bryan Edwards is probably a better physical, body control wide receiver. Ruggs is your downfield guy. I mean, obviously the Jets forgot to cover him in that game, but I don't know if the Jets were tanking or what at that point. But you could see the plays, the big plays are there. He just didn't have as many opportunities. Listen, as a fan, I love it. I love that they got Edwards. I think that we have maybe the second best tight end in the league right now. I still think Kittle's better than Waller, but I don't think Kittle's going to last as long because of the physical style that he plays than Waller. I'm not a huge Josh Jacobs guy, when it comes to fantasy, but I love the tandem of him and Drake as a fan. So, no, I love the weapons. I think Brian Edwards fits in there nicely, and I'd like to see those two kids get an opportunity to play. I hated Aguilar was what he was, but we knew he wasn't the solution. So I would like to see them both more last year. And you know, you got reliable Hunter Renfrow. Just throw it to him. He'll catch it. Believe me, he'll catch it.
He's like Steady Eddie over there.
You know, people don't ever remember that Ed McCaffrey existed, right? They only think Christian McCaffrey existed, but that was Steady Eddie McCaffrey, man. He was great.
Steady Eddie McCaffrey. I didn't know that was his nickname.
That was his nickname because you wanted the first down, you throw it to him. You wanted a touchdown, you throw it. The guy caught everything. He is probably one of the most underrated wide receivers in NFL history. And he played alongside of another guy who was an undrafted free agent who was phenomenal. For some reason, his name's not popping right into my head. But that Denver Broncos team was really, really good. Really, really good. And I hate saying that. I hate saying that as a
I hate it. Sal, we got through another mock draft. Hell yeah, Whisper Nation. There we go. Would love to get your take on your team now that we've got the whole thing wrapped. What do you like how it worked out? What now that you got to see the whole thing, any changes that you would have made? What's your just general take now on your team here?
Yeah, I like the team. I didn't really realize I was on the clock when I made that Etienne pick, as you reminded me, Johnny. So I probably rushed that one a little bit. I do like him for the reasons I said earlier, but if I had a little bit more time there, you know, not seeing quite who. I like Ronald Jones, who went after that pick. So I'm happy with the team. Like I said, as we were drafting, I'm a balanced drafter, and if you look at this, it's a pretty balanced team so far. Maybe I could use another running back somewhere in there, but getting value late with Jarvis Landry. T.Y. Hilton, I was looking for Michael Pittman in that spot. He had already gone. I didn't realize he had gone already because we're talking, we're having fun over here. But I like the offense. T.Y. is a guy who could still be, if he gets locked in and gets a connection with Wentz, you know, he's not dead yet, T.Y. So I like getting that pick there. So I don't think there's too much I would have done differently. I like what I got, a quarterback. I got a really top flight, a QB1, and a guy who I feel has the ability to have a QB1 season to be my second guy. So now I'm very happy with it.
Well, fantastic. We are very happy about Zareh coming in here and hitting us with another contribution and a set of raffle tickets. When we get another contribution, we got to hit him with the Ric Flair woo. Let's get him one of these. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Haven't done those.
There we go.
One of those in a little while. That one felt pretty good.
That one did feel good. That one woke me up a little bit.
Travis almost passed out. I saw him. He tried to do it.
Yeah.
The oxygen wasn't getting quite there.
I can see him very good. And then he dies. And then he's no longer
At
with
least
us.
it's for a good cause.
It was. There we go. So
I think
a martyr. Maybe we can call it the Travis Scott Caples Foundation.
Yeah, you're right.
Start speaking your name.
Oh man, that's pretty funny.
No, don't do that.
He's like,
Too weird, man. I told you that's how we keep the energy going, bro.
All right, Sal, you want to quickly break down your team real quick? And I know you kind of talked us through it, which was like pretty nice. You talked us through each pick there, but if you want to just go down it one more time and let us know.
Is there anybody else on this entire draft board here, Sal, that stands out to you? Anybody else that you're looking at and saying, man, that's a really well put together team?
Well, first I'll say I love Dak Prescott this year. So I considered him at the number 3 pick, right? So that's how much I like Dak Prescott this year. But I don't have a lot of Josh Allen, so that's why I went with him in this draft to see how it shook out. So, you know, I see that with Stafford. So I don't like to come back with Stafford in the second round after Prescott with that pick. DK Metcalf he could disappear in weeks, you know, like it's the same thing with Lockett over there. So that's a little high for me on Metcalf. I know people love him, so I'm out of that team there. I don't like the Jalen Hurts in the first round pick. Jalen Hurts might not be the starter there all year, right? I mean, I know what he potentially brings to the table with his skill set, but I'm not convinced that that coaching staff is locked into him. I'm sure he's going to get the first crack at it, but so that doesn't get me excited. No, I mean, it clearly looks to me like I'm the best drafter in this draft. Herbert, Rodgers, if Rodgers plays, is a nice 1-2 punch to start. Murray, Tannehill. I like Tannehill, but I like Tannehill when I was getting him at a value, right? So Tannehill's value is not what it is anymore. he's going high. That doesn't mean he's not going to pay back dividends, but I like them more when I could get him as a third, fourth, or fifth round in the Superflex. So I like what people did here. Kelsey second round is something. I never draft tight ends that early, even in premium. I just can't bring myself to do it. I feel like I could load up on tight ends later. And if Big Mo is out there later, why can't I add him? Right? So I'm always grabbing Ingram when I could get him, except for when people pay attention to what I'm saying and take him earlier than me, which happens. So I'm trying to look at these two that waited a while for quarterback and how their teams turned out. And that is so how would you guys feel about having a 1-2 punch of Kirk Cousins and Justin Fields as your quarterbacks in a Superflex?
I need a really good set of running backs and wide receivers.
Yeah, he definitely has Barkley and he has Taylor, which is nice, and he has Justin Jefferson and A-Rob, so he does have very nice, and he's got Miles Sanders actually in there too, so he did well.
You got Fitzpatrick to fill in until Fields steps up.
That's right. That's true. So let's go to the other guy, Zach, who his first guy is Trey Lance, who might not start the very beginning of the year.
I don't like that.
Tua, who I think is a very good quarterback, but I don't think he's ever going to be a fantasy stud quarterback, because I think he's going to do things to help his team win, but not necessarily my team win. And then he's got Zach Wilson. So there's a lot of question marks. He did not nail it down quite the way that the other gentleman did, or female lady. Sorry, I don't know by these names. But he did get McCaffrey and Gibson. I like Gibson. I do like Gibson. He did get Diggs, Allen, Lamb, Ayuk. He's loaded at wide receiver. So that wide receiver core is going to have to carry that team. So I'm not in love with really anybody else's draft, and that's good. That means we all drafted kind of, balanced out with some good competition in this one.
I love that take. Sal, it has been a joy and a privilege getting to draft alongside of you and getting to hear some of your takes. Sharing just a lot of great takeaways from this. The players on the board, sure, but some of the evolution of the game as well. It's just been an absolute joy. So thank you again so much for coming on the show. Whisper Nation, make sure you follow Sal. You can go ahead and catch him here on Twitter, Sal Letto FF. And any other places right now that we should direct Whisper Nation other than your Twitter account to catch your stuff coming out?
Yeah, Wednesday nights, once the season kicks up, I'll RotoViz Radio on a daily DFS. I'm the host on Wednesday nights. We do it live on YouTube, but then it goes out Thursday mornings on a RotoViz Radio feed. And that's what I'll be doing as of now. You know what? Real quick, I know we're up against the clock. I had the show a couple of years ago called Getting Over the Hump on Wednesday nights, Getting Over the Hump. And I'm going to probably bring that back in some kind of form this year. It's not going to be fantasy strictly. It's going to be sports integrated with some other stuff. And my goal is to get 2 guests on with me that are just have nothing in common, so that we can talk about where
that's really cool.
So again, follow my Twitter and you'll get all my updates. Real quick, the question was, who's the tight end one in Indy this year? I think it starts out as Jack Doyle in where he's on the depth chart, but I think the wide receiver to own is Mo Alley-Cox for sure.
Love it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Sal.
you
This
so
has
much,
been
Sal.
awesome. We'll catch you next time.
Enjoy the rest
Happy
of the
birthday
road.
to your son. Happy birthday.
Yeah,
Sal.
happy birthday to your son.
Awesome, fellas. Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Sal.
Peace. Another one down, boys. We're getting closer and closer. We got Joe up next. Joe's on the clock. I'm going to jump off for just to go to the bathroom in 10 quick minutes, but I'll be right back.
We'll see you soon, man.
Rob, appreciate you. Let's get those likes in there, Whisper Nation.
Yeah, Rob.
And if you're new to our channel, appreciate you guys stopping by. Please consider hitting that like button and hit that subscribe. All right,
All right, let's get Joe in here.
Oh, my normal alarm clock just went off. There we go. Well, don't need that.
Morning.
What's
Austin.
going on, Joe?
What's
Good
up,
morning.
man?
Hour 21 right now.
I was gonna say it's early for me, but I haven't been up for 21 straight hours.
Yeah.
We're doing it. We're doing it, man. It's
Don't worry.
weird. It's fun. It's good.
Don't worry, we'll get the energy up.
Yeah, we will. There you go. Just some stretches. Just well, I could talk about this experience for a long time, but let's go ahead and get our our next room up a rockin' and a rolling here. Oh shit! Let me get the.
Let's do it.
I'm in charge of the room. Here we go. All right, there we go. We got another full room up in here. Joe, which spot you drafting out of?
I'm at the 106.
There we go. We got you in the 106 spot. Johnny's in the 11. Big Travis at the 3. Really quickly, though, welcome, Joe. It's awesome to have you join in hour 21 of our 3rd annual mock draft marathon. We know you from Club FFL. We follow you at Joe_Zolo. We've got it on your name tag there on the screen. Anything else we can tell Whisper Nation, though? Where should they plug in right now to follow along with you, check you out while we're getting this draft going?
The biggest thing is Club Fantasy FFL, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. The biggest thing is Twitter and Instagram. And then obviously on YouTube as well, Club Fantasy FFL. If you look us up on there, that's the easiest way to find us. We go live every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then during the season, I think we're going to start doing a show almost every day, but it's going to be a few different personalities that are going to be hosting those shows along with joining us on those shows. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Be sure to come on there because I'm excited for this upcoming season. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, hell yeah. We are absolutely as well. And we are excited for this mock draft, which is a 12-team half-point PPR alongside Joe Zolo. Of course, we got this draft started. Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry. This has been the common question we started our drafts off. Who is your number 1 overall pick? Most people are going with Christian McCaffrey. A couple have made a case for Dalvin Cook. Alvin Kamara and Derrick Henry are the ones knocking on the door on the other side. But that's what we've kind of generally seen. Does that go in line with where you're at, or do you have a bit of a contrarian take?
No, McCaffrey. It's not even close. I've said McCaffrey's the best running back in the NFL, and to me, there's not really competition from that standpoint. Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in the NFL, and I think he will continue to be the best running back in the NFL for the next couple of years. So for me, it's him, no doubt.
Right on this one. Oh, Captain Bob here, Saquon Barkley. Actually, this is another topic we'd like to talk about, but we haven't seen Saquon Barkley go this early in the last 21 hours. And Liz Loza started off our show talking about the prolonged rehab that Saquon Barkley underwent, choosing not to receive the surgery as soon as he could. He rehabbed that MCL for a little bit, then got surgery. Now we don't know how healthy he's going to be coming into camp. We also, from my perspective, hear him talking about things of generational wealth, wanting to extend his playing career. It's a little bit different of a narrative we might have heard back in the day of like, yes, coach, put me in. Let's win whatever cost it takes. Where are you looking at Saquon Barkley? What's your expectation? Where would you be drafting him in redrafts?
I mean, he's never going to fall here, but my RB2, that's never going to happen, though. So injury scares me. The Giants are one of the worst teams in football. So Saquon is a big play guy as well, is what I see. I believe his rookie season, he had a bunch of long touchdown runs. If you took those away, he averaged 2.6 yards per carry. So, and you're talking the comparison to him is Barry Sanders. That is literally what Barry Sanders did. It was either a negative 2-yard rush or a 50-yard touchdown. So, and it's not a bad thing by any means, but for fantasy football, I don't know how you can't have a consistent RB1. You look at the guys that went ahead of him, McCaffrey, Cook, Derrick Henry. Those guys were averaging in, normal leagues 20-plus points a week, where Saquon, yes, he can get you that, but there's also weeks he can get you 10. And those are the weeks that are going to bite you in the butt come later on in the season when you look back and say, well, damn, Saquon probably should have helped me win that game.
And you say he needs to have that breakaway ability. Is coming off of a very serious injury. Having that breakaway ability, it's not a guarantee it's going to stay. I know he works out. I know all this stuff happens, but that's not an easy thing to do. You're playing against, you're a physical anomaly amongst physical anomalies, and the difference between great and good and bad is a sliver. And you just had a lot of slivers taken out of your leg.
Yeah, and you talk about linebackers nowadays, they're built like wide receivers from a standpoint of they'll run 4.40s. Like they can run with these running backs. And talk about a guy that was just drafted in his division, Micah Parsons. He flies. Very fast guy. Alex Singleton in Philadelphia is pretty fast. Blake Martinez is one of the best tacklers at the middle linebacker position. So, and he's on his team. I'm an idiot. But in the Washington football team too, I think Yamin Davis runs a 4.4 as well. Like, he's in a division with a couple of tough defenses from the standpoint of he's going to have a hard time breaking away from these defenses just due to the speed that a lot of them have.
Love that take there. Another name that we've been talking about in relation here to Saquon has been Ezekiel Elliott. And more people are excited about Ezekiel. We've heard a lot of people fade on Saquon, but stoked about Zeke. How are you shaking up Zeke? Are we seeing vintage Zeke, or was last year a sign of things to come?
I'm going to be honest. I really don't know. People are like, well, he's going to get his offensive lineman back, which is definitely going to help. But I mean, he's going to need to catch 85 passes to be relevant, I think, because they're going to drop back 700 times. And that's not just because of the offensive build and how they want to play. It's because their defense is just so poor. Their secondary is going to get ripped apart. Cleveland put up 49 on them or something. Atlanta dropped a 30 spot on them. So, and they didn't do anything to improve this defense outside of Micah Parsons, who isn't going to help you cover number one wide receivers on the outside. So I think the availability for Zeke to actually go off is a little limited, just simply because the volume of running in that offense is going to be much lower than in previous years.
Fair enough on this one. My next question here is coming into the second round, and these are all actually like, I'm framing these as a template set of questions, but what I'm secretly doing is just trying to hash out where I am feeling on the first two rounds of this and just trying to get clear as our League of Records official draft comes up. And the next question that I have is about this slate of talented, pretty exciting sophomore running backs that we see going in that second round. Antonio Gibson, CEH, J.K. Dobbins, DeAndre Swift. Who are you looking at most excited? We're going to put Jonathan Taylor in a different category. He's not in that camp. But from those other guys that we see going, maybe a stretch at the end of the first, but really in the second round, start of the third, who's your favorite among those sophomore running backs?
I like J.K. Dobbins the most just because he's in the biggest run-heavy offense. But I think fantasy relevance is probably Antonio Gibson because he doesn't have Lamar Jackson to compete with. There isn't a running quarterback that they have unless Taylor Heineke decides he wants to, turn into the next Cam Newton, just a much smaller version. Because we know Heineke can run just based off of, the last couple games he played for the football team last year. But I like Gibson the most just because of his receiving ability and the reliance they have on him in that offense. And there's nobody taking Antonio Gibson's spot in that backfield. There's not a single person. Like Gus Edwards will get the goal line carries in Baltimore because he's simply just a massive human being, and J.K. Dobbins isn't that guy.
And Lamar Jackson as well, and the threat he brings.
Exactly. There's three guys that could run the football in Baltimore, and Dobbins is probably the last guy that they're going to put in the red zone. Obviously, unless it's a third down situation, that's different. But running the football, Dobbins might be the last guy in the red zone that they put in, whereas Antonio Gibson, he's a big dude, can catch, can run. He does everything, and I think that offense is obviously the weak point of that team, but I feel really confident with the Washington football team this year that they're actually going to have probably a 10, maybe 11 win season just strictly based off that defense alone, with Gibson probably being the 1B in that offense, helping them get there behind Terry McLaurin.
I feel you on that one. I like that take as well. And let's see who.
I'm glad I'm giving good takes. I just woke up an hour ago, so I'm happy they're coming across well.
They're coming out fresh, man. And
Love it.
we're I mean, the truth be told, man, if you can string a couple of like solid sentences together and hit those points of punctuation with a tad of emphasis, like you're gonna fool the hell out of me at this point. Like full disclosure. Just because, of what's been going on at this point.
Of course.
But of course. Yeah, so Travi, you went ahead here and took George Kittle. Are you at all concerned about any? We've heard. I'm surprised to hear how many folks on the mock draft marathon have discuss the injury concerns of George Kittle and just his physical play style. And it's like they're expecting him to break this year. And I mean, George Kittle is still a young, healthy man, but people are concerned. Are you concerned?
I'll still play for the upside with Kittle. I mean, he's just an elite athlete. And I just think in that offense, he's always been the focal point, regardless of quarterback. So I'll bank on that upside.
Someone give that man some tea and cough drops. Travis,
Dude,
you gotta
so much tea.
Yeah, so much tea
Gotta
and so much cough drops.
lather up that voice, baby.
So Joe, do you have a preferred strategy? What?
Austin asked me a question and then just shakes his head at me after he asks it. It's so funny. He's like, "Here, give a take," and then he's just like, "No, don't
You're
give
wrong.
a take anymore."
I love it.
It's so great.
At this point, yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny,
What's up? What's up, Joe?
Thanks for showing up, man. I appreciate you.
Hey, yeah. I feel Potter is so confused right now because he's just like, why are you still up? He's like ready to go to bed. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, I got to do this for a couple more hours, buddy, and then I'm on the clock. Okay.
Got a little longer.
Yeah, gotta. You know what?
Almost there.
So you
Let's
took
just
Joe. You
lean
took
in.
you took J.K. Dobbins over Najee Harris.
Correct.
Was there any competition on that one? Just from the points that you had mentioned there about J.K. Dobbins and the other people competing, we don't know about Najee Harris, but I mean, I don't know if Kalen Ballage is really going to be putting forward a big threat. We know that Ben Roethlisberger isn't likely to rush in a lot at this point in the season, but you know, J.K. Dobbins is a boss. He's most yards before contact, most yards after contact, all those great stats. Did Najee Harris give you any pause?
So my biggest pause is offensive line is crap, like legitimate crap. Which is strange because Pittsburgh had the best offensive line in the league like 2 or 3 years ago, and now they're just absolutely terrible. So that was one of the big things why I took Dobbins over Najee Harris. I don't think Pittsburgh gets away from throwing the football 500 times. I don't care how bad Ben Roethlisberger's arm is. Mike Tomlin's set in his ways. He's going to throw the football because his defense isn't good enough again. And they're going to need to continue to throw the football to stay in that division. I mean, you're going up against two very high-powered offenses in that division, in Cleveland and Baltimore. And then if Joe Burrow's healthy, Cincinnati is really good on offense. That's straight up. Cincinnati's very good on offense. So you could have potentially 6 games where Pittsburgh is going to need to have a shootout with these teams because, well, Cleveland's defense is really good. Baltimore's defense is okay, but Cincinnati's defense, they're going to be throwing back and forth. That game might be 44-45 by the end of it, both times they play each other. So I think just the volume for Harris is low, whereas Dobbins, yes, he's competing with more people, but Baltimore has had the highest run volume of any offense the last 2 seasons in the NFL. That's not changing because Lamar Jackson still can't throw. So that's not changing. And that's one of the big reasons I took Dobbins over Harris.
I love that take. And now coming up here on the 4th round, you went ahead there and paired J.K. Dobbins and Jonathan Taylor up with Keenan Allen. Who are you considering right now in the 4th round selection?
Oh, man. See, do I want to go for the stack? I never draft a quarterback this early.
No, you won't.
Yeah, you're 100%. You're right. I won't. Man. Okay, this dude I actually took as my first receiver, my wide receiver 1 in a league last year, and ended up making it to the championship in this league with him as my wide receiver 1. Robert Woods is... I don't understand why people don't like him as much as I do, but he's so good. He's just so good.
Consummate professional.
And he has a better quarterback now. Mm-hmm. He has a much better quarterback. I forget, someone brought it up. It might have been Jake Trowbridge, the tweet that I saw specifically. He's probably going to get more rushing attempts this year because Cam Akers is now hurt, and he's normally their guy that gets the end arounds. Sean McVay's not changing his offense for Matt Stafford. There may be a few plays that Stafford brings over from Detroit, or maybe a few more plays out of the shotgun, step back in the pocket, but there's still going to be those crazy motions where there's going to be 15 plays that look the exact same, but they're all 15 different plays. And Robert Woods is a huge part of every single one of those 15 plays. To me, he's the focal point of the offense. He's better than Cooper Kupp. And I think Matt Stafford will probably latch on to him a bit more than Cooper Kupp. The passing volume in this offense is going to be high, but I think Woods slightly edges out Cooper Kupp.
Do you see any impact from Cam Akers going down on the passing game?
God, no. No, Matt Stafford's never had a run game in his entire career, so what's the difference?
Wow, how dare you say that about Reggie Bush and his magical 2014 season? How dare you?
What did he barely eclipsed 1,000 yards and he was 29 at the time? What
are you gonna go to a millionaire and be like, dude, you barely got over $1 million, dude? How unreal.
Johnny, we know 1,000 yards for a running back at this point in the NFL is like chump change. Like they need to hit 12.
He also had
to be relevant.
He also had a ton of receiving yards.
He did. Yeah, no, he did. The issue is Matt Stafford.
I love Reggie Bush that year. I was so high on him, and I drafted him. Well, other than when he slipped in the ice and snow, but that's a different story for a different mock draft marathon.
That's okay.
That's a good. I appreciate that take though on Matt Stafford never having a run game, so he doesn't know the difference if Cam Akers in or out.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Exactly. He couldn't tell the difference. If there's no running back there, it's just like the Detroit Lions offense for the last 15 or 11 seasons.
So are you high on Matthew Stafford then?
I'm not like through the roof, but he's definitely, I think, a low end quarterback one, like he's been his whole career. And the reason I say that, like the 5 guys here, Allen, Mahomes, Murray, Prescott, Jackson, the 5 that have been taken, it's going to be really hard to crack the top 5 with those guys. But Stafford could, I could easily see him finishing 6 or 7. If he cracks top 5, dude had probably the best season of his career.
Mm-hmm.
So I see him probably about that 9-10 range, easily getting up to like 6 or 7. But if he cracks top 5, I would like that's a damn good season.
Would you get a Stafford LA jersey?
If it was one of the white ones, maybe. Those white ones have kind of grown on me. There's a reason I'm wearing an AJ Green jersey, and I
love it.
I'll explain that later.
Oh no, you won't. I'll get him. No, I'm just kidding. You can take him. I've taken him in like so many drafts. We've talked about how much he's just
undervalued.
So undervalued.
I don't get it.
He's like literally free.
Literally
I got
free.
him in the 14th or 13th round in like every mock draft we've
You think
done.
he's washed or you don't?
No,
right?
he's a top 5 wide receiver of his generation. What's washed is his athletic ability. He can't move like he used to. What's not washed, his hands haven't gone anywhere. The reason he had a 50% catch rate last year is because he simply can't jump and move like he used to 3 or 4 years ago. He has the best quarterback he'll ever have in his career right now in Kyler Murray, and now he's not the number 1 option for the first time ever in his career. DeAndre Hopkins will get the double coverage, putting A.J. Green on the 2nd or 3rd best guy on that defense. And I'm sorry, there's no secondary in that NFC West that truly scares me. The 49ers secondary is garbage. The Seahawks are broken down. Jalen Ramsey's the only good guy in that LA Rams secondary. So literally, A.J. Green is going to run against scrubs, and he's a top 5 receiver of his generation. Dude's hands hasn't gone anywhere, and now he no longer, for the first time in his career, doesn't have the number 1 attention on his team. The fact he's going so late, I get it because he's older and he has declined, but he could easily finish as a top 35 wide receiver, no doubt.
Well, the other thing too is like if you look at Joe Burrow's pocket, target completion percent, like he wasn't very accurate from inside the pocket. He was like way more accurate outside the pocket. Well, Kyler is very accurate inside the pocket. And so, you talk about, and Kyler's been posting so many, Instagram videos and posts about him working out with AJ Green, and like everyone is just like this long bomb, and and they're catching it they probably take only the ones where he catches it and not the drops. But And Kyler's been on record, actually like a month ago, saying that he thought like the NFL was sleeping on AJ Green and you could see a big year from him.
It blows my mind that one of the best receivers of his generation is getting slighted like this when a guy like Julio Jones is also a top 5 receiver of his generation, coming off 2 years of a persistent hamstring injury, but he gets traded out of Atlanta to be the number 2 behind a top-tier wide receiver, but Julio Jones goes about 30-40 picks ahead of A.J. Green, who does not have a persisting injury that has lingered with him the last 2 years. A.J. Green's just been straight up injured, but Julio, you don't know if he's going to play week after week because the hamstring might tighten up, or he may start the first quarter and then not play the rest of the game. AJ Green, at least if he's hurt for like 6 weeks, so you know to put him on your bench. Mm-hmm. But again, at this point, for the first time in his career, AJ Green is not the number 1 guy that they have to focus on. Now, in Tennessee, Julio will get attention. AJ Green will not get attention in Arizona. He'll get no attention from the defense, guaranteed.
And then the thing is too that, okay, if AJ Green gets injured, who cares? You paid the 13th or 12th, even if you have to go into the 11th round to get him. It's like the upside is worth it at that point because the upside, like you said, okay, I mean, there is a reality of...
I got to pause this really quick. Are we really going to go ahead and compare Julio Jones's last 2 season performance to AJ Green's last 2 season performance?
I'm saying... No. I'm just... what we're saying is that
Julio Jones,
everyone discounts AJ Green because of his injuries, but nobody discounts Julio for his injuries.
That's because Julio still gets 1,000 yards.
Again, so Julio already, people are down on Julio when he was staying in Atlanta, right? Why? He's in the same freaking role that he was the last 11 seasons of his career. People are down on him
last year and had 771 yards. As where AJ Green played 16 games and had 523 yards. So these 2 dudes are not in the same physical situation.
Listen,
but again, the quarterback was also that's a different situation. Matt Ryan is way more accurate than Joe Burrow.
And Brandon Allen, and
yeah, that's true.
And Ryan, whoever the kid was from NC State,
Ryan Lindley,
something like that. But again, the biggest thing that I get mad about is that people were discounting Julio because of his hamstring injury when he was in Atlanta. Nothing changed. He was still in Atlanta in his same exact role. People were discounting him because of his hamstring. Gets traded to Tennessee, the hamstring's magically healed. Like the Tennessee doctors, they magically healed him. They did a little karate kung fu on it, healed, no big deal. They replaced it. Let's go.
Dude, they got that stem cell research down in Tennessee that's not legal in Hotlanta.
Like it literally, it's so. That's what blows my mind is people just completely forgot Julio has a persisting hamstring injury, but everyone remembers AJ Green's injuries. They're 2 top 5 receivers of their generation. Not even close. AJ Green is top 5. So why is he getting discounted when he's now in a better offense? For the first time in his career, he's not the number 1 option. Julio is still a number 1 option in his offense. Makes no sense to me.
I don't know.
He had 9 games where he played last year and he had 771 yards. AJ Green had 16 games where he played with 523. And the year before that, 9 games active, 694. Like maybe I'm just too tired now at this point, but I'm just like, I've loved AJ Green. Maybe he's just hurt me. And I've just watched him. I've drafted him and been so excited. And there was an amazing stat because they were both drafted the same year, right? Julio and AJ Green. And I remember seeing a thing I think it was through year 2016, where they had the exact same amount of fantasy points per game. Like it was or points per season. It was like on average, like 189.2. It was like down to the 10th of a decimal place.
Where did Joe Burrow go in the draft?
101.
Okay, so that would mean that in order to get the 101, your team had to be really bad. And that's exactly what happened to AJ Green the previous year, which got him Joe Burrow. And then, he was starting out, but again, Joe Burrow was not he was giving him 12 targets a game, but 8 of them were only on target. And so I'm just saying, like, for what you're having to pay up for Julio versus what you're having to pay up for AJ Green, there's much more ceiling and much more room for you to improve on your draft capital with AJ over Julio.
I feel you on that.
But I would not agree with Joe, though, on saying that Julio is still the number 1 in Tennessee. It's like he's the number 2. Now, will he get treated? Will he get treated that way by corners? Probably not. Julio will probably get the number 1 corner, but we love that for AJ Green or AJ Brown, excuse me.
Yeah, Joe, where do you put AJ Brown from this? How are you feeling about AJ Brown? We're talking about Julio,
love
AJ, but AJ Brown, love it.
The Julio Jones going to the Tennessee Titans was the best thing that could have happened for AJ Brown because he was going to get double covered this entire season. He was going to get double coverage. Now, like Johnny said, Julio's not going to be the number 1 receiver there. He's going to get treated like one though because they're going to need to put one-on-one coverage with potential safety help for either one of these guys. So if they're going to throw safety help over the top to help Julio Jones, that's an A.J. Brown touchdown every single day of the week. And probably vice versa. Not as much with Julio, but literally if A.J. Brown didn't have Julio Jones opposite him, who was it? Dez Fitzpatrick? Who the F cares about Dez Fitzpatrick? No, Adam Humphries is gone.
Yeah.
Like, literally, Corey Davis gone, Adam Humphries is gone. They had Dez Fitzpatrick. I'm sorry, who cares? Who cares about that? They have Anthony Ferkser. Who cares about Anthony Ferkser? Pack the box. Okay, agreed. A defense doesn't care about Anthony Ferkser. An NFL defense doesn't care.
Correct.
Pack the box with 8 and double cover A.J. Brown. You have beaten the Tennessee Titans. Congratulations. You have beaten them because that's all you need to do. Don't worry about the other receiver. Don't worry about anything else except Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown. That's how you shut them down. The fact that Julio is there now, from a football standpoint, that team is scary.
Just opens up so many possibilities.
So much.
Right? Yeah. How far do you see Tennessee going? Do they have a real shot at a Super Bowl this season?
God, no. They lose in the second round. They're the Tennessee Titans. They're just perennial. They're perennial losers. Mike Vrabel doesn't know how to coach in the playoffs yet. Ryan Tannehill is still not that good of a quarterback, and their defense could possibly be the 3rd worst in the NFL. Like, their defense is so bad. They can't win a Super Bowl with that defense. There's no shot.
Maybe they put Derrick Henry and Julio Jones on defense.
Derrick Henry could be a better defensive lineman or linebacker than anyone on that team, guaranteed. That defense is so piss poor. Their secondary is garbage. And the division they play in, luckily, doesn't really have too great of offenses, assuming Deshaun Watson is not playing this year. So, they don't have to really cover anybody in their division, but outside of their division, like, their defense is going to struggle. I'm sorry, their defense is awful this season. So I do not have hopes for Tennessee outside of the regular season. I think they lose in the second round.
Yeah, fair enough. You make a good point on those. I would tend to agree. I did want to ask you while we had you here, Joe. It's been fun to getting to know our panelists here and asking some of the questions that got them installed in the community. We love the numbers, we love all of the things, we love watching football, but it's really about the people in the community and building these bonds and all these different things. So I was wondering what got you into fantasy football, and then what was it that helped encourage your elevation to get to the level you're at right now with fantasy football?
Oh, damn. So I got into it when I was 8 years old, I believe. So that was, hopefully you guys feel a little old on this. I believe that was 2006 was my first year.
Brian told us that you like to make people feel old.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it.
Might die young.
You probably die young.
That's rude.
That's rude.
2006, I believe, was my first year. So I was 8. I'm going on year 15 now at this point. I saw my dad play it, and I was like, yeah, I'll play. So my first year, my whole team auto-drafted because my dad was like, you don't know any of these players. You're just going to auto-draft. I'm like, all right, fair. Ended up with Lamont Jordan on the Raiders. That's how old we're talking. Frank Gore on the Niners. Carson Palmer on the Bengals. It was a really good year for me. Ended up winning the whole thing, so that kind of hooked on it.
I love how he talks about these guys like it's a long time ago. He was like, "Oh, do you remember Carson Palmer?
Do you remember Carson Palmer on the Bengals?
Yes, I do.
Listen, Lamont Jordan. Come on now.
Yes,
there's not too many people that know Lamont Jordan.
Fantasy then.
Yeah, no, but not too many people know Lamont Jordan unless you're a Raiders fan.
Although Sal would have had us all beat because Sal was like playing like fantasy football back in 1995.
My dad was playing the year I was born, and the funny thing was, he said he had to leave his fantasy football draft to come to my delivery at the hospital. So
This
I
is
feel
in your blood.
yeah,
man.
literally, it was baked into my blood from birth.
Your dad's like, wait a second, don't come out yet. I'm on the clock. I am just let me 5 minutes.
Joe, that's
he's
amazing.
he's running out of the room. Give me Randy Moss, and then he runs out, drives to the car.
Let's hit the queue really quick. Hold on.
Yeah. They didn't have computers back then. They were writing on draft boards back then in '98.
This is it. Yeah, writing it down.
They were writing it down on the draft boards back then. So it was baked into that. And then 2017 saw someone on Facebook from my alma mater Full Sail, Josh Hudson, who started Club Fantasy, put it up. He's like, "Hey, looking for a graphic designer." I'm like, "Yeah, I took a week of Photoshop classes. I can help you." And that's kind of how it started. Went from there and started off just, working with templates that they created. And now alongside my girlfriend Maggie, we do all of the templates and create all the graphics for Club Fantasy. I obviously host. So Josh kind of opening that door there basically propelled that forward a little bit more than I probably would have ever expected up until this point. Oh, that's cool. Everyone's drafted a quarterback, so I can wait till the 13th round. I love that.
Nope, I'm taking 2 or 3.
I was going to say, does MF Cowboy know this is a one quarterback league and he has Josh Allen and Dak Prescott?
He might not. We've had a handful of super flexes back to back to back. So,
hey, trade bait.
Hey, Whisper Nation, that's a great piece, though. And we see this too often. Make sure you do know the rules of your draft. You'd think that you're never going to get to an actual draft and not know what the rules are, but then you find that there's actually 3 wide receivers and not 2 or something like that. So just take an extra second just to review it. It really could make a big impact because fantasy rosters they last more months than they take to acquire. You pick them up in like 2 hours and they last with you for 4+ months. So just take a second.
Very good point. I am in the 4-Eyed Championships draft right now, and Jorge Edwards runs that, and it's IDP 1, 2, 3 scoring, and it's a super flex at the same time.
Ooh. It
is unreal. My draft strategy has gone out of the effing room. Like it's nowhere to be found. I have never done this before. It blows my mind. Like if I didn't look at like you get a half a point if a running back rushes for a first down. Like you have to take that into account. So it's crazy. And like quarterbacks, they only get 4 points per passing touchdown, but it is a super flex. So how do you weigh that out? And like, check your league settings. It could definitely like save you. Oh, and tight ends get double PPR points. So Travis Kelce gets 2 points per reception.
Is that the same one Ryan is in?
Yes, that's the one Ryan loves to say that he won last year.
Yeah, he was talking about that one. And he was talking about how he needed to have his championship trophy up there or championship belt, and he didn't have it.
Yeah.
So how do you even prepare for a league that has such unusual rules set up? Do you take your projections and just kind of try to feel them out how it would be, or do you go real analytical and change the whole statistical model? How do you approach a draft that has really unique and peculiar rules?
Yeah, so I'm going to take the unconventional route. Show up and see how the draft board plays out.
There we go.
I am going to stick with the guys I like, but if there's a certain time where I see like a run of receivers, I'm like, okay, well, I did want, maybe this guy here, but I am lacking in this position. Let me get a receiver because clearly they're flying off the board right now. I never go in specifically with a full-on draft strategy. So I normally adapt to what the draft board kind of shows. Like, for example, I just said everyone has a quarterback. It's a 1-quarterback league. I can probably wait on my quarterback.
Be like water.
Yeah, exactly. You want to adapt no matter what. Like, I'm never going in like I normally go in and say, okay, I'm going running back 1, 2. Like that's normally my draft strategy no matter what. But if there's a point where I'm sitting there and like it was Jonathan Taylor was there at the 106, I'm like, perfect. Fell to the 207. I was like, maybe Justin Jefferson here. Because I do like Justin Jefferson a lot this year, but I also like J.K. Dobbins enough to where I know running backs get slimmer, and slimmer as the draft goes on, where receivers, we can kind of like freaking Mike Williams went at just now at 10-2, Gallup at 10-3. Deebo Samuel, a wide receiver 1 in San Francisco, went 9-8. So like you can wait on some of these guys. So I like to tend to draft running backs early, but no, I know the guys that I like. I know the guys that I want, and I tend to never reach for them. Yeah, I tend to never reach for them. I let them fall to me. There's some guys where I will reach, but I just let the draft board play out because I know the guys that I want.
Where do you think is the best place to draft with a strategy like that, kind of taking it as it comes, trying to have the best value position? Do you like the middle for that?
Yeah, that's actually the reason I picked the middle, is because the middle gets such a bad rep in fantasy football drafts. I love in a 12-team league 6, 7, 8, in a 10-team 4, 5, 6. I love those picks. One, because you're not waiting hours to draft. It feels like an eternity if you're at the front end or the back end of the draft waiting for your next pick to come. And when you're in the middle, you get to have that balanced roster.
Yeah.
Like I've been happy drafting in the middle the last couple seasons. I haven't missed the playoffs in any of the leagues I draft in the middle. It gives me such a well-rounded roster to the point where I'm sitting with Keenan Allen, Robert Woods, and T. Higgins as my 3 receivers, and I didn't have to reach for them. That's what I like about that. And then even, dropping down, getting DJ Chark and Jarvis Landry in the 7th and 8th, 2 guys who are still really good, who I can just bring off my bench. So, and now I'm just going to reach for this guy because I'm a homer. So.
Mr. Juice, go bless him right there, taking him in the 8th. I like it. We have Connor Saunders asking, this will be a question for Joe, because Joe's the one that said it, because I don't believe this, but what makes Deebo the number 1 over Ayuk?
I think Deebo just runs more of the number 1 receiver routes. That's the only reason. Ayuk will have more fantasy points than him. I don't even think that's a question. I think Deebo is just going to run more of the X routes. Like, he's going to be utilized more as maybe a little bit more of a decoy than Ayuk. I really don't know. That offense is an enigma to me. I hate Kyle Shanahan offenses sometimes because who the hell knows what's going to happen the next week. Same thing with like a New England Patriots offense.
Yeah.
What the hell is going to happen week after week? We don't know. So I think Deebo is a tad bit more skilled than Ayuk. I don't really know. Like, I just simply think he's going to run more of the number 1 wide receiver route roles in that offense, but Ayuk will get way more looks than Deebo Samuel does, because I think the defense will gravitate more towards Deebo. I think just because of his size, he's bigger than Ayuk. That's really the only reason. Connor, draft Ayuk over Deebo Samuel like every day of the week. That's not even a question in fantasy football. Deebo will be better. I'm sorry, Ayuk will be better. Apologies.
I think the San Francisco 49ers, I like your take on Tennessee. I thought that was really insightful and right on point. How good or bad do you expect the San Francisco 49ers to be? Johnny had some strong opinions about Kyle Shanahan and what we've seen the last couple of years. Is it a trend? Is it an exposure? Is it a fluke? How good is Kyle Shanahan's team in this set of 49ers?
His offensive line's really damn good. That's what he's got going for him. His offensive line is really good. His defensive line is solid. His secondary's trash too, same as Tennessee. Damn, that's another team where I sit there and I'm like, I don't really know how they're gonna do this year. If I had to put money on it, San Francisco will be probably 3rd in that division, just because Arizona and LA are 2 really good teams. But there's going to be so many games where Kyle Shanahan just steps on his own toes and screws his own team over, because that's what Kyle Shanahan does in big moments. So, man, they have all the tools to be great. If Trey Lance pans out, that's awesome. They have great weapons. Trey Sermon in the backfield, I think, will be a solid addition. I don't know. Flip a coin. Don't bet on the 49ers on anything this year. They're one of my teams to just stay the hell away from in every sense of the word whatsoever. Unless it's George Kittle. Draft George Kittle at your whim. I love that.
Marvin Jones. We talked about Marvin Jones a little bit earlier.
MJ.
You went ahead. You put him on your team. You're obviously feeling some type of way about him. Could you tell the viewers a little bit about what Marvin Jones has got in store for us this year?
Wasn't he wide receiver 3 the second half of last season or
Dude,
something
he was
like
wild,
that?
man. Love talking about what he did post Kenny Galladay.
It was just insane.
He's
I can't believe
nuts.
this guy still produces. That's what's wild. Is it doesn't make any sense. He shouldn't. He's not like great, but yet he just like somehow he makes fantasy rosters, and then he ends up being a person that you can consistently put in. I don't. It's
Like,
so
going back
weird.
to Cincinnati, right?
Yeah, it's like
He's in Jacksonville.
I know.
I
but
know.
Originally,
Originally
it was
Cincinnati,
in
yes.
Cincinnati,
Yes.
right? And it was the same thing. Like he would have like 4 mega games a week. He was basically Amari Cooper before Amari Cooper.
Oh, yeah.
And then he goes to Detroit. Same story, different team. And now he's in Jacksonville, where I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing, but for Jacksonville. And it's just like it's not.
I don't know if he's a 1, 2, or 3. It's just like he puts up these crazy numbers. He gets these wild touchdowns. He's just such an interesting piece. Like I love where he's going right now, and I loved watching what he was doing in the Lions team there. To Johnny's point, and to yours too, Joe, it's just like he's just a wild one.
Like that's so frustrating because it's like, what is his upside? But then it's like you look at the analytics
Wide
and
receiver
stats,
3.
and it's like, yeah, his upside is still a top wide receiver, and especially because Bevel. Speaking of, like, he doesn't have to learn any new offense. He comes over and it's the same offense that he ran in Detroit. That's why they brought Marvin Jones over, was because he knew the offense. So it's even more so like I don't want to talk myself into Marvin Jones. That's why I didn't ever want to bring him up on this show.
Well, here's the best thing. I never have to start Marvin Jones because he's my wide receiver 6 on my roster. That's why I
like
take
that.
him there. So that's the big part of why I like that there, because what are you looking for in your bench guys? Upside. Who's the epitome of upside? 40 points every 2 weeks, Marvin Jones. So, and again, we've talked about the AFC South. That division is atrocious. He plays Houston twice a year, Tennessee twice a year. That offense is going to need to throw the football simply because, Johnny, you're the worst with that pick.
Yeah.
Simply because.
Did that for you.
Thank you. Simply because Jacksonville's defense is atrocious. There's not a good defense in that division. The Colts are solid, but just up front, I don't think there's any secondary in that division that truly scares me. Julian Blackmon at safety is great, but he's not covering A.J. Brown. Like that division is going to score so many points solely off the fact that their defenses are so bad and their offenses will have to compensate. That's what has to happen.
Joe has the best insight on the defenses, I'll say. Like Joe knows like every single defensive starter. It's why I don't even know how he does it.
You were talking about some of the IDP leagues that you're in. Does that play into that? Love hearing different safety people. You don't oftentimes hear a lot of fantasy players or analysts be able to rattle off first name defensive players. Where does that come from?
So when I was younger, I never played. I played 1 year of tackle football, but my whole thing was I played nationally for flag football, and my position was strictly on defense for about 5-6 years before I learned how to catch a football at a high level. So I looked a lot at these defensive players, and obviously when I was growing up, Patriots defenses were pretty damn good. And I watch both sides of the ball. My dad has played in an IDP league since I think the mid 2000s. So, it's been kind of baked into it at that point. And it was just something I like knowing both sides of the ball. IDP makes it that much more fun learning both sides of the ball because, you're not just rooting for the defense, you're actually rooting for specific guys. So I'll be sitting there and it'll be a freaking Cincinnati Bengals game. game is so out of hand since he has no chance of winning. They're on defense. And I'm going nuts because Jesse Bates just made a tackle in the box. I'm like, let's go. And it was like 2 points for my team. It's like you get amped because Jesse freaking Bates made a tackle. And if you talk to any football fan, actually any fantasy football player who wasn't a Cincinnati Bengals fan, they'd be like, who the F is Jesse Bates and why does he matter? Jesse Bates is a top 5 safety in the NFL and no one knows his name. I love it because you root for both sides of the ball because team defense is like, oh, the Saints gave me 8 points. Hooray. Like that's it, right? Where it's like Jesse Bates gave me 25 points because he had 13 tackles and an interception.
That's a really cool.
So is
point
Budda
for
Baker?
IDP.
Budda Baker's the number 1 defensive back in the NFL.
Oh yeah.
Don't even ask me any questions.
Not
even close.
Oh, that's nice. My hello. I like that.
Not even close. Budda Baker's the number 1 DB. Damn, linebacker's tough, but I like Darius Leonard the most.
Okay.
Devin White is up there now too, and then on the D line, my heart will always be with Aaron Donald. I don't care what anyone says. Aaron Donald is Jesus. I love him.
You got yeah.
If Jesus could bench press 900 pounds,
if Jesus could bench press 100 pounds and squat 700, he'd be Aaron Donald. Yeah, Aaron Donald.
That's unreal. I can't believe that.
Dude's out of his mind.
What is your favorite league then, Joe? You played in a lot of different leagues with different scoring settings. You got a lot of familiarity with IDP. If you are making League Joe, what is that league?
League Joe. Oh boy, that would consist of one quarterback, 6 points per passing touchdown because every touchdown should be worth 6 points. One running back, one receiver, 4 flex, a tight end, and then an IDP at each position with 2 IDP flexes. So defensive line, linebacker, defensive back, and then 2 IDP flexes. And of course, we have to have kickers because kickers are people too, and we love our kickers. So that's really what I'm looking at, and it's going to be full PPR. Okay. No tight end premium. Get that crap out of here. It's 1 QB, 5 IDPs, 4 flexes, 1 starter at each position at running back, wide receiver, tight end.
Any keepers?
No, reset every year, baby.
I like it. That sounds like a really fun league. That's a good one. I like that idea. 1 starter at each position and then the 4 flexes.
We do that in my dad's league, and it makes it very interesting because you can walk in and do like 3 running backs, 2 receivers if you wanted to, or 3 running backs, 3 receivers. Like you can really, like, it really changes draft strategy at that point. So like I ended up with Dalvin Cook, Josh Jacobs, Miles Sanders, Robert Woods, DK Metcalf last year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like that was my strategy. I was going like, all right, I'm going 3 running backs, 2 receivers every single week. And I always punt on tight end. I normally wait till the last like the pickings. Like the fact that Jonnu Smith is going in the 9th round, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us leaving Jonnu Smith in the 9th round right now? I love it. I got him there, but it blows my mind that.
I mean, you could have gotten him in the 12th.
I probably could. In all honesty, I probably could.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just he's going to play the Aaron Hernandez role.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Hernandez was so freaking successful in that offense. Like he's going to play it so well too. He's going to run. He may throw a freaking pass in that offense. Who knows? But he's so athletic that Bill Belichick is going to use him in every sense of the word possible when it comes to athlete.
Thoughts on his counterpart in Hunter Henry?
Hunter Henry will play the Rob Gronkowski role and have more touchdowns than he's ever had in his entire career.
Big fan of both tight ends this year then, huh?
Well, I'm not saying.
I guess how many touchdowns has Hunter Henry had?
Hunter Henry will have 8 touchdowns.
Okay.
I don't know who to take here. Yeah, Hunter Henry will have 8 touchdowns, in my opinion. Obviously not as many as Rob Gronkowski will have ever had in a Patriots uniform. But Henry's going to be the red zone guy. Jonnu Smith will be inside the 20s. Obviously, Smith will still get his in the red zone. But Hunter Henry's going to be that red zone threat. He doesn't have the breakaway speed that Rob or I guess the breakaway speed and size that Gronkowski ever had when he was younger in his career. Jonnu Smith clearly has that, which is why he's the in-between-the-20s guy. They're literally, Jonnu Smith is the number 1 option, and Hunter Henry's number 2 option on that team, simply because they don't have a receiver. I love Kendrick Bourne, but you're not a wide receiver 1. I like Nelson Aguilar, but you're not a wide receiver 1. I like Jacoby Myers.
Boom. There it is. Ding, 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 ding.
You're not a wide receiver 1.
It doesn't matter. He's a winner chicken dinner. He's going to get that slot.
Listen, he'll get 13 catches for 25 yards a game. I love that. I
he's
absolutely
getting way more than that.
I love that stat.
He got more than that. He didn't have a game less than that all last year.
No, I know. Well, he did nothing from week 1 through like 9.
Okay, when he played,
Yeah.
He's from starting in week 7 on. He had 2 games in which he had over 100 receiving yards. He played half of his routes from slot.
You know who's still on the board for you right now?
Oh, I got a lot of options here.
I think some guy who runs the slot in New England is still on the board.
Oh yeah, I'm going to take him.
No, time's up.
Wow.
You have been gifted Matthew Ryan.
Hey, that was a pretty good voice.
Wow,
I like that one.
Could you imagine? Right? Obviously, right?
I should have. Yeah, I would have taken him. I would have taken my boy Jacoby.
I obviously all the bad stuff surrounding him. Deshaun Watson in the 13th round. I'm sorry. Like if he plays, right? Like if
he's reporting to camp.
That's nuts. If he
That's
plays.
What my phone says right now. The sleeper
What?
update. Quarterback Deshaun Watson will report to the Texans today to avoid being fined $50K per day during their training camp.
But
we'll see.
Isn't he supposed to go on the commissioner exempt list?
He most likely will not be playing, at least for the first half of this season.
Okay, that makes me feel good.
I mean, if he plays in the second half, a fully healthy Deshaun Watson with no wear and tear for the first half of the season, the fantasy playoffs.
But he also could be rusty.
Yeah, no, but you give him
because he's probably not going to get any more massages. I'm just saying.
That's true.
Very well might be. Joe, this has been an awesome draft. We got through another one. My goodness. Loving your takes. A little bit different, full of information, backing all of them up. Great stories with all of the data really being the pillars to those narratives. I'd love to hear your take now that the team is all the way put together. It's all the way done now here. What do you think? How'd it turn out? Was there anything you would have done differently, or just what's your kind of take now that it's all said and done?
I don't know if I would have done anything different. Maybe go 1, 2, 3 on running backs. But as I sat there, I do like. I would have Chris Carson as an RB3 is perfectly fine with me, but Keenan Allen. I think Keenan Allen's the second best route runner in the NFL outside of Devontae Adams, and he's going to get fed targets again this season with Herbert. So I wanted him. I love my 3 starting receivers, love my 2 starting running backs. I wish I could have had another running back at the end, but there really weren't any that I saw. So Damian Harris is just going to be a fill-in guy basically when Dobbins or Taylor has a bye week at this point, or if Harris has a really good matchup, per se against the Jets at home, or I don't know if they play Houston again this year, but something like Houston. Yeah, sure, Josh. Let's do IDP. If you guys want to get emasculated on your stream, I guess we can do an IDP league.
Hey, we mock. We do. Hey, we mock so much that we could wing an IDP.
You could wing an IDP league. I love that. Just draft Buda Baker. That's all you need to know.
That's what I would have done, and then I would have heard Joe being like, "Oh, you sniped my pick, and you don't even play IDP."
Yes, exactly.
That would have definitely happened because that's who I would have picked.
But you don't know the secret weapon that is actually going to go undrafted in a lot of IDP leagues at the defensive back position.
Oh, you know the Jacoby Myers of DBs? We'll let Whisper Nation know it. This is why we have you on. You're our IDP master.
Fine. Cameron Curl of the Washington football team.
Ooh.
He was a top 5 defensive back the second half of the season after forgetting his name. He was the former safety for the New York Giants. Now on the Washington football team, Landon Collins is his name.
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
just remembered. Once Landon Collins went down, Cameron Curl took his spot, and Cameron Curl was a beast. He was a 7th-round pick last season and absolutely balled out. And Ryan gives me 1/14th credit of his fantasy football championship in the 4-eyed belt because I told him to pick up and start Cameron Curl in that league, and Curl dropped a fat 30 spot that week in that league. So,
Wow.
Cameron Curl does it all, and he will be a fantastic addition to your team, and you can literally not draft a defensive back until, I don't know, the 20th round where Ryan got him in our 4-eyed championship league.
Dude, he went in the second round in my other league.
Second round in your IDP league? Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, you must have some
So
really
you
good
always
players
hear,
there.
right? You always hear that. Oh man, he went this high in my league.
Yeah, no, it's Cameron Curl is the secret sauce, and Jesse Bates too. Jesse Bates goes late in those leagues as well. But to my team, like I feel really solid about it. I love the guys I'm going to get off the bench. T.Y. Hilton, I strictly picked for his 2 games against Houston. That's the only time he'll ever be in my lineup. And then Gabe Davis could potentially be a top 25 wide receiver this year, just strictly based off the offense he's in. He may only catch 5 passes a game, but they may be for 125 yards and 2 touchdowns because Gabe Davis is opposite a guy who's going to be double covered a lot in Stephon Diggs, and Davis is the fastest option on that team outside of Stephon Diggs. So Davis could get a lot of deep balls this year. So I love my team. I will say that every time. I love my team. Very, very little do I leave a draft saying, "Oh, damn, I hate my team." It's happened a couple times, but no, I do like this team a lot here. I feel like I have a lot of really good options at receiver. Tom Brady's going to run it back with the Buccaneers again and get his 9th ring at this point. I don't know how many he has. Too many to count. Jonnu Smith will be a league winner for a lot of people late for tight ends. And, yeah.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Whisper Nation, here is the team. This is the one. Catch all the IDP knowledge. Catch all of the fantasy insights. You can follow Joe here over at Joe_Zolo. But also, while you're following Joe, make sure you go ahead and follow Club Fantasy FFL. Joe, is there anywhere else we should plug Whisper Nation in to make sure they're not missing any of the knowledge that you're dropping?
Man, just our YouTube page, Club Fantasy FFL. Just find us there on YouTube. And quickly, because I absolutely love these IDP questions that came in and defense questions.
Hey, Big Sam.
Big Sam with the fantastic meme right there is the profile picture. The Washington football team is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's all you need to know going into a team defense draft. Get the Washington football team in the 9th round. It is 100% worth it. Bills will have a good team this year. Rams will have a good defense this year.
What about Buda Baker? What about Buda Baker?
Arizona's going to give up too many touchdowns because their
again.
cornerbacks aren't great. But I would say those are, and Tampa Bay's defense is gross as well. But the Washington football team is 1, 2, 3 for me. That's not an exaggeration. The Washington football team will have a year that the Bears had in 2018. And then for MF Cowboy, the Saints signed Brian Poole. Is he relevant? God, no. That defense is terrible. He's not relevant in the slightest. Brian Poole was fantastic on Atlanta, but he never finished higher than a top 40 defensive back on that team because A, he was either hurt too many times, or B, he just doesn't make enough plays. He's a fantastic football player, he's just a terrible fantasy football player. So, not a big fan of Brian Poole. Stay away from that entire Saints defense this year. They don't have anyone that you should draft.
You heard it here first, Whisper Nation. There we go.
There you go.
Joe, it has been
Appreciate
an
you, Joe.
absolute treat getting a draft alongside of you. Thank you so much for coming on board. Hope to see you around next time. Whisper Nation, give the man a follow. Go ahead and do this. Catch everything that's coming your way.
Love it, guys.
Thanks,
Good
Joe.
luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate
very
you,
much.
Joe.
Adios.
2 more hours.
2 more.
Got it. We could do this. This picture, I have his face right now. All right, we got Dave up next. Oh, whoa, maybe if Austin doesn't destroy.
Oh my God.
What are you cramping up? Is he like cramping up?
No, he's messing with you.
Oh, this guy. What's going on, Dave? Oh,
Get you unmuted.
I think. Oh, yeah. Okay. Are we?
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Unmuted. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Appreciate you, Dave.
Yeah, my I almost swore there, so I'll try to keep it clean. But yeah, I am an idiot and completely had the time conversion wrong this morning. So wake up at 6:15, get a quick workout in, shower, wipe the crust from my eyes, and then I sit down and But you know what? They give me 2 hours to watch the Olympics in peace and quiet this morning, so I got no qualms about it.
Nice.
Ooh, very nice. Austin's been rocking his hat.
Yeah, I got my Tokyo Olympics hat now.
Awesome, love it. You guys are crushing it here. So what? This is hour 19 for you guys. What are you on?
22.
23. We got you and one more, and we're done. We're done.
Wow.
We survived. So
yeah, I was gonna come on here and complain about how tired I was about having to wake up early this morning on a Sunday, and I was like, wait, I can't complain to these guys about being tired. They've been rocking it since yesterday.
We're not even tired, bro. We're just like interdimensional. Like it's a different description, dude. It's not tired. Like my hands are sweating so much, and I'm cold. You know what I mean? It's just like. It's just
I know that.
It's interdimensional.
Hey,
so what's the plan after this? You guys log off in a few hours and then what? Just crash and sleep until tomorrow morning?
If we're lucky. I mean, I would love that. I don't know. Austin had a pretty good game plan. Austin and Chelsea, they were saying you go to sleep, you take like a 4-hour nap, 4 or 5, 6-hour nap, and then you wake up and then you stay up for a little bit and then you just go back to sleep at like 10 and sleep through the night. Yeah.
And then you kind of get up early.
The best thing to do to like fix your sleep schedule, it's not go to sleep early, it's force yourself to wake up early. Force yourself to wake up early for like a week straight, and then you'll get in a normal sleep cycle. I know people that say that all the time, like, I stay up till 2 a.m. and then I wake up at 10 a.m. and it's like, all right, set your alarm for 6 a.m. for a week, and then you'll get on a normal sleep schedule.
Yeah, or you can also ride one out. You're like, I keep going to bed at 2 a.m. and I don't want to get up earlier. It's like, well, then just go one night where you don't sleep and then go to bed at 7 p.m., and now you're getting up at 4:30 and it's just like, and then don't go to sleep too early the next time. Maybe a little quicker.
I like it. This is like when people are like fasting, but instead of fasting on food, you guys are just fasting on sleep and just giving it up for a full day.
Pretty much.
And fasting on mock drafts, I guess, too.
The people, though, would have kept us going, though. Like, real talk, man. Like, Dave, like just your energy coming on here, just to feel that difference, and then just like, it keeps you going. It really does. It's like, I gotta be paying attention a little bit, and then my body starts cramping. I'll just go eat an orange or whatever. But
let's go. We'll keep the coffee going. Hopefully, you guys are pumping yourselves full of caffeine.
It doesn't do anything at this point.
No,
we're good. We're good.
I still just can't believe I screwed up the time conversion. I'm on Mountain Time, and I'm so used to people using Eastern Time. So when I saw 9 a.m. Pacific, I was just like, all right, just subtract an hour. It's a 1 hour difference, not a 2 hour difference, and just completely forgot to go in the opposite direction. So shame on me, but hey, I'm here now.
Where are you logging in from?
Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm about an hour north of Denver.
Oh, very cool.
Nice.
Broncos fan?
No, I'm from Chicago originally. Yeah, I got the Jay Cutler signed helmet back here. Nice. Born and raised in Chicago. Lived there. My wife and I moved out here. This is year 4 for us. Same place in Fort Collins. We're right in downtown. It's a cool little neighborhood.
Very
That's
cool.
awesome.
Very cool. Also very cool. We got this mock draft here started. It's a 12-team PPR mock. And we're getting this one started right now. But before we get too far into this draft, we start firing off with all the questions. Dave, I want to let folks know where they can go ahead and start following you if they want to do that while we're getting this mock. And we got your Twitter at Dave Kings. The co-host of the 2 Point Stance, along with stepmom Lauren for the footballguys.com. We've been thinking a lot about stepmom Lauren in this. We know that her and her family are going through a tough time right now. Sending a lot of love and a lot of prayers over to her and her family. On this
absolutely. She's actually the one that introduced me to you guys. We do this Football Guys Spotlight, we call it, every single week, where we just shout out, people that we think deserve to be shouted out in the community. And the first episode we did, she said, I got to shout out my guys over at the Fantasy Whisperers. They're the ones that got me into podcasting. They're awesome at what they do. So that's actually how I got connected with you guys, was from episode 1 of 2 Point Stance. And I've been following you guys and been fans ever since.
man.
Appreciate that. Yeah, it was really.
She's the best.
Oh my gosh, she is amazing.
And
Amazing.
speaking of
Oh.
just this community, we just got MF Cowboy gave $10 here. Almost done. Drink some monsters. This
Hey,
is now a
boys.
$10 contribution to our raffle, and all of the proceeds are going to a charitable cause. Johnny, do you want to share with Whisper Nation what the charity is and how the raffles are working? But before we do that, can we get our Ric Flair going here?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Woo! Oh, I feel good every time.
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, so MF Cowboy will put your name in the drawing. You get 2 tickets, and that will all of that that we get in our super chat, we are donating to the Women of Sports Foundation, and we have some awesome prizes going to be given away next hour. So make sure if anybody else is, we got 21 watching. If you guys want to get into that drawing, we'll be giving away an signed Alvin Kamara jersey, courtesy of Club Fantasy FFL. We will be giving away this Deontay Johnson jersey behind me that's signed. And we have a couple more things that well, Josh teased us with something else that he was going to put.
And that's coming up in the next hour?
Maybe. Yeah, that's coming in the next hour. And then I'm going to put in a Kyler Murray rookie card that is graded a SGC 9. So I will put that in the drawing as well. So we will draw for that next hour. So all donations will be given to the Women of Sports Foundation, courtesy of Whisper Nation and this mock draft marathon. So appreciate you.
Great way to get it started. Well, Dave, that is all of our introductions now. So glad to have you drafting here. The names are a little bit small on the screen I'm looking at. Which spot are you drafting out of?
I'm drafting out of the 8th spot, which is my preferred spot this year. I really like it. I feel like that the first 8, which that's where I've got a pretty big tier break, is after the top 8, and that's my exact top 8 right there. Dalvin Cook. I mean, not in that order, but pretty much I'm happy to start my draft with any of these guys.
So Austin Eckler, am I counting that right? Austin Eckler is right there.
Yes,
Perfect.
Austin Eckler was my first pick, and then Darren Waller. I mean, that's my ideal start, is being able to get one of those top 8 running backs, and then rarely does Travis Kelce wrap around in the second round. But then in round 2, if I can get Darren Waller or if I can get George Kittle, I'm more than happy with that.
Preference between the two? Obviously, Darren Waller.
I lean towards Darren Waller. Yeah.
Is it age?
And I think that George Kittle has a higher ceiling, but I think that Waller's going to give you a little bit of a safer floor, given, I don't like to harp on injury risk, but, we just got to address it. George Kittle really struggles to stay on the field, and Darren Waller hasn't given us any reason to think that he struggles with that yet. So, he's basically the wide receiver 1 on his team. Ayuk and Deebo Samuel are both going to be back this year, cutting into Kittle's timeshare just a little bit, but I still think that Kittle is, I say this all the time. I don't think that there's this big tier break between, everyone says it's like Travis Kelce, then Darren Waller, and then George Kittle. I think all of those guys realistically are in the same exact tier, and I don't think there should be much of an ADP gap between any of them.
I feel like on that one, an interesting pick there with Austin Eckler ahead of some of the names that we've seen usually go before in our drafts here, Nick Chubb and Jonathan Taylor. Is Austin Eckler your boy no matter what, or is this because of the PPR designation?
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely the PPR. In PPR leagues, the biggest thing that's really held Austin Eckler back over the last few years has been opportunity. He has been injured. He's split carries with Melvin Gordon. But if you look back from the start of 2019 in games that Austin Eckler has started, which I think it's only 12 or 14, it's not a huge sample size, but in games that he started, he is 3rd overall in points per game. It's Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, and then Austin Eckler in PPR leagues. So now heading into this season, there's no reason to think that he's going to be splitting touches with anybody. It should be his job for the taking. I love him. And then there's also this kind of like fallacy that goes around where everyone's like, Phillip Rivers had this old arm late, or this, aging arm late in his career. And that's the reason that Eckler was able to feast. Well, last year, Austin Eckler saw more targets per game with Justin Herbert than he saw in his best season with Phillip Rivers. So Austin Eckler is somebody that I'm more than happy to take in the mid-first round. And sometimes you can even wait to get him in the second, but he's somebody that I'm so bullish on in PPR leagues that I have no problem taking him as a top 8 pick.
I really appreciate that take right now. And as your 3rd round selection is coming up, who are you hoping? Now, you took a tight end there in the second. It's a PPR. You got a pass-catching halfback, an elite tight end. what's your heart set on right now? What's an ideal spot in the third?
Well, really what I like doing is going with running back here, but all of my running backs, this went heavy with running backs. I mean, you see that the first 10 picks were all running backs, and then Clyde Edwards-Helaire is usually dropping in the third. Chris Carson's usually making it to the late third. This draft room is really, really getting after the running backs. So ideally, I like to take Chris Carson in the third round, but he didn't make it back to me. So I got to go with Steady Eddie here. Being a Bears fan, I might be a little bit biased, but this guy every single year is a lock for 150 targets and 1,100 yards. Like, exactly what you're getting with Allen Robinson. He's finished wide receiver 8 and wide receiver 9 in the last 2 years. And now heading into this season with a quarterback upgrade, he's ranked as the wide receiver 11. So like we know exactly what Allen Robinson is, and everyone's getting distracted with Terry McLaurin and these, new shiny toys, whatever it may be. But Allen Robinson is basically a lock to be a top 10 receiver. And I don't think he's got that upside that DeAndre Hopkins or Tyreek Hill has. But, his upside realistically is top 5, and his floor is basically top 10. So I love getting somebody like Allen Robinson that is just going to be seeing, 8 to 11 targets every single week.
He's done it with so many quarterbacks, both in Chicago, going back to Jacksonville. Allen Robinson, man, I love that guy. I'm so excited to see the career that he had after what I thought a lot of people thought was going to be like a Juju Smith-Schuster possible situation after that 1,400-yard early on season, and then a regression the following year. But love to see what he's done bouncing back around. Do you think him and Justin Fields are going to take the Bears for a fun ride?
I do. And like, let's not even get ahead to Justin Fields right now. If it's Andy Dalton is the best quarterback that Allen Robinson has ever played with. I'm putting him above Blake Bortles and Mitch Trubisky and Nick Foles and everybody that he has had to deal with so far. So even if Andy Dalton is the starter for 17 weeks, that is still the best quarterback play that Allen Robinson has ever had. If we get Justin Fields, that's just the cherry on top. But I think Allen Robinson is absolutely set up for a career year here. And, it's weird. People talk about Matt Nagy being on the hot seat and, the Bears having all these problems. But at the end of the day, Matt Nagy has won with this team. He's been a head coach now for 3 years, and he's gone to the playoffs in 2 of those years with Mitch Trubisky as his quarterback. That's not the guy that he drafted. That's not the guy that he wanted. He inherited Mitch Trubisky when he came to this team. So when I watch this offense, I see players getting open all the time. And either Nick Foles couldn't get the ball to him or Mitch Trubisky just didn't see them. So I'm willing to still give him another shot because I think that he's a pretty solid coach. We know what the defense has. They're an absolutely elite defense. So I think this team is a lot closer to a championship than they are to a top 5 pick. And I realize it sounds like I'm a homer by saying that, but I truly believe that this team is a lot better than people give them credit for.
Honestly, you sound like someone who has insights because you're close to the source. That's how it comes across. It feels like Matt Nagy's on the hot seat. But you're talking 3 years. He's been in the playoffs twice, and his quarterback thing has been really weird. Quarterback situation has been strange, not what he wanted. First off, do you think he is on the hot seat? And if he is that fair?
I think he is on the hot seat because he's in Chicago. And in Chicago, like if you're not winning a championship within your first 2 years, you're on the hot seat. I mean,
you're asking a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a Chicago fan, and I'll say that Chicago fans are some of the worst ones out there. I mean, with Chicago, Philly, and it's a rough fan base to be.
Except Chicago has a record of excellence.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we haven't done anything. We made this Super Bowl with Rex Grossman a few years ago, and Lovie Smith lost his job 2 years later. I mean, it's crazy how reactionary this fan base is. Like I said, Matt Nagy had to inherit a team with Mitch Trubisky, which was arguably like one of the worst quarterback picks ever. And they didn't try to fix it. They didn't try to bring in a veteran until finally, Nick Foles, Andy Dalton, they tried these like bridge Band-Aid quarterbacks. But, I think Trubisky really held the offense back. So I think getting a guy like Justin Fields that really can do all of the things that you want to see a quarterback do in this offense, throw the ball on the run, run these bootlegs, get the play action going. I think Justin Fields can do all of that. So I think that we're going to finally see this offense get unlocked. I mean, it just happened. Yes, it's been shared nonstop throughout the offseason. But Moody, who I saw was just on a couple hours ago, he shared that video of Darnell Mooney just cooking D-back after D-back and getting wide open and then not getting the ball to him. And that was kind of the story of last year. It was just Allen Robinson getting hyper-targeted while Cole Kmet was getting open, Jimmy Graham was getting open, Darnell Mooney was getting open. So I think that having a quarterback that will be able to go through more than one read is really going to help unlock this offense.
I love that. Really great take on this one as it's breaking down.
I should have had my Allen Robinson jersey up for Dave. I do have that one.
Travis, is Dave related to Alex Strofe?
No, but he kind of looks like it.
In the voice, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right?
Better than mine.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm not trying to ignore you, Dave.
You're sounding a bit hoarse there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
pretty much.
his voice couldn't handle all the woos that we were getting, so it
Travis
gave
is
up.
normally our silky pipes member of the show, and
This is a challenge. I do have to say though, Dave, I'm a big fan of your Twitter game. I know it took you a long time to get verified and all that, and I just like the work you do on there. I think you do you're a good role model for people trying to start out in the industry and what it takes.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And honestly, I get myself in trouble on Twitter a lot of the times because I'm sarcastic and, I try to be funny, and I guess my jokes aren't that funny and a lot of people take them seriously. But, the way I look at it, I put a lot of time into podcasts and writing articles. And for me, at the end of the day, Twitter is a place to try to expand your reach and get engagement. And, if acting a fool will help with that, and, cherry picking some stats and making some jokes here and there, it rubs some people the wrong way, but I'm just here to have fun. And that's what Twitter is for me.
Hey, you know what I say when there's a little bit of heat? That's usually because there's a little bit of friction. You're talking rubbing people the wrong way. A little bit of friction means there's a little bit of heat. Where there's heat, there's energy. And where there's energy, we have the ability to change the world. So I think a little bit of friction right there is not necessarily a bad thing.
Love it.
You talk about
this pick right here, Tyler Lockett, man. Tyler Lockett gets so much hate, but I'm loving me some Tyler Lockett. This guy's been a wide receiver one.
I saw your take on this, and I gotta just say I don't agree with Tyler Lockett as being a good fantasy asset. It's just he's too sporadic. It's like the whole, and I said this before. He's like the Amari Cooper, but like more glorified in that he'll have 4 games that make up over half of his fantasy production for the entire season. And the rest of the time, most people who draft him, because they think, oh my gosh, this is the game he's going to go for 40, and they don't realize the matchups that it's going to take in order to do that. Which, again, he'll have 4, but you have to know which ones to play him, and most people don't know when to sit him and when to play him, and then you're having to take him as your wide receiver 3 to me when I could have Brandon Ayuk instead, or some of these other even Chase Claypool to me I would take over Tyler Lockett. But I want to give you this time because a lot of convincing has been going on over the last 24 hours, and my brain is basically oatmeal at this point, so it's pretty easy to get stuff in there.
Instant oatmeal.
Well, you're getting volatility with Tyler Lockett, but at the end of the day, he's going to finish as a wide receiver 1. You got to take the good with the bad. And as much as those rough weeks are going to hurt you, I feel like if you can get him as a wide receiver 3, we already talked about how steady Allen Robinson is, and even Amari Cooper, where early on in his career he was a bit volatile and week to week, he's been pretty steady since. So I feel like if you can lock in 2 consistent wide receivers and then have that volatility with Tyler Lockett as your wide receiver 3, there's some weeks where he is going to hurt you, but you got to hope that the rest of your team can balance that out. And then those weeks where he does go off for 20 targets, 15 catches, 200 yards, and 3 touchdowns, there's nobody that's beating you those weeks. So I like the volatility. It's not for everybody. There's certainly some risk that goes into it. Hold on,
I hate consistent players, and I'm not even playing, man. I'm not even playing, and
you hate consistent players.
I like the guys who can boom or bust, and I like to get a lot of them. And I'm just hoping that when one of my guys busts, another one booms, and that boom is 2.5 players consistent worth. So then I'm still coming out ahead. And if they all hit, then I'm setting records. And over the course of the year, I'm going to have a nice season. And I just hope that those boom or bust players have a great playoff schedule and are set up for those final weeks. But I do like the volatility because I think you can get explosive players. I love me some Tyreek Hills. I love me some Chris Johnson 2Ks from back in the days. I love me some Deshaun Jacksons and LaShawn McCoys. You know how I've always played, and that's why I was the point leader and never won a championship.
Like Eminem said.
Another big thing, I think the bigger the league is, the more you want to get the floor guys. If you're in a 12-team, 14 league, 16 league, then you want those guys that are going to give you a pretty safe floor. But if you're in a, not that many people are playing 8 leagues, but if you're in an 8-person team or a 10-person league, that's when you can really rack up a lot of those boomer bust guys. And even though you could have a team that's entirely made of boomer bust guys, but they kind of over the course of a season will be a little bit more consistent because they'll even each other out. So I'm with you. You know, those are the guys that you can usually draft for pretty cheap. Like at the end of the day, Tyler Lockett, he was a wide receiver 13 2 years ago. He was a wide receiver 8 last year, and he's getting drafted now as the wide receiver 22. Wow. So you know that he's going to finish, like his floor is basically a low-end wide receiver 1, and you can still draft him as the 25th wide receiver off the board. So if you can live with that inconsistency, you're getting a steal throughout the end of the season.
Josh, I'm marking this down in our notes so we can pull that clip, which you just said about Tyler Lockett. That was fire.
I wish I was looking at the screen. I'm just kidding. It's okay. I'm just joking.
Another crazy thing about Tyler Lockett, he led the team in targets last year. He had more targets and more receptions than DK Metcalf did.
More targets and receptions than DK.
Yeah, but they weren't.
I mean, DK Metcalf, though, was like, 50 yards per reception.
Right. And that's the thing. He was obviously a lot more efficient with it, but they just gave Tyler Lockett almost $70 million to keep him there through age 32. He is kind of taken on that Doug Baldwin role. That was just, Doug Baldwin was a boomer bust player, but at the end of the season, he would always finish as a high-end wide receiver 2, low-end wide receiver 1. And I think that's what you're going to get with Tyler Lockett. I don't really worry about Dwayne Eskridge too much. I think that if anything, he can just help alleviate some pressure. But I'm all in on Seattle this year. This is 2 years in a row now where Seattle is kind of, tuckered out in the last half of the year. Russell Wilson, Tyler Lockett, Chris Carson, everybody kind of slowed down as the season went on for back-to-back straight years. And that just left a poor taste in the mouth of fantasy managers. So I think Chris Carson, Tyler Lockett, Russell Wilson, those guys are just screaming values now heading into next year.
That's a really good point, right? Like there's no reason to think. Well, what do you think? Are they going to be the Seahawks that started the year, or are they going to be the Seahawks that finished the year? I mean, we take Jonathan Taylor really early right now because of how he finished the year. We're not taking Jonathan Taylor of how he started the year. So how do you think that the Seattle Seahawks, I get what you're saying as the place overall, but looking forward, putting on the crystal ball, reading the tea leaves, checking your horoscope, what do you think is going to happen from a prediction standpoint?
I think what we saw in the front half of the year is more likely what we're going to see in 2021. A big thing is, Chris Carson is somebody that I am just consistently ringing the bell for. I think this guy is so underrated. And we saw last year that when he got hurt, that was really the turning point for the Seattle offense. And everybody, they had Carlos Hyde, they had DJ Dallas, but they didn't have any faith in those guys. Travis Homer. They went out and they brought in Alex Collins off the street, who hadn't played a snap of football in 2 years. That's how much faith they had in those backup running backs. And you just see it. Chris Carson is the engine of this offense. He just wears down the defense. He's almost like a Derrick Henry. I don't want to say that they have the same build, but just where he delivers those punishing blows to just wear down the defense, And then eventually they pop for that big play, whether it's to Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf. And as soon as Chris Carson got hurt last year, the entire attitude of that team switched, and they were suddenly a soft offense. They didn't have that hammer anymore. So I think, as Chris Carson is arguably the most important part of this offense. And as long as he's healthy, I think that this offense is going to remain elite.
Give me some things to think about on this one. Damn, that's really nice. And I swear it's not just because I'm 22 hours in.
Here's another one too that always jumps out to me, that Leonard Fournette has an higher ADP than Ronald Jones. I can't wrap my mind around that one.
It's because he was 3 years ago was the fastest, had the fastest land speed of any offensive player in the NFL, and he's 240 pounds. And you've seen him get 200 yards, and you just see that upside, and you're like, he's big and he's meaty and he's kind of funny, and like, I like it.
I just feel like the Giovanni Bernard signing really cuts into Leonard Fournette's role. I don't think that Giovanni Bernard is going to be fantasy relevant, but I think that his fantasy impact is that it severely caps Leonard Fournette. Ronald Jones is at this stage in their career. He's younger, he's the better runner. And I think the reason that he didn't get the majority of the snaps last year is because he struggled to hold on to the football. He struggled to catch the ball. He struggled in pass blocking. But, when you got a leader like Tom Brady on the team, I think that he's just going to help everybody elevate their game. And knowing that Ronald Jones is the faster runner, I think that they want him to be a part of this offense more than he was last year. And I'd be shocked if he wasn't putting in the time to get better. So Ronald Jones is somebody that I think his upside is way, way higher than Leonard Fournette's. And last year I was, really on the Leonard Fournette train. And this year I've switched gears and I'm all in on Ronald Jones.
I like how you frame that with Giovanni Bernard. He's not going to be fantasy relevant, but he will have a fantasy impact.
Mhm.
I mean, that's what Hugh said last night as well. He's like, don't underestimate the signing of Gio in
Right.
Tampa Bay.
And when you just watched Ronald Jones or Leonard Fournette try to catch passes out of the backfield, like it was pretty brutal at times. And we know Tom Brady loves to get his pass catching halfbacks involved. So yeah, fantasy impact. I think that's a really good way to put it. Did you fade on Ronald Jones though? I see you did pass on him. Leonard Fournette went.
It's a big Travie. He took him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at it. I saw Edmonds and I saw the jersey, and never mind on that one. But Dave, Travis, you had talked about, Dave and the example that you set, getting into being credentialed on Twitter and the work that you did in the community, growing your engagement. One of the questions we've enjoyed asking our guests here is, one, what got you into fantasy? And then two, what elevated your game to the level you're at currently? What was that motivating factor, or what encouraged you to level yourself up to the position you're at now?
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually I've been playing fantasy almost my entire life. My dad had a fantasy football league when I was like 9 years old. That was, he was the commissioner, and his friends would be calling in lineups Sunday morning, and he'd be writing them down on paper, and we'd be tracking stats during halftime and writing down what we could, and that was how I got into fantasy. And then the first league I played in, I was 10 years old, and that was a Yahoo league, and I had Donovan McNabb and Randy Moss and Terrell Owens and Tony Gonzalez, and I just crushed that draft, came in first place, and then got kicked out of the league the very next year because my team was so good that I was accused of cheating by my dad and his friends just because I was scouring waiver wires. It was different back then. Like, rather than benching people would drop good players on bye weeks and then hope to pick them back up. And I was just going in there and just sniping everybody and picking up these guys on bye weeks. By the time the playoffs rolled around, I had a juggernaut, and I got kicked out of the team the very next year.
Wow,
so
what an honor.
Took a couple years off.
What an honor.
Yeah. So it took a couple of years off from fantasy football. And then when I was 14, freshman in high school, I commissioned my own leagues with some of the buddies on the football team. And that league is still going to this day. But, it was something that we would just like live and breathe all the time, playing fantasy football. Like, that's what kept my core group of friends from high school together. We still get together every single year for the draft and have a great time with it.
In person?
In person, yeah. Everyone flew out to Colorado last year. This year, we're going up to a buddy's lake house in Michigan. We still do it every single year, get the whole crew together, and it's a great way to keep in touch. We've all stood up in each other's weddings. It's a really, really good group of guys. But what happened about 3 years ago is I started writing long form articles anonymously on Reddit, and somebody from Fantasy Pros reached out to me and they said, "Hey, these articles are pretty good. Would you want to write for us?" So I kind of thought it was a joke at the time, and didn't really think that it was real, but started writing for Fantasy Pros. Did that for about a year and a half, just working on their news desk, pumping out all of the fantasy news and what the impact was on that. Did that for about a year and a half, and then a little less than a year ago, somebody told me, "Hey, you should get on Twitter. You're funny, your content's good. You should get on Twitter and see if you can get a following there." So got on Twitter, linked up with Elvin Ryan, who let me write for his website, and I published my first article a little less than a year ago.
Wow,
that's awesome.
Oh, I love that story on this. Thank you for sharing us on this one. I want to bring it back now to your I don't know if you call it your league of record, your high school league, your long-term league that you got going on there. You do an in-person draft, our league of record, Johnny, Travis, and myself. We're going on year 11 right now, and we love that league so much. We didn't want to be fantasy analysts, fantasy commentators, get in this world and do that. It's like, no, we fell in love with this league and we loved it so much. We wanted to bottle this energy and like bring it to the entire world. Like, that's really where the big motivation for this came in. And our league has so many great traditions that we love. You talk about doing a live draft. It's a core part of what we do. The winner gets to lead the selection process of where we go. So we do a different location every year based on kind of where the winner wants to go. We're bringing it back to Flagstaff, Arizona. It's our 11th year, but we did, because of the pandemic, we didn't travel last year, but we're bringing it back to Flagstaff, Arizona, where we'd all gone to school and where we had our first fantasy football draft at Buffalo Wild Wings. And we've got just like a ton. We got the 3 appetizer special. If you had your draft, you remember this, Johnny? You had your draft there. And
yeah, dude, they gave us like 10 coupons too, and we're like,
$10 coupons. Weekly rewards.
Yeah, because we were poor college students. We're like, oh yeah, we could use this as a giveaway.
It had nothing to do with being a poor college student. They gave us 100 they gave us $10 free coupons, and we said, what are we going to do with these? We said we're going to give them out to winners each week. We were poor college students, but that had nothing. We just got these cards, we gave them out. It's like, and we've like carried that. We have all these other like awards that we do and stuff. So that's a long way to bring it back around to what are some of the traditions that you and your league mates really invest in and uphold and enjoy.
So you guys, it wouldn't surprise me if you steal this idea. Anybody that I've shared with this is like, this is the best idea. And we implemented this about 5 years ago. And the weekly lowest scorer needs to go to the store and pick up a 24-ounce tall boy, a big old beer. And what they have to do on Thursday night right before kickoff is they have to videotape themselves shotgunning that full 24-ounce beer and then giving their fantasy predictions for the week. So, they start off shotgunning the beer. And then, I got Dave beating Troy this week because Troy doesn't know how to draft. And, it just turns into this big crap talking thing. But we've done that every week now for the last 5 years. And it is such a fun fold to have in our fantasy league. It just keeps us engaged with each other, gives us a way to kind of, talk crap about people all week. That's my favorite part about that league by far.
See, I can't shotgun beers, but you put that in a beer bong and I could do it no problem.
Yeah, you can do that too. And we got some people that are on diets, so we've had to get creative with it in the past. But for the most part, it's like I said, we can be creative, but for the most part, it's just shotgunning a beer. And these videos are hilarious, man. Watching people like holding back tears and just like belching and like trying not to burp as they're giving the videos are always hilarious.
24 is a specific number. You have enforced this, I can tell. And we've all shotgun beers, I can safely assume here. And y'all know what it's like, but not many people have done a 24 ouncer. So I can only imagine that you get it started, you think you're good, you're like, I hit my normal thing. I gotta have doubled it. It's like, no, you got 6 more ounces left. And you just don't know because you've never done it. And then it's all over your face and your body and stuff, and then your ego.
Yeah, one of my favorites was I want to do because I've been in this league for a while, and it's me and one other guy that are consistently we've won 5 of the last 6 years, and it's me and him just duking it out every single week. So one week I didn't set a lineup because I'd already locked in a first round bye and just didn't really care that much. Didn't realize that, it wasn't even that I'd locked in a bye. It was on my bye week. I had the first round bye, so I didn't set my lineup. And then they still, because I didn't have a full lineup, had the lowest score, and they tried enforcing it that I had to do the chug that week. And, being the magnanimous man that I am, I said, fine, whatever, I'll do it. And I wanted to show off, so I went out and got an IPA, a 24-ounce, 8.5% beer. And I said, I'm really going to show up these guys. If they're going to force me to do this, I'm going to do it right. So shotgun this 8.5%, 24-ounce beer, give my predictions, go to check out the video, and realize that I wasn't recording it. So I had to do a second one, and it was brutal. My wife was working that night, and I was like stumbling around the house by myself. I was like, this is terrible. I was in bed by like 7:30. I didn't even watch the Thursday night game.
Oh man, no. That would be my nightmare.
Yep. Was not fun.
You got yourself so amped for that too, and you're like, okay, they're trying to have one on me, but I'm gonna flip this on them, and I got to do something so tough that it's just like that's it. And that takes a lot to make. Oh, dude, I'm sorry.
These videos are fun though. If I'm last place in one of the weeks this year and I'm recording a video, I'm not gonna put anybody else's videos out there because we don't like to share them. But if I end up scoring last and I have to do it, I'll upload the video to Twitter this year for everyone to see.
That would be epic. That's pretty cool.
With that one. And what about last place finishes? Anything you guys do?
That's something
not just in the week, but the overall.
We don't do that. No, we found because we would always have these like big, grand ideas of how we were going to punish the person in last place. And the problem is that they were always like so bad and so humiliating that people wouldn't do them no matter how much we tried to force it. So then we said, hey, what if we cut it down to like a smaller weekly punishment that's a little bit more enforceable? And that just took off. And that's what we've been doing ever since.
Let me show you what we do on ours with it, because we kind of had the same thing. And what we decided, because we do this in-person draft every year, is we said, well, it's fun to laugh and poke fun at the person who comes in last, but it's more useful if we put them to work. So what we do then is the last place has to organize the banquet, and we do it Labor Day weekend every year. Friday night we do a banquet with some like superlative awards. It's kind of a fancy place. We go, they're in charge of finding the location, getting it approved by the league, setting the reservation, and then organizing the superlative piece where, they take a look and award people different things from throughout the season. And then they have to pass out beers during the actual draft.
I like that. Yeah, put them to work. Why not? I really like that idea.
You get a great Friday
Yeah.
dinner.
Everyone loves it until you have to go through it, and then it's horrible. It sucks.
Yeah.
I'd rather just
Don't get last.
Yeah. Oh, it's not that simple.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
We know. But and then I guess I just ask you, any the champion on the other side of it, do you have anything special that you do for the winner of your league?
Got it right here. That's the
See
trophy. Ass and TDs, real mature, right?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so we've got that. And then we actually decided this year because as we got older, we just kept bumping up the buy-in every single year. And, the buy-in got to be pretty steep. And last year, friendships were on the line. When there's a pot with, a few $1,000s in there, it brings out the worst in people. So this year we decided, let's just bring this back to bragging rights. We're dropping the buy-in down to $100. So there's enough to stay competitive and still win some money, but not enough that people are threatening friendships over it. So right now, it's bragging rights and it's the trophy. That's pretty much what we're playing for.
We have a trophy belt that we had custom designed with some of Easter eggs from our league. So Ricky Williams is our league mascot. So he's on the front of the trophy belt, storming through the trees in Flagstaff, Arizona, stiff arming them with that Buffalo Wings wing in his arm, because that's where we first drafted it at. And then it's got some other Arizona symbols on it. We spent $1,300 on this trophy belt. It's a really nice trophy belt. And then we do a $100 buy-in as well. The winner, second place gets their money back. First place gets the money, but then they have to use the money to buy a jersey of a player on their championship team.
I like that. Yeah, I've got that's something that I've always just kind of done, and I don't anymore because I'm in so many leagues. But I used to every single year I would buy the jersey of my favorite player on that fantasy squad. So even though I'm a Bears fan, I've got some really weird random jerseys sitting in my closet right now. Jeremy Shockey and Miles Austin.
Ooh, that's a good
New Orleans Saints one.
Yep. New Orleans Saints. That the black road jersey. I've got that one. I've got a Miles Austin. Miles Austin to this day was picking Miles Austin up off of waivers and then just getting to plug in the wide receiver one for the rest of the season. That was one of the best feelings ever. So I hate the Cowboys with a fiery passion, and I've still got a Miles Austin jersey sitting in my closet. Peyton Hillis was another one that won me a season.
Nice.
I had Peyton Hillis. I had Peyton Hillis on that one. And the funny thing about Peyton Hillis was I didn't even believe in him. And I tried to trade him away, but the only reason, I got lucky because no one wanted him. So I was like, okay, well, I can't trade him away and I'm not dropping him. So I just kept playing him and he just kept scoring a lot of points and it worked out. But.
Yeah, I was the same way. I was trying to shop him because I was like, there is no way that this, stocky little dude on a terrible Browns team is going to keep putting it up every single week. And the same thing, tried trading him. Nobody wanted him. And I was just like, fine. All right. I guess I'll keep this year's top 5 running back off of waivers. And it was the same thing a few years ago. The James Conner, when James Conner, he got picked up off of waivers in our league, and this guy was trying to trade him all year and couldn't trade him, and then won the championship with James Conner as his RB1.
There it is. Dave, I have loved this conversation just as much, if not more, than any of the other conversations we've had. I think this is such a core part of fantasy football that doesn't get as much attention as it deserves, maybe outside of FX's The League, which is over and done. This is why I play fantasy football. Love the stats, love the numbers, love the metrics, all that stuff. But this is really what it's about. But coming down to the end here, I want to ask, who are you targeting late? Maybe with your pick here, but just in these general last couple of rounds, who are some folks that Whisper Nation should keep an eye out for that obviously, might not pan out, but could do some special things?
Well, if this was a deeper draft, I'm only taking a tight end here now to fill out my roster. If this was, if there were more rounds, I'd still be loading up on wide receivers and tight ends. But, I do have to have a complete roster at the end of this. So, I'll go with Jared Cook here. But, there's still a lot of guys that really, really get me excited. Russell Gage is a guy that looks like he's going to go undrafted, which is, crazy because I would have taken, there goes Russell Gage. Yeah. But he's a guy that is, probably going to see 100 to 130 targets this year. And, you can get excited about Kyle Pitts, whatever, but this is still a team that has always had two wide receivers that are going to get the ball, and Russell Gage is one of those guys. So love him. We just lost the rest of the screen, so I'll have to switch over to somebody else and see where some of my deeper polls are.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, with the draft coming to an end, we lost.
The players. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I was like, wait a second.
Late round, there was another guy. There was another guy I had queued up, and I don't know if somebody took him. Oh, I took him. Traquan Smith in the 12th round. He's a guy that we have been excited about since his rookie year. He was a first round rookie pick when he came in, and hasn't really been able to put it together yet. But I am confident that this year, his skill set is going to be utilized a little bit better. If it's whether it's Jameis Winston or Taysom Hill under center, I think that his ability to get down the field and make some plays is going to be a little bit better on this new team. So with Michael Thomas, presumably out till they're saying November, December. Who knows if he's going to play at all this year? So many question marks with Michael Thomas that I'm loving Traquan Smith as a late round pick this year. Troutman's the one guy that I can't really get behind. I watched him play, and he has there's that one play where he ran a crisp route and broke a tackle and went in for an end zone. And outside of that play, he really didn't do anything to excite me. So I think Traquan Smith steps up as the number 2 target in New Orleans. Another late round guy that I really like that I would have, probably taken in the next round is Darrington Evans. This is going to be a very new look Titans team with Arthur Smith gone, with the addition of Julio Jones, with the loss of Jonnu Smith, the loss of Corey Davis. I think this is going to be a very different team. Darrington Evans is somebody who has taken some of his reps with wide receivers. That's the one thing that they haven't had is a pass catching back. So I don't think that Darrington Evans is really a handcuff for Derrick Henry, like a lot of people are saying. I think he's going to have some standalone value, similar to what we saw with Tariq Cohen back in 2018, or what we've seen with James White in previous seasons, or Chase Edmonds last year, where he can be flexed every single week because of his usage in the pass game. It wouldn't surprise me to see him getting, 4 to 6 targets per game, which could, potentially put him in the top 10.
Like that take, a lot of folks just forget about him because of how often injured he was, and you think of Brian Hill, but it's like, Darrington Evans is going to be that third down back who could, exactly as you said, have some standalone value there. Oh my gosh, love that. Dave, would love to hear your just overall take now that the draft is done. You've got your dudes. What do you think went well? Anything that you would have done a little bit differently now that you got to see all the players on the boards?
Yeah, I thought about doing this at with the 11th pick where I took Justin Fields. I thought about going with Deshaun Watson, and he went shortly after. I know you guys have been really plugged in doing the podathon, but did you see the Ian Rappaport news that came out just about an hour ago that Deshaun Watson is reporting to camp?
So avoid the $50,000 fine. We just had that. We just had a question mark that came up here from a listener, Philip Savage. Is it?
So my question to you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
So Ian Rappaport said that he's reporting to camp, but said that he is still frustrated with the team. And then shortly following that, Mike Raffle followed it up by saying that he is going to be fined $50,000 per day for every day that he misses camp. And then also said that he doesn't expect the NFL to get involved because these were all civil instead of criminal cases. So, I mean, Deshaun Watson's one of those guys who's basically been free. If you're doing best ball drafts this year, you can get him in the 18th round. And, if he ends up playing, the value, he'd be top 3 to top 5 if we knew that he was playing a full 17 games, regardless of what team he was on. So if you know that he is going to end up playing and you can get him in one of these late rounds, it's pretty much just a cheat code.
Wasn't Zeke's a civil case as well?
Yeah, and it was Tyreek had the same thing a few years ago, where Tyreek in best ball was going in the 17th, 18th round, and then finished as a top 3 wide receiver that year. And if you were able to get Tyreek in the 18th round and he put up a first round, ADP value, like I said, it's pretty much a cheat code, and I feel like that's kind of how it is with Deshaun Watson right now. So he's somebody that I've been targeting late in a lot of my best ball rounds, where it's like, do I need to take my wide receiver 9, or should I just take a dart throw here on Deshaun Watson? And, there's still a lot of uncertainty. And I feel like everybody who has said if they think he's going to play or not going to play has dug in pretty hard into that camp. But I still don't, I wouldn't say that I expect him to play, but just the upside alone that you can bring to your team by drafting him late, I think that it's absolutely worth it at this point, knowing what we know.
If he plays, all those teams that got him in the Scott Fishbowl are all of a sudden just Yeah, I battled with that question on how much I wanted to win when I was looking at drafting him.
It's definitely
a less touchy one is Aaron Rodgers, and there's all this news coming out about Aaron Rodgers now too. That one's not quite as touchy to talk about as Deshaun Watson, but he's another guy that I've really been targeting. And right now he's going as like the 12th, 13th quarterback off the board, and he's almost assuredly going to outperform that if he stays in Green Bay or if he gets traded to Denver, which seem to be the two likeliest options. I don't think that he's going to retire. That's what so many people are speculating. And being his age, at 37 years old, I don't think that he's going to walk away knowing that this could be, one of his last years in not even his prime, but just in an ability to win. And I also think that staying with Green Bay gives him the best opportunity to win. Now, he always talks about the chip on his shoulder, being compared to other quarterbacks and, getting drafted as late as he was drafted. And I think that is really going to drive him to come back in 2021. Right now, he's only got one ring. And, the way that people remember historically how well somebody is, whether you agree with it or not, is rings become a big part of that argument. And he doesn't want to get lumped in with Dan Marino, or I'm sorry, not Dan Marino, but all these other one-win quarterbacks. And, if he were to retire right now with one ring, 15, 20, 25 years from now, you better believe people are going to start saying, hey, maybe Eli Manning was a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. Maybe Ben Roethlisberger was a better quarterback than Aaron Rodgers. And he doesn't want that. I think that he's going to do whatever he can to win multiple Super Bowl rings before he retires.
Hey, Peyton Manning has to deal with that every single Thanksgiving when he sits down with his brother Eli.
Let me share my one thought about the Aaron Rodgers one. Like, this dude is so cerebral, and this dude is playing on such a different frequency with some of these things. Like, I agree with you, Dave. In general, they're speaking, and I think though he was chasing Brady, and I think we've said the GOAT in Brady. You heard people call Rodgers the best of all time from the touchdown to interception ratio. This is kind of pre-Patrick Mahomes before he entered the chat room, but it was the touchdown interception ratio was crazy. The year after year after year, all this stuff that was going on. And then when Tom Brady won his last one in New England and then went to Tampa Bay and did what he just did there, Travis and I, who are both huge Packers fans, shareholder of the Packers here, it's like, I think Brady moved into an entire category of his own and became unreachable for Aaron Rodgers, not just from an age perspective, but it's like, you can't do it, dude. Like, you're not going to win a handful more here. You're not going to go to another team. You're not going to, it just became unreachable.
No, you know who he's tied with? Brett Favre.
Mm-hmm.
Rings. So
I think that he cares, though.
I think he does.
I do.
Especially he thinks about Brett Favre. Honestly,
there's so many. I don't want to say average, because anybody playing in the NFL and going to a Super Bowl is good at what they do. But there's a lot of not great quarterbacks that have won a Super Bowl. Trent Dilfer, exactly. You've got to be a very, very good quarterback to win multiple rings. And I think the fact that he only has one is just driving him insane.
Yeah, it might be. The last thing I was going to say with it, I think like Aaron Rodgers knows he has so many other weird options with different things that like he wants to have his own unique story. And I'm not surprised if he thinks that story is outside of the football field. Like, he could just do something weird. Like, I'm just going to go now and be the permanent host of Jeopardy, or I'm going to go and get a ring with the Bucks, or I'm, just these different things that you see him getting involved in.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
could you imagine? Tampa Bay just signed Aaron Rodgers.
I'm sorry, I meant the Milwaukee Bucks. Like, he just got a ring. Like, he's a part owner in the Bucks. Like, he's involved in other things and trying to get out there. And like, I think he might see football as out of reach for what he wanted. So now he's like, I'm going to take my story in just like a totally different direction. I'm going to do this weird thing. I'm going to retire after being an MVP. I'm going to go and like try to be whatever it is. I just don't know if we can put him in a mold. I wish I could.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that he's a lot more competitive than people give him credit for. He has this very like lackadaisical attitude when he's talking on podcasts and talking on TV or whatever it is. But I think that deep down, he's got that really fiery competitiveness that drives him every single season. And that's why we still see him, balling out at an elite level in his late 30s. You don't play that well at that age unless you are an extreme competitor. And I think he is. And it would blow my mind to see him walk away, because he's coming off like statistically the best season of his career. I don't think that he's going to bow out after that. What is this team since LaFleur took over? 26-6 or something like that. Yep. I mean, they've just been a crazy good team. This is arguably the best team that he's ever had. And it would blow me away to see him walk away from the team that they have right now in Green Bay.
Dude, I told the boys this earlier. This will win you a bar bet, but Aaron Rodgers has been left off the NFL's top 100 list, like the top 10 rankings, 3 times in his career, and all 3 times he won the MVP after that, after he was left off. Yeah, including last year. So
left outside of the top 10.
Yeah. So 3 times he was, but it wasn't by much. Like last year, it was number 11, but he was mad about it, dude. And he was like, "I'll show him. I'm going to get the MVP."
And I think if he doesn't have a reason to be upset, if he doesn't have something that's going to give him a chip on his shoulder, he's just going to like manufacture a story. He's going to start a fight with his family and be like, "My family doesn't even believe me, so I got to go out and prove them wrong."
It's like the Michael Jordan thing when he what about that guy who was it?
And I took that personally.
Clifford? Yeah, he was like, he said, "Oh, he said good game to me in the hall," and then it was like, so he scored 45 or whatever
it was.
And I feel like he really does have that.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
He lives in his head, for sure.
Got a lot of people in here. We got Powerlift saying this is awesome over here. We appreciate you guys jumping in. We got Walker Bass. Sorry. This is amazing. Appreciate you.
What up, fellas?
So you guys had Adam Rank on last night, right?
We did.
Yeah.
We
did.
Hey, he's a fun one. I've done a couple of shows with him over the last month or so, man. He's a blast to have on air.
Oh, he definitely kept us going, and it was nice. Last year we had him on too with Stepmom Lauren, and those two together are just, I would say a hoot and a holler, but then that makes me sound really old, and I don't want to sound.
I'll call it that. They're a hoot and a holler, man.
That's who you need for the 24th hour is Adam Rank, just to come in and just inject some energy into the final hour.
Right. We got Leap of Faith, or Faith is coming on with Josh. So we're really excited to close out the show with them. We'll be doing a lot of giveaways for the charity event. We're excited.
It's coming
awesome.
Up with the last. Yeah. So last bit on this. What did you think on the overall squad here? The whole how it just kind of wrapped up. Anything that you would have taken a little bit differently, or just?
I've got it in my bio, 0 wide receiver, and that's how I like to draft. But sometimes you just got to play the board and what comes to you. And this draft board, they hammered wide receiver, or they hammered running backs early, and I just didn't like the values. So, as much as I love to get 2 or 3 elite running backs, it didn't work out here. And getting Allen Robinson in the 3rd, Amari Cooper in the 4th, Tyler Lockett in the 5th, and Deontay Johnson in the 6th. It's not how I prefer to build my teams. But, I'm very happy with that wide receiver core. And then even getting, Devontae Parker, who I'm very bullish on this year. I think that he's going to be the wide receiver 1 for Miami. And then Traquan Smith, who could be the wide receiver 1 for New Orleans. I've got some depth there. So, I love Austin Eckler. I've got him pegged as my running back 7 in PPR leagues. And while I'm not crazy about Ronald Jones, I think that the duo of Ronald Jones and David Johnson as the RB2 to kind of split the time there works, because I think that Ronald Jones has very high upside. And I think that David Johnson actually has a much safer floor than people realize. Last year, David Johnson was pretty much an RB1, and people don't want to believe it, but he was, when you look at the numbers. Overall, I think he finished as the RB22, but on a point per game basis, he was the RB15. On a point per game basis, when you look at running backs that had 10 or more starts, he was the RB13. And then when you factor out that game where he got hurt after 2 snaps, he was actually the RB9 on a point per game basis last year.
Oh, damn.
And, he still gets involved in the pass game. He's an integral part of that Houston team. I think if Deshaun Watson plays, we're going to see exactly what we saw last year. And if Deshaun Watson doesn't play, I think that he just gets even more touches. So David Johnson's a guy that I'm a lot higher on than the consensus right now.
I love that take. It's a good one.
Do you think Philip Lindsay's going to do anything when he comes up? Do you think Philip Lindsay's going to force his way into relevancy?
I do not think so. I think, everyone got nervous about Mark Ingram. I think Mark Ingram is washed. He didn't even make the playoff roster last year for the Ravens. So Mark Ingram doesn't scare me at all. And then I think Philip Lindsay just takes on the Duke Johnson role, which we already saw last year. Duke Johnson left and Philip Lindsay just steps right into that role. And that role wasn't a role that was cutting into David Johnson's time. That was a role that was just letting him catch his breath on the sideline. And I think that that's all Philip Lindsay is really there for. So, David Johnson is a guy that, we talk about it all the time, like the emotional response that somebody has to certain players. And Tyler Lockett is somebody that people just get disgusted by because of his inconsistency. Joe Mixon, people get disgusted by him because of his end of the year finish. And then David Johnson's one of those guys that got drafted number 1 overall and broke his hand, and people still remember that and still discount him because of that. But no, I love David Johnson. And then the quarterback deal that I have, I normally won't take 2 quarterbacks in a single QB league, especially in redraft. But I do like these guys, and I think that they work pretty well together. I don't know if Jalen Hurts is going to be able to hold on to the job for the entire season. I think that this Philly team is really going to struggle given the defense. So I like Jalen Hurts because of his upside as a rushing quarterback. I've got him slotted in as my overall QB9 and think that he can, outperform that if he plays for the entire season. But, if he does lose his job, I think that Justin Fields steps in as a starter by week 4. So, between those two, I feel like I got one full QB1.
I gotta ask you, because this is an interesting thing that just kind of came to me. Why do you think it is that so many people, and because you said it, we've had Ryan say it, we had Jeff on here last night saying it, that, hey, I'm only gonna take 1 quarterback, I'm not taking 2. And I'm wondering why we say that as a community. I don't know why that's a consensus kind of thought process, because it is, a lot of people say that. But what's interesting is, like, when you actually break it down and you look at the end, if you go back to your drafts last year and you were to look at rounds from 10 down to 15, guaranteed there's going to be, James Robinson was in there, but there's going to be like James Robinson and maybe 2 other guys out of that whole section that were actually fantasy relevant and like stars, quote unquote. But then it's like, you probably look at the quarterbacks and you're like, well, Herbert was in that section. You had Joe Burrow in that section for a while. And there was a lot of quarterbacks in that area. And so it's like, I don't know why we don't play that more often and play the matchups just like we do with any other position.
That's a really good point. And I think it's just because, the upside of hitting on a running back right there is going to be so much more dramatic than hitting on a quarterback. If you hit on a quarterback that's going to finish as, a top 5 quarterback, that might give you a, 2 to 5 point advantage over streaming a quarterback. Or if you hit on a guy that's going to be an RB1 in that, that's giving you a huge advantage over the average running back going in there. So I think that the positional upside is a little bit more dramatic. For instance, if I didn't take Justin Fields there and I just wanted to go with Jalen Hurts, and let's say heading into week 7 or 8, Jalen Hurts lost his job, that would suck for him, but I'd probably be able to pick up Daniel Jones or Ben Roethlisberger or, one of these other guys that I could just plug in and stream week to week. And it's not my preferred strategy to stream quarterbacks, but it is something that you can do pretty successfully.
I liked actually taking 2 and even sometimes 3, depending if I didn't have an upside dart throw guy that I actually had any real faith in. And this all came from the year after Cam Newton's, I think it was his MVP season, and he was projected as the number 1 quarterback. You saw him going in the 1st round. He fell to the back of the 2nd, and I didn't want to take a quarterback early, but I was like, oh, this is just too juicy to pass up. Picked him up. Total flop of a season. And I was like, I'm never taking a quarterback early ever again. And I think the next year I took in rounds like 12 plus Dak Prescott, Kirk Cousins, and Alex Smith, actually, oddly enough. And I think all those guys ended up being top 9 quarterbacks, coming through, and like ended up trading. And I traded Alex Smith almost for Alvin Kamara, but then Brett Johnson pulled it out and passed it to Chris Hannon, who ended up winning the championship from it that year. But if there's upside quarterbacks like how you just took here, Dave, Jalen Hurts, and Justin Fields, like I think that's a fantastic combo.
Yeah. And I do like getting one of the premium elite quarterbacks, but there was a crazy run. After I took Amari Cooper, I still saw that Kyler Murray, Josh Allen, Dak Prescott, Lamar Jackson, and Russell Wilson were still on the board. And I said, all right, one of those guys is going to get back to me. And sure enough, all 5 of them were drafted and none of them came back around to me. And I was forced to take Tyler Lockett. But that was my move there, is I was hoping that I could take Amari Cooper and then still get either Kyler, Allen, Dak, Lamar, or Russell Wilson with my next pick. But, they all went right there and I had to pivot.
Dave, this is a great draft and an even better breakdown of it, along with all the other insights and history on your league, man. That's been my favorite part. There's been a nugget from this mock draft marathon that I'm going to take. Like, everybody's got a great take. Everyone's got great stats. We're blessed to be in a position where we get to hear such great stats and great takes from folks, but to hear the narrative and the story and the history and the things you do with your homies and forgetting to turn the camera on, that's really what I'm here for it about. So, like, thank you for sharing all that. Thank you for being a part of the mock draft marathon, man. It was awesome to meet you and to be on the show with you here.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on. This was a ton of fun.
Yeah, man.
Thanks, Dave.
We appreciate you, Dave.
Yes.
Go get some tea, Trav. You need to do something about that throw, man. Just squirt some honey down there after the show.
Dave, Dave, we'll have to have you back on the show, and then so that way you can actually hear. Big Travy's very knowledgeable about this stuff. We promise. He's not like
boys too, man.
Yeah, he's like Jay and Silent Bob over there. Like,
I know. I was thinking of that earlier. I'm Silent Bob.
Yeah.
Johnny's Jay.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. All right.
All
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you.
This is so cool, man. One last time, really quick, a quick plug there. Make sure we got people watching everything. We announced it earlier, but where's the best place that Whisper Nation can come and connect and follow along with what you're doing?
Yeah, it takes me too long to even plug all of the shows and articles that I'm doing nowadays. So just follow me on Twitter at Dave Kluge. You'll see everything I'm up to. I share it all there.
It's right under his name. There you go, Whisper Nation. Dave, thank you so much, man. This is awesome. Have a great rest of your Sunday.
Take it easy.
Appreciate you, Dave.
Oh my God.
We're down to our last hour.
You can see our guests backstage.
Yeah.
I don't know. They know we can see them. We can't. Oh, they're getting pumped.
Oh, they can't. Oh, they're getting way pumped up. All right, we're gonna.
We got Faith doing that dance.
We're gonna add Faith here. Oh, it adds both of them on it. Oh, wait.
Let's go!
Faith was
Game
like,
time, baby. The final hour.
go.
Let's get it.
We're here. We made it. Barely, but we made it. Oh man, how are we doing?
The final countdown, gentlemen.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
Where's the music for that? Come on, guys. Come on.
Hey,
Go.
I'm starting this thing.
I'm feeling all this
starting to
excitement in my
sing.
bladder right now. Excuse me.
Like Travis and I
Go.
used to be like,
I had to come up pumped and ready. We got to put
Pump
Travi
up.
on our back and bring him to the finish line. Let's go, man.
Yeah.
Let's go.
hey, no member left behind. We got this. We have made
How we
it to
doing,
our
guys?
final.
How we doing?
We have made it to the final draft, mock draft.
Save
We
the best for last, you know.
We did. We absolutely did. You guys are already coming in, rocking it, which we greatly appreciate.
And real quick, before you
Oh, yeah.
continue, Johnny, for everybody that is watching on YouTube, get in those donations because you have a chance to win a signed Alvin Kamara jersey. I literally brought it out for this stream. So come on, guys. Let's get it.
Yes, and as well as the signed Deontay Johnson jersey, that is
I
going
already have one
as
of those.
well.
You want Kamara?
Oh, unreal, dude. I
Gosh,
should have
we're
known.
supposed
We
to be
should've-
helping them, not like
Yeah.
bragging. Come on.
Yeah, you know. Oh, we got another one. Oh, here we go.
Finally, I get to do it.
Hey, ready?
You ready?
One.
Woo! Let's go.
Oh, he was two. You have to wait for the three, and
Wow,
then we
Josh.
do it.
I don't
Okay.
even know what's happening.
Oh, we're doing okay. So every time someone
Josh is
donates,
bringing us home in style.
yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. So anytime someone donates for the charity, we do a 1, 2, 3 count, and then we do a Ric Flair woo. Okay.
Oh, okay.
To keep us pumped up and to pump up Whisper Nation. Okay. So on the count of 3, we're gonna do this. 1, 2, 3. Woo! So my neighbors are gonna be like, "What the hell is he doing?"
Oh,
Your
your
neighbors are
neighbors.
going to be really happy in an hour.
Yeah, that's very
Let's
true.
be honest. Even without a live stream, you can hear me in Arizona. So
That is-
also.
I can hear Josh from my house an hour and a half away. So, hey, Josh.
hey,
So
Faith.
there you
What's
go.
up?
Oh,
Cheers.
hey, I like those koozies. That's where it's at. We should have gotten koozies. The things that you learn during these mock
Those are,
draft streams.
Women of fantasy football, koozies.
Yeah.
They
Got it.
sure are.
Can you explain to Whisper Nation the whole campaign and what you guys are doing over there?
Fearless leader.
Take it away, Faith. Oh, you want me to do it? Okay, I'll take it. That's fine.
It was your idea.
Fair enough. So, women of fantasy football, really, the whole concept of it is inclusion. I mean, what is it? Like 90 to 95% of the fantasy football industry, especially the talking heads, the analysts, the fanalists, the experts, whatever you want to call us. It's all guys. It's all the same looking people. It's kind of boring. And there are a lot of really kick-ass women in this space, a lot of kick-ass women in football in general, and a lot of kick-ass women in sports in general. And something that Ryan, myself, Joe, and bringing Faith and stepmom Lauren into the fold with this, it's all about awareness and you know, making women feel like they're a part of it. Because let's face it, guys are assholes. They're pricks. They're dicks. And they treat women that way. And it's really unfortunate and it's sad. And, you know, I hate the term simp, but, you know, if that's what people want to call us for doing something like this, then I'll be champion simp. I don't care.
You know,
what does simp stand for?
Honestly, I don't even know at this point, but
I probably should. I probably
thing.
Okay. I probably should look it up. But it's very unfortunate. It also is unfortunate because, I mean, so many women have to close, like they have to close their DMs because guys are just pigs, frankly.
Which makes it a lot harder to recruit women for this event.
Exactly. Yes.
So
which makes it nice that you have great
That's
friends.
why he makes me do all the recruiting.
That's exactly, Faith.
That's very, very smart. Well, we went through Josh in order to help get, because we had Ashley on. We reached out to so many people.
I had to go back and watch Ashley's segment because I was working during that, and she just absolutely crushed it.
Oh,
and
amazing.
I'm so happy that I could help introduce you guys to Ashley and get her on board because she's going to be a fast rising star.
She's my new friend
with the Undroppables. Yeah, she's crushing it on Clubhouse and kind of taking over the Undroppables TikTok account, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited to have a seat watching her do that. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
She is absolutely awesome. We were, you know, she undersells herself in her content. We're like, no, you are great. You are awesome. We had a lot of fun with her on. I'm glad Josh went back and watched that because it was a good one. Should we do? Okay. We're going to do this mock draft. We're going to get this mock draft. We got, 2 spots open?
And it was full like 10 minutes ago. What the hell, guys?
It was.
You scared him off, Josh.
Yeah, Josh came in.
Typical.
I know people just they get really intimidated by my loud voice. It is what it is.
I see Chris Molina's in here.
Yeah.
But stay tuned. So all throughout this whole mock, we'll continue to take donations. We'll continue to put tickets in the wheel, and then at the very end, we will, game time, spin that wheel, real loud, and then we'll spin it. We'll give away all the rest of these prizes, and then we get to go to bed. That's what I'm excited.
So, what's your strategy for bed? Like, are you just going to take a short nap so you can try to get on a normal sleep schedule, or are you just going to go full ham and then deal with the consequences later?
I'm not putting any rules on it. My girlfriend's coming to pick me up, take me to her place, and then I'm crashing out.
He probably won't even make it to her. Yeah, he's gonna fall asleep in the car, and it's not.
And then she's gonna try to wake you up, and you won't wake up, and she's like, "Fine, I'm just gonna leave you here."
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I don't. All I can think about is I want to get in the shower, and then and then wherever if I lay down on the couch and pass out there, or if I go in bed, I don't know yet.
All right, we're full. So should I start it?
Yes. Let's kick off this last mock draft here. We have made it. Do you guys have any? Pointers? What would you guys do? What would you, if you had to choose? You're on the clock. Oh, we got another. Hold on.
Lord, come to you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just saying, where would you sleep? But we got to give a shout out to Brian here. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Brian, appreciate you. I think that's Brian's second. All right.
The Superflex.
We got awesome
Yes.
in here.
Remember, it is Superflex, guys.
Yeah, SF is not standard format. It's not standard format. It's Superflex.
That was so great.
I know, it's so fast. I read it out too. It's like 14 team, half point standard format, mock draft. It's like Superflex.
I never even thought of it. Yeah, I never even thought of taking it that way. But it once he said it, I was like, oh,
That's what she said.
Wow.
unbelievable.
What?
You know what? He's been doing this to me all night. You should have been
Hour 23, people. This is the kind of content you get.
Yeah. Hey, you take the good with the bad, all right?
You take the good, you take the bad, you take the happy, you take the sad. It's the facts of life.
The facts of life.
MF Cowboy
I don't-
LOL, now y'all want to do a Superflex again? Standard format.
Yeah, standard format.
Oopsies.
All right.
That one up.
Hey, did you guys do anything different this morning, to prepare for this mock draft and prepare for us, for carrying us through this whole last hour? Did you guys, eat Wheaties this morning?
I woke up, had a cup of coffee.
Okay.
I
Was it what
went
kind
to
of
church.
coffee? What kind of coffee?
It was Folgers 1850.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
they're
that
black
reminds me
gold.
of a jingle. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
9:10
Oh.
a.m. Johnny drops another song.
That's right. Anytime you can drop a jingle,
You guys hear the
I'm doing
tenderness?
it.
You guys hear the tenderness
Oh,
bit
no.
one a little bit? What was that like?
You are my kind of people, Johnny.
I appreciate you. You're my kind of people. That's why we love having you on. That's why we were so excited to have you guys closing.
Got the jingle.
I will. Okay, this is a full admission, and I hope he's
Johnny,
not-
you just got auto pick. Good job, buddy.
Oh, way to go!
Wow.
You guys couldn't tell me. You guys literally couldn't be like, okay, I'm okay with Jonathan Taylor.
Dude, it's the
Okay.
first round. You're going to get a good player. Like
Hey,
it's
don't-
not round.
If I don't
9
get
or 14.
the guy that I wanted, though, I'm going to be a little bit mad here.
You got
actually, I would've-
Jonathan Taylor.
I would have taken these other two players over him. But what I'll say is, last year we had Sigmund Bloom as the closing the closing guy or the closing person, and I'll tell you, I love Sigmund, but his voice was so soothing. And so that last hour, as much as I wanted to be super energetic and all about it, just when he would
You're up,
talk,
John.
it would just be so pleasant. I appreciate that. It would be so pleasant that I would just be falling asleep. And both of my guys got taken. I wanted Nick Chubb or Ezekiel Elliott. I would take both of them over Jonathan Taylor.
So, Josh, basically what he's saying is after learning their mistake last year, they picked the two loud, obnoxious ones to finish them out.
Yes, sir.
That's how. Hey,
I'm so glad.
Only
you know,
way
just
to
high
do
energy.
it.
High energy. High
I've been
energy.
calling this.
I
a
woke up
interdimensional-
earlier than I've ever woken up on a Sunday when I didn't have to work to get ready for this. So let's bring it home.
Meaning
I'm all
Josh
about
woke up 2 hours early just so he could gel his hair.
I've been up since 8:15 this morning. I never wake up that early on an off day.
Hold
ever.
on, we gotta. I'm gonna take it off this mock draft here because we can't look at that hair. We're gonna put Josh.
It
on
looks
the full screen
great.
here. Hold on, we
It
gotta-
does.
Let's get
Not
Josh
too
on
big,
a
yes, it's
on a
solid.
solo
It's
here.
big.
Look at
Oh!
that, dude. Look at that.
I
Looking
love that.
good.
Yes.
And I just have to say, props to whoever pulled headshots for your promo
Yeah, what
images.
the hell was all that about? Could you guys not have asked me for a better picture? Like, screw
They
you
chose
guys.
a great
Jesus.
picture of me,
Hey,
and the picture
man.
I chose of Josh, my new favorite picture of him, hands down.
Hey, you know what, Josh? I had to scour. I'm glad you brought this up because here's the reality. Fantasy analysts, in our industry, look around. Start looking around. Never post pictures of themselves. And I'm totally guilty of this. Guilty as charged, 100%. But looking around for people, and I felt like such a creep. But I'm like, I need these photos to make it look like make these look professional. Thumbnail, kind of things. And yeah,
You literally just said
realized-
make it look professional, and then you picked that picture of me.
Hey, you looked professional in
Really?
that picture. No, I wasn't necessarily your photo. I just like that photo. I won't lie to Josh on that one. I like the photo of Josh that I chose because I was like, this one's pretty
screw
good.
you, Chris Molina.
Oh yeah.
You
Never admit guilt. Never.
turd.
All right, Faith. What are you thinking here? You're on the
Well,
clock.
I was thinking, but then fine.
Hey, that's a good pick there.
I was gonna say there are definitely worse quarterbacks you could.
Yeah. I feel like the drop off between Tannehill and Stafford's probably not going to be that much on like a week to week basis. She changed it. What is that? All right. All right. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys have checked Twitter this morning.
I've been on Twitter this morning.
Have you, Philly Chelsea, woman behind the glass, doing an amazing job right now, just keeping us updated with stuff going on Twitter, as well as like what's happening. Have you seen this video of Tom Brady throwing the football in a throwing machine?
Yes.
What do you do?
I just watched it like when we popped on here.
No, what do you do?
Unbelievable. What can this guy not do? He is a robot. I'm fully sold. He's right. Austin, check your DMs. Philly Chelsea sent it to us on.
I retweeted it, Josh.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It is amazing. And the thing is you see him.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, you have 17 seconds. You got this.
All the picks. I just want to before they go, I want to MF Cowboy give him a shout out here. I really enjoyed this whole 24-hour mock draft because it introduced me to new FF analysts, podcasters, YouTubers, etc. that I haven't known about, and that is just a testament. Like, dude, I'm honest. I got a little emotional there, and it's not just the 23 hours of no sleep and the emotional fragility that comes along with it. It is because that comment hits deep. And it's what we're all about here, and bringing people together and building a community where people feel like they belong, and it's open, and we just, it's just all the good stuff is why we do. And to see all the work to come in and have a comment like that come out at like the end of it, like, dude, that's it. Like, that's it.
100%.
Love it.
Did we lose somebody?
We did.
I don't think so.
Oh,
Wait,
Death by Rona, you are a prick. God damn it.
Oh, how did that even happen?
Man. All right, now I got to regroup. Let's see.
Yeah, rage quit.
Yeah, you're not kidding. You are not kidding. Goodness gracious. All right.
Our internet name.
Yeah. So, oh my gosh. So this is great.
Always.
So
it's very hard to fully tilt when you only have 30 seconds per pick.
That is very true. But this is so when we're in college. Austin and all the guys lived together at this house, and we'd always play Madden.
We just dominated with Madden and the Ultimate Team or whatever it was. But the Ethernet cable was kind of janky, and it strung underneath the front mat, like on the inside. Like there was a mat on the inside, because I had to go that way to reach the router or whatever. And when people would open the door, if they stepped on the mat, it would disconnect the cable, and it would make us rage quit. But it's like we would always just like people would open the door and we'd just be like, no, and like half the time it'd work, and like half the time you'd like, no. So like that would happen. And then we just also like, the goal was to try to beat them so bad they quit. So it was like people either think we're rage quitting or they're rage quitting, and our name was rage quitting.
And what was really funny about it was we'd all sit over there, and we all loved to play Madden. We're all pretty good, but in a different way. And so what we'd do is we'd be like, okay, you get this drive. If you score, you get to keep it. Like there was a system. Yeah. But what would happen was if you were playing, like if you were the other person playing against us, we would get so many people that would be so mad, because you know how you have tendencies, right? When you're like a player, well, like you could never figure out the tendency because we all had different tendencies. So we literally had so many people that would just rage quit. So you'd be like, "What are you doing?" Like so different. And it was hilarious. It was great. And Swift went right before me because I was definitely going to start this with 4 straight running backs.
Josh, Faith, you guys got draft crushes here, people you really like Johnny's DeAndre Swift pick here, guys.
Antonio Gibson.
Antonio Gibson,
who literally went one pick before me. So yeah, thanks for that. No, I've landed him in so many drafts. Like as I was going through and working on my projections, I was amazed at how high I was on Antonio Gibson. And this is essentially what kind of like launched my love for Deontay Johnson last year. Like as I was going through and researching the Steelers and putting together those projections. And this was in like the heart of summer before anybody was talking about Deontay and all the drops from last year. Like I had him in the offseason as my wide receiver 13 going into the season last year. And everybody was like, you're nuts. Like Deontay's not going to do this. And then lo and behold, he comes out with 144 targets. Like he fell short of that projection, obviously, but he blew away the targets that I had going for him. So like, I wasn't really mad about that. And going through and doing the projections this year on Gibson, like, and I've gone through and I've kind of altered my projections right now for the half PPR setting that we're doing this draft. But in half PPR, I've got Gibson as my RB7. Like, I'm fully on board. I think that he's going to be way more involved in the passing game than people are assuming just because of the presence of J.D. McKissick. Like, Alex Smith doesn't throw the ball downfield. He checks it down. They used Logan Thomas and they used J.D. McKissick out of necessity last year. Gibson was a wide receiver in college. They came out and said, this guy, Antonio Gibson, reminds us of Christian McCaffrey. So you trying to think that with those type of accolades, they're not going to try to replicate what they had with Christian McCaffrey and Antonio Gibson? Like, he proved last year he could score touchdowns. We know of his pass-catching prowess from his time in college where, let's be honest, he was a wide receiver. He was the king running back for them last year. He's going to remain that this year. All he needs to do is get past the turf toe issues from last year. And I think you're looking at a top 7 running back, possibly even a top 5 if all is said and done.
Yeah, I think they they were trying to teach him pass pro, last year.
Molina. Oh, are you kidding me?
So much for that stack.
Faith has been sniped twice
by Chris Molina.
That's what happens when you work with people.
I know. Travis has been like sniping me all night, left and right.
Did he snipe or was he auto drafted? Because he hit like.
Oh, you got my boy Chase. You're good. You're good. Also, I'm gonna go back and I want to get that clip where Moody backed your boy up in the Chase Edmonds and was like, yo.
I heard about that this morning.
Yeah, you did. Of course you did. I was like, that's it. That's my gold. Because people don't believe me, but they'll believe someone verified.
Listen, a blue check mark don't mean
I agree.
Squad.
Oh, so I was bringing up a previous conversation. I was mentioning, how I was talking to my wife, telling her about something, and the comment was, I had laid out some stats, like someone had made a blurb or whatever, and then I laid out some stats on like why I didn't think that player was going to be what he thought it was, right? And
thanks for that.
Oh,
come on.
Oh,
Michael, well, because you didn't
I'm sorry.
help me.
I was talking. My bad.
Josh, what the hell?
I didn't even know you were up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so I auto drafted
until it said time's Thomas. Up. Sorry. Good job.
Sorry. We'll turn it around. Well, Faith, if you want to click in your queue, just make sure that auto pick thing is off, because that might be that'll auto pick you another pick. But anyway, I had posted that, and then somebody had responded with like, apparently you don't know who you're talking to, and it was like, I just responded with like, I just do my research. I was like, I would say the same thing if Matthew Berry posted it. Like, it doesn't bother me with how many followers somebody else has or how many followers I have as to the confidence I have in my research, which I think is funny that we do that. The whole blue check mark thing is
I mean,
Plays
I
with
get
people's
it.
mind.
Like there,
Logos, ethos, pathos.
there's a lot of cachet that comes with that. You know, it's usually like, you know, when you see those verified accounts and the blue check marks or whatever, you know, there's a certain level of, all right, this guy knows what they're talking about. They work with a big network, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, you see all the time that some people just, they're hot take machines, and it really doesn't matter what a blue check mark is, or, you know, and I'm not trying to discredit it, because there are a lot of people that I like that have recently become verified, and I'm insanely happy for them because I know that it's ultimately going to lead to better things for them. You'll have some people that take it responsibly, and then some people that I'm just gonna do whatever I want with it.
Okay, got it.
And that's that, you know.
That was not an auto pick. I got it on time. But yeah, I agree with you. It has been cool seeing a bunch of analysts get.
No, absolutely.
verified.
Yeah,
It's really cool.
absolutely it has.
Yeah.
Well, and I agree. A lot of, we'll say, smaller analysts have become verified recently. And it's in no way any knock against them. I mean, obviously they know what they're doing and they know what they're talking about. But just because somebody doesn't have a blue check doesn't mean they don't know what they're talking about, or that their projection on somebody is less than that of somebody with a blue check mark. Like,
I was going to say, there are
way
plenty
too
of
much
top accounts
stock.
that aren't verified.
Yeah, people put way too much stock in that little circle with a white check mark in it. It's a status symbol. I mean, Kim Kardashian is verified.
Speaking of Kim Kardashian, that I have to pull her up on. I
think really quickly, just like on the check mark though, like it just goes back to the power of persuasion, right? We got logos, ethos, and pathos, and people are persuaded by different things. Johnny is right now not somebody who is really is appealed with pathos. You know, with like an or with logos, logic, just persuading someone of reasoning, or ethos, playing with ethics, or using another person to verify it for you. Just like people are persuaded by different things. I don't think everybody is. But just like,
yeah, I just auto-picked. Oh well, that's what I was going to take anyway. So
oh well, there you go. Worked out. Unlike
you get auto picked and you get who you want. I get auto picked and get somebody who's not even playing
for half the season.
Fantastic.
Sorry, not sorry.
You know what? I know where you live.
You're up in 2.
But do you? Because I have moved.
Josh, I have a particular set of skills. I don't know who you are or what you want, but I will find you. I won't kill you, but I will find you. But also, you have to get on a plane with me in 2 weeks. So
yeah, I know. Speaking of the expo, I'm so excited because Club Fantasy is going to be well represented, and we're going to have so many big announcements. It's going to be awesome.
Ooh, that's a teaser if I've ever heard one. Yeah. Faith, you're on.
I should
deck.
say we're going to have a couple really cool giveaways too while we're standing on stage and being the first presenter, mind you.
Oh,
we get to lead off.
Up.
Great. Hey, that's the best.
Okay, so here's the thing though. We're up first thing in the morning, but Josh's birthday is Saturday.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't guarantee that any of us will actually be sober.
It's gonna be great for my social anxiety.
Did you say Josh will? No, yeah. Josh will still be drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
I will probably look like the picture that you guys posted on the graphic, minus the laughing smile, because I'm just gonna be like, ah.
All right, well then get us that photo for next year, okay? All right.
I'm sure somebody will take it.
No. Oh, I'm sure plenty of photos will happen. I'm sure they will.
You're up.
Yeah.
I see that. You know what? Screw all of you.
Oh.
You know what? I like that pick.
I do like that pick. We've been talking about that.
Yeah, I'm really bullish on Fields this year. I have zero faith in Andy Dalton, and I'm all on board. The Fields is going to start early and often train. So
I believe, I second that. I just don't see. like we saw what Andy Dalton was. I honestly think it's just a front because they realize like, oh, we way overpaid for Andy Dalton. And then like they end up getting Fields and they're like, oh, okay, well, we can't just like now set Andy Dalton on the bench and then, get scrutiny over that. So it's like, oh, we at least have to throw him out there and show him like he can't win. And then we can turn to Fields.
So I was on a podcast Thursday night and I was bullied. I'm going to blame Howard Bender for bullying me into joining an auction league.
Yes, auctions are great.
Auctions are really fun. Auctions are fun because you can mess with other people by upbidding on players that you don't like and making them spend more, which is so great.
So John Bosch is running this league, and we have a group chat, and Cooter Noodle's in it, and it's a mix of people who have never done auction and people who have done auction and know what they're doing. And I'm having the hardest time. They're like, John's like, okay, do we want to do this or this? And Cooter and I are like, I don't know, whatever. And so it's like, okay, well, I've been scrolling for the last 5 minutes, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on.
So I can give you some pointers if you'd like them. Because
yes, please.
I am, humble brag here. It's like the only, league I can win in consistently. But I play in an auction league with my friend. I actually am it's a keeper auction, and I am the defending champion. Oh, and
You're on the clock, Johnny.
I appreciate that. What you want to do, like early on, I would suggest drafting or picking and selecting players like you're not interested, but are big name players that other people want to spend their money on. Because what you want to do is you want to lower the amount so that they can't bid as much on the players that you actually like. And so I always just try to throw out like the real big fish that I might, either I know I can't afford them, or I don't want to necessarily go after them, but I know people like them.
Gotcha.
And then once you do that, and then once you get to like, of course, people are going to nominate the players that you like, and you just kind of keep your own little budget. Writing out a budget tremendously helps for like what you want to spend on certain wide receivers and stuff. And what you'll find is at the very end, like wide receivers, you get such good values on your wide receivers. So I would tend to spend a little bit more money on your running backs, but also get those steal. Like Chase Edmonds would be a really good steal on a player because, not a lot of people are really high on him, but he's a starting running back that you can get for cheaper. But then also use that strategy of like, if you see some people are like really going after a player, like upbid them. Or if a player is just going really cheap and you're like, oh, they should at least just go for more, like upvote it. And then that way people just waste more money. They have less to spend at the end. Those would be my few tips on.
Oh yeah, I nominate players all the time that I have zero interest in drafting.
Yeah.
And a lot of times too, like it's all about like knowing your league. Because like the one auction league that I'm in, it's a lot of Florida State homers, and there are a couple like Dallas Cowboys fans. So like I'm gonna make them all bid against the players that I have zero interest in. Like this year, obviously with the Cowboys, like I want every piece of that offense possible. But there were previous years where I'm like, throw Zeke out, throw Cooper, throw Dak Prescott, like. Just throw them all out. I'll have all of them. Or any former Florida State player, like get them all out of the way. Go nuts on the bidding, and I'm going to save my big bucks for other players.
And then sometimes like you'll have people that will know obviously like who you like. So they'll try upbidding you on those players. And I what I'll do is I'll usually kind of bait them into like spending more and getting that player, like them getting stuck with that player, and then I just go after like my secondary and thirdary guys, like
tertiary.
There we go. That's the word I'm looking for.
Why are we using such big words?
Because we're
especially
trying
for
to-
these guys who are in hour 24.
That's why I was helping him. I know that he knows the word.
You didn't need
but,
to help
you
him,
know.
Josh. You didn't need to help him. You just wanted to get him.
Yeah.
You knew.
Josh
what he
just
meant.
likes to sound smart.
I gotta flex that master's degree every once in a
Yeah,
while.
that's
okay?
pretty good. I'm not gonna hate on it. He was helping me out. Ooh, Gus Bus. We're huge fans.
Yeah,
of Gus
I'm
Bus.
apparently loading up on the Ravens' entire offense in this draft. It's gonna be fun.
Not when Lamar Jackson is terrible.
I mean, they've led the NFL in rushing attempts. What, the last 2 years? Give me all of it.
That was the last 2 years, Josh.
That's
That doesn't mean nothing for the next year.
Apparently, English is hard for you in the morning too.
Yeah.
I said the words I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh, I'm up. We got Troy back in here. Good job, Troy, my boy. All right, who do I want? I gotta get one more.
All right, how many more donations can we get before the end of
Yes.
this mock draft? We
We
got
need-
what? 4 rounds?
Yeah, we got 4 rounds. We could do this.
Come on, guys. I've been hyping up my voice. I'm ready to act like one of the woo girls from How I Met Your Mother. Let's go.
There we go.
Okay, so
Yeah, me too.
speaking of How I Met Your Mother, I can't remember. You know what? Now I have to go find the exact tweet. Kyle Yates tweeted yesterday something, along the lines of that. Dang it! Now I have to go back.
Oh, the Let's Go to the Mall video.
Yes, and oh,
What is it?
it's
Do you ever see How I Met Your Mother, Johnny?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
It's a good show.
Well, it was till the final season. I like to try to erase that from my memory because
I mean, name a final season in which you were happy with the result.
I know it's controversial, but I love the final season of Game of Thrones.
One
I
Tree
did
Hill.
too. I actually liked the end season of Game of Thrones. Everyone
One Tree Hill, the final season did surprise me a little bit. I was not like they went like all out, and yeah, that really hit.
Ladies and
But it was
gentlemen, Josh just admitted that he watched One Tree Hill, and
I'm okay with it.
him.
I'll admit, there's a lot of shows that I watched that most people wouldn't peg me for watching.
I'll tell you what. I heard the other week Gossip Girl was like rebooted, and I
On
legit,
HBO Max, yeah.
yeah, I legit got excited because I do like the original Gossip Girl, but
I'm afraid to watch it.
Terrible. Yeah, I've heard it's terrible. My friend, I reached out to her because she was a big Gossip Girl fan, and I reached out to her and she was like, "No, it's not good. Like it's really bad. Don't waste your
You
time."
know what show got so far at least only a 1-season reboot that I adore? Veronica Mars.
Oh yeah, that was.
That Hulu series was good.
I was
God.
so sad.
Freaks and Geeks. Another one.
Breaking. Oh yeah, Freaks and Geeks.
Breaking Bad.
Only
Yeah,
one
Breaking
season.
Bad.
that was
yeah.
a solid one, Melina.
Great show.
I'm trying to
Los
think
Pollos Hermanos.
Yeah.
I gotta catch up on Better Call Saul. I think I only finished the first 3 seasons of that show.
I
I've
couldn't really
not
get
watched
into it.
Oh, we got the Fuller
Oh,
House.
Cowboy, come
The
on. That
Fuller
was
House. There we
Okay.
go.
like straight
I love
up
it.
nostalgia in that sequel, man. That was great.
The Fuller House final season was good. Not gonna lie, I was mad that DJ
Ooh.
picked Steve over Matt, but whatever. History.
Hey, this one's
Nostalgia.
Ozark,
That's literally
Ozark,
what I
and
do.
Dexter. But wait, Ozark's
I
not.
was
done
kind of
yet.
excited for the rebooted season of Dexter that they're doing on
The
Showtime.
final
Oh, I didn't know
season,
that.
this next season of Ozark will be its final season, so
Oh,
we have
okay.
yet to know how that plays out.
But that
is
last
a
season
good
of
show, though.
Dexter, I personally, as a season, as a standalone, I didn't think it was as bad as people made it out to be. But to me, the biggest reason why it failed was because of the previous 2 seasons leading up to it. Because those 2 seasons were absolute hot garbage.
Yeah, I hated the last episode of Dexter. I just was like, this was a very like piss poor Lupin like ending, and
Well, again, they had to salvage the last 2 seasons of just awful storytelling.
I never watched it.
I watched it last summer during the pandemic. That was the first time that I'd watched it, and I've only watched it one time through. So,
yeah. Let's see.
But I am excited for what they ultimately end up doing because I feel like, and spoilers to anybody who hasn't seen Dexter yet, when his sister ends up dying in the final season, how they kind of used his dad as a storytelling element in the first few seasons.
Yeah.
I think she's ultimately going to end up being that for him in this rebooted season because they have announced that I can't remember what the actress's name is, Jennifer Carpenter, I think.
Yeah.
Is going to be back for the rebooted
season. They were married and got a divorce, and that was like part of. Okay,
no, you're talking about Reva, I think.
Exactly. I might. Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah. All right, you guys want to? Do you guys want to give? What are your big sleepers? I want to know your big sleepers. Like, give me a guy that you are not leaving the draft without. It could be at any position.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take my guy right here. I am all on board the Jonnu Smith hype train. And
so I thought about taking Jonnu for my third tight end. Thought about it. My second tight end. I only had one.
Oh, Joey, in real life they were married? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Well, that's why they had and then they got a divorce, and then there was a problem on the show, which is like why there was rumored to be like the break, like them ending.
Gotcha.
It. But that was a weird couple. That was like a weird couple when they were.
I don't know. I just think that's weird. Like you're playing brother and sister on camera, but you're married off screen in real life. That
doesn't do anything for you, Josh. That doesn't.
No, not at all. It's kind of weird for me. It's kind of weird for me. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know what? I learned so much about you, Josh.
Yeah.
Quality content on hour 23. Love it.
Nothing but the best for these guys to get them through. We're here for you guys.
We appreciate you.
No, but back to the whole sleeper talk. No, I'm fully on board with Jonnu. I know that when you guys had Joe on a couple hours ago, I've been a big Jonnu fan for years, and I can tell you right now, the moment that New England signed Jonnu Smith, Joe literally went out in our home dynasty league and made a trade to acquire him. And this is a team where he has basically sucked for the 4 years that we've been a league. And he made it a point. I'm going to get Jonnu because he's going to do well. Like they're going to put him in that Aaron Hernandez role. And I honestly, I was taken aback a little bit at first because I was like, God damn it. Like one of my favorite tight ends in the league, one of my favorite players, going to a team that I'm not really sure what we're getting because their entire offense is just crap because Cam Newton can't hit the broadside of a barn standing 2 feet from it. And now you bring in a rookie quarterback. Baby. Smitty!
Oh, we got Smitty, another one.
Another one.
Ready?
Love it.
1, 2,
Woo!
3.
Woo! Who was premature?
Sir. Thank you.
Who prematurely wooed?
It was definitely Austin.
Austin. Killing me,
Austin,
man.
we got to work on here. We got to work on that.
If I had controls, I would mute you right now.
We got to work on it again. Someone send us more money. That's a good one. That's a good one.
But no, I'm big on Jonnu, and he proved last year that he could do it in the red zone. And I know Joe mentioned that Hunter Henry would kind of be that red zone guy. Hunter Henry hasn't had more than 4 touchdowns in a season, I believe, since his rookie year. So you're looking at two very different ideas or ideologies there. They're just going to move Jonnu around. He's so athletic that they can get him the ball in so many different ways. Cam can't throw deep. So they're going to utilize the slot, and they're going to break Jonnu out wide. Hunter Henry can be that inline tight end. They can move Jonnu around the formations, and they can get him the ball in a lot of different ways. And I just think that's ultimately going to lead to him leading the team in targets. I do have him projected for, I believe it's 7 touchdowns, and I have him right now as my tight end 5. So for him going as late as he is at ADP, That's an absolute steal for me. And I know people are be like, oh, well, if you have him that high, would you take him that high? Why would I need to take him that high if he's going so much later? Like, and that's the whole idea behind projections. Like, we get behind players that we like because we think that based on history of the player and history of how teams utilize players in similar situations, that's why we have them projected where they're projected. But again, his ADP is low because of how he finished last year. He missed a couple games, but he had 8 touchdowns. And that's what you want from the tight end position. If you can't get Kelsey, if you can't get Waller, if you can't get Kittle, those are 3 guys that, when healthy all year, are going to top 1,000 yards and have probably over 75 receptions. A couple of them probably over 100. You want upside, and that upside you're chasing touchdowns. Jonnu Smith gets touchdowns because of his versatility and how they're going to use him in that offense. And I want every single share of it that I can possibly get.
I wrote words about Jonnu Smith. They were beautiful.
Yeah. You can go to clubfantasyffl.com. You can check out all of our team previews from our Look Inside series. And Miss FF_Leap of Faith actually wrote one of those about her New England Patriots.
And I don't write. I edit.
Yeah, no.
I just have to say, we are down to our last final 3 picks of the mock draft marathon.
You guys are almost there.
I truly never thought this moment would ever happen. And now I'm deciding between Traquan Smith and Jacoby Myers. Now, Jacoby Myers is my dark horse.
Jacoby!
Yeah.
Well,
But
hurry up, 'cause-
Traquan could be a nice double dip, but I'll go with Myers. I'll go with my guy. I've been sticking with him, telling everyone, draft him late in your drafts. He's going to help you win a championship. Let's go. Just like we won this mock draft marathon.
Wow.
Cheers, guys.
Somebody really take Tebow.
You're done.
5 mock
Cheers.
drafts.
Hey, we did it.
You are finito.
25 mock drafts. I can't believe we did that.
What'd you say, Josh? Did somebody take what?
Somebody took Tim Tebow. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
I, for what it's worth, in a lot of my drafts in like later rounds, like I'm in 3 Fantasy Cares Eliminators, and I think in at least 2, maybe all 3 of them, I took Tebow in the last round just for kicks and giggles.
I get that.
Oh, we got a donation.
Oh,
Another one. Jason.
another one.
Love it.
Jason.
Woo!
And boys, we are done.
So much.
We are done. Well, we have to give away these raffles, but
Because we got 14
we're
minutes.
done.
To make the full 24.
Yeah, we're done.
Well, yeah, but
So we got to give away.
the draft is done, is what I
It's
meant.
done.
Sorry.
It's done. We did
Oh,
it. We did it.
we appreciate you guys for jumping on this last mock draft.
Thank you for having us to close it out.
Hey, please hit the thumbs up if y'all are watching. This might be like a really cool time to hit the thumbs up button.
Yeah. Make sure you hit that follow or subscribe.
Like and subscribe for more.
Yeah. Oh, I like it.
My 10-year-old and 6-year-old niece like to make random videos on their iPads.
Yeah. Oh,
I would just
go ahead.
and they'll always end their video with that. Nobody's
Lisa?
watching it, but
Please like and subscribe. Hey, somebody will eventually.
Exactly.
Yeah. All
Only
right.
a matter of time.
So we're going to start our giveaways. Okay. We want to thank every single person who donated to the Women's Sports Foundation. We are very excited. And like we've been saying all mock draft long, we are also those who donated to our Patreon. We're donating 100% of next month's Patreon pledges to the Women's Sports Foundation as well. So we want to say thank you guys so much from the bottom of our heart for joining us this entire time. Now let's give away some stuff. How about
okay,
that?
before you give that away, I have a really important question, and it's been bugging me for a solid 30 seconds now.
Uh-oh.
Austin, under your flannel shirt, are you actually wearing a shirt? Because I'm
What do you think?
it's hard to tell.
I'm okay with it being like that.
Unbelievable. This guy.
That's how
You got to get as many views on the last hour of a marathon as you can get. Austin, big ups, brother.
Hey, last night we did get a couple of different kind of hashtags in there or something, or the algorithm picked something else up.
Got some leg action going. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hello.
We unbelievable. Oh my gosh, what is going on? All right, this is okay. I need to share the screen here. We're gonna share.
Oh, come on! If you can't get off the rails with Club Fantasy, who are you getting off the rails with? Come on, people! Come on!
Going off the rails in a crazy train.
Okay, so this first raffle giveaway is going to be for this Kyler Murray rookie card. It's the rookies, a mint 9. So I'm gonna spin the wheel. I'm gonna spin the wheel and get a winner. And if the winner is watching right now, please. Oh, Chris.
Oh,
Chris. So close.
Man.
Oh, okay, Donnie.
I know Chris loves Kyler Murray from his Oklahoma days, but he's also a Rams fan, so I don't know how he feels about losing that one.
Ooh. Okay, well, there we have it.
That was rough. Oh.
Yeah, you did, Donnie.
Donnie, congrats, brother.
You sure did.
All right.
Chris.
Boomer. Oh, so close. Dang, that would have been. I didn't know that Chris was a Sooner fan. That would have been.
Yeah.
It would have been a good one to get him. But he didn't win. All right. What do we want to give away next? We have 2 more. So we have. What, 2 more listeners? 1 more listener spot to give away? Austin.
Well, since Faith and I are the guests of honor, we're doing Kamara last because I say so.
Yes. No, that's totally good. Let me see. Okay, so we have 1 more mock draft, listener league position to give away. So we're gonna spin the wheel for that right now.
I feel like we need music.
I can hear music on my end, but unfortunately, you guys
doesn't
can't.
share.
No. All right. MF Cowboy 1. You are, or there's no 1. There's no 1 on the end of that. It's just MF Cowboy. I just put it in because he bought multiple tickets. So
it's like MF Cowboy 1.
Like
he won something.
Like he won something.
Yeah.
Well, he did win something. Come on.
You're in the listener league. You got in the listener league, and he's been with us for like most of this mock draft. Stumbled upon.
Woo! Congrats, brother. Congrats.
Hey-o.
That's what I'm talking about. All right. We ready? This is the Deontay Johnson jersey. We're spinning it.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. This is Deontay time.
You do. Josh loves Deontay Johnson.
With all my heart.
This is a big deal.
Oh, Chris! There you go, Chris. Chris, you got the congrats on that. All right, Chris, you got the Deontay. Okay, Chris, if you could DM me your digits and your address, that would be great.
He lives in New Mexico, so it's not too far shipping wise.
Yeah, that'll work.
Silver lining.
Silver lining. So I'll just put this. I'll put this there. Although Chris, hold on, I will say the shadow box is not included in the pictures of the ticket or the giveaway. All right, next.
I feel like that's false advertising because you pointed to it several times.
Hey, he's a lawyer too. He's just gonna nail my ass. I'm screwed. Okay.
Yeah, you
are. All right.
You're gonna give away that shadow box whether you know it or not.
Right, exactly. All right. Last one here. Got the Alvin Kamara sign jersey.
Who wants it?
All right, I'm gonna click this button. Here it goes. And the winner is for the Alvin Kamara jersey for the Whisper Nation 3rd annual mock draft marathon. Smitty! Do you know Smitty?
I do not. He actually just recently followed myself and Club Fantasy. So, Smitty, do me a favor. Shoot me over your address. I will get this shipped out to you. Congratulations, brother. Thank you for donating all to a good cause.
We want to say one more time, thank you so much, Josh, Faith, the entire Club FF, Club Fantasy, I should say. I always do that. Club F. I always say put the FF in front of it.
You know what? You've been awake for a solid 24 hours plus, I'm sure. So
you're awake before that. You know what I mean?
That's why I said plus.
Yeah, I know.
We got our back. But I want to say sincerely, thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts for not only jumping on during this last hour, giving us that last boost of energy to really get us home. I need to change my camera here so you guys can see me. But also, thank you so much for putting up that jersey so that way we can give it away to a great foundation. It was really, really fun.
Always happy to help out the Women's Sports Foundation. We did it last year with our event. We raised $1,500 with the women's for the Women of Fantasy Football shows. All the proceeds that we're doing this year for our raffle giveaways, we have 8 different ones, 2 for every show. It's gonna be a lot of good times, and because you guys were so nice to let myself and Faith come on the show, we're actually going to make some announcements from our Women of Fantasy Football shows that begin on August 11th.
I'm writing this
every
down.
Wednesday for 4 weeks. I was hoping that I could convince Lauren to pop onto the stream with us, but obviously we know what she's going through right now. So Lauren, thoughts and prayers with you. We love you. We're thinking about you. We're super excited to have you the hosting Women of Fantasy show next to Faith. Faith, give us one guest. Give us one guest that we will be having on our Women of Fantasy show. Just one
guest. Just
one.
Okay. We actually have 9 total.
Oh, even I'm surprised on one of these. Okay.
Well, there's 2 people in one.
Oh, fair enough.
Here,
I thought you were throwing me a curveball.
No, I wouldn't do that. We've meticulously planned. We have some familiar names. We have some very familiar names. We have some maybe not so familiar names. And one of our guests who I'm actually really excited about, not only for who she is and what she does, but kind of a potential moving forward. We have Laura Oakman. She's a broadcaster for the NFL on Fox, and she started an organization called Galvanize, which is an organization helping women to get into the broadcasting industry, sports, and all of that fun stuff. So that's destined to be an exciting time.
She will be on our 3rd show. So on 8/25, I believe she comes on between like 7:30 and 7:45, if I'm not mistaken.
7:45.
One month from today.
Correct.
Mark that calendar down. Put it in your iPhone.
One of the giveaways that we will have during that week. Now, these are all set up as raffles. We will have links on the website. It's literally womenoffantasyfootball.com. You can go to that website. You can learn more about what we're doing with this event, how we've partnered with the Women's Sports Foundation, everything that we're doing to raise awareness and get women involved in fantasy football and in football in general and sports in general.
You can watch last year's shows if you missed them.
Yep. Those are all. You can find them on our YouTube page as well, youtube.com/ClubFantasyFFL, or you can go right to that website, womenoffantasyfootball.com. They are all laid out on there as well. Each week, what we do is we'll have 2 different giveaways. We will start the raffles a week before. So for this 8/25 show, the raffles will start on 8/18. So 1 week before, we'll have 2 memorabilia giveaways. They're items, whether they're jerseys, footballs, mini helmets, whatever it may be, that are signed by certain players, all from pristine auction. And that week that we will have Laura Oakman on the show with us, we will be raffling off a signed Jonathan Taylor Colts jersey.
Oh, nice. Hey, they say a poop dollar.
Yeah.
What?
So I don't know where that came from.
Workaholics.
Okay, there you go.
So John Helmkamp.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So John, if you're watching, keep that in mind, buddy. Expect all those donations.
Hey, can we?
So $5 will buy you a ticket in the raffle. Like I said, our
yes, you can enter that.
Okay,
Johnny.
awesome.
Anybody can, and you can buy multiple tickets.
Awesome.
Buy as many as you want. Increase your odds. 100% of the proceeds from all of these raffles go to the Women's Sports Foundation. And on top of the raffles that we're doing, we will have a couple giveaways at the Fantasy Football Expo, which is in a couple weeks. Last year, one of our big raffle giveaways was a signed bottle of Tito's vodka by one and only stepmom Lauren.
Hey, that's gonna be
And
worth
we're
a lot
doing
of money.
another signed bottle for people that only attend the expo.
It will be a
You can buy
live
tickets.
signing.
It will be a live signing and a live
stepmom
giveaway. And since we are going to be in Canton, Ohio for the event, I'm also going to be giving away a signed Nick Chubb Cleveland Browns jersey.
Well, I want that. I want that.
Buy tickets for the expo and show up, Johnny.
Oh.
That's the only way you can win either of those two items.
I might just
Is
do
if
it
you are
for the
in
Nick Chubb
attendance
jersey.
at the expo. So
What?
we look forward to seeing everybody there. If you cannot be at the expo, that's fine. We have plenty of giveaways going to throughout this whole process. And one other way that you can donate, and I literally just sent in the first design yesterday. We are going to have a t-shirt line for women of fantasy football.
I like that.
So when everything is launched, we will have the shirts on display with us at the Fantasy Football Expo, and everything will be posted on the website, womenoffantasyfootball.com. The company that we've partnered with, they have agreed to match our donations. So basically 100% of the proceeds will go to the Women's Sports Foundation of anything within
Oh,
the
that's amazing. Guys,
Josh
thank
really
you so
loves
much.
designing things with me.
Thanks for us letting us know. We got to make sure we stay connected with all this. Donate, get raffle tickets. That's incredible. Josh, Faith, thank you guys so much for coming in, being our closing guest on the mock draft marathon. It means so much, you guys.
Thank you for having us, and congratulations. It is 1 p.m.
Woo!
We made it.
We did
well,
it.
Eastern. It's only 10 a.m. for them.
Well,
Yeah, 10 a.m.
Okay. We know
I
what
got a
you-
few
we know what
hours
you
to catch
meant.
up. So.
Yeah, we know what you meant.
it's been 24 hours, Josh.
Appreciate you guys.
Johnny, we'll see
We love you guys.
later.
Thank you so much.
Bye,
This
y'all.
is my third year on the mock draft, and I'm
My second.
incredibly excited and honored that not only have I been involved, but you guys chose to close the show with me and Faith, and you started with Liz frickin' Loza, the
I know.
queen, and it's just fantastic.
Fun fact, Liz
overly
Loza
honored.
opened us up last year on Women of
She
Fantasy
did.
Football. So if you missed
She's
that, you can find that
On your YouTube page.
on our YouTube
Yeah.
page or womenoffantasyfootball.com.
Oh, God, yeah.
All right.
Guys, thank you guys so much. Guys,
We appreciate you guys.
we're kicking
Oh.
out.
Wait,
Oh, shit.
what?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. What? Sorry.
What is going on?
We've been up for 24 hours, guys. Like,
I just
love
realized
you.
I just
Like,
something
love you,
just
but we're gonna close
dawned
the
on
show
me.
down. You know what I mean?
Something just dawned on me, and literally just dawned on me because I was laughing at Austin, and then I'm like, "Wait a second, are Austin and Travi on the same couch?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Yep. All right, guys.
Appreciate you
Bye.
guys.
Travi, hope you
Appreciate
get your voice back, brother.
Enjoy your
Appreciate
sleep.
you guys.
You guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye, y'all.
All right, we've done it. That's it. We've finals.
All right,
We
Whisper Nation, we did it.
That's
we love you
24
guys
hours.
so
That's
much.
25 mock
24
drafts.
hours.
We'll have
If
more
you
stats
didn't-
coming out.
If you missed anything, you can go back and check it out on our channel. Please like and subscribe if you haven't. If you reached this far and you haven't liked or subscribed, and we haven't, given
sure.
you, enough to. One last question. So
Do we have his
enlighten
email?
me. Oh yes. Did you
He's
DM
in
me?
the-
You can do that through YouTube.
Yeah,
right?
He's on
DM
the Discord.
Yeah. Are you on the Discord,
Yes, he
Cowboy?
is.
Okay, so just hit us up in the Discord, and we'll get you that link. We'll be sending that out on Monday to everyone because we have a couple more spots to fill of the listener league. So just make sure we have your email, and we'll be good. All right. Any last words?
I wish I had some words to give, but I love you guys. I love Whisper Nation and all of our guests. I'll write something better on social media.
I love, dude. That's a testament to this whole thing. Like, your voice is a testament to this whole thing, man. I don't know if it's hurt. I hope it's not hurting, but I'm so proud of your lost voice. I'm so proud of you, Johnny, man. Way to go.
Appreciate
Johnny,
you guys.
Austin, both of you guys, man.
Chelsea.
So much. And Philly Chelsea. That's
Jesus.
Yeah. And Whisper Nation.
Meshach,
And Whisper Nation, of course, man. Like,
Yes.
Shadrach.
everything.
Showed
all
up
the
and showed
guests,
out.
all the co-hosts, all the guests, all the people on Twitter, everyone who helped.
Appreciate you guys.
Coach Loza.
There's loads of Coach Adam. Give a whole shout out. I mean, everybody. Shit.
Everyone.
Josh.
No, I gotta say them all.
Gotta say them all.
We
See
gotta
y'all
say
after
'em all.
48-hour nap. Yeah, we'll be
Yeah,
here
yeah.
mock draft Monday tomorrow.
Rofe, Ryan Weiss, Eric Moody, Sal Leto, Joe Zolo, Dave Klugs, Josh and Faith. Someone else there. FF Couch, Jeff, Jay the Plug, head coach Hue Jackson. My goodness. Mac, John, Adam Rank. Man, that was so much fun. Dr. Kevin Murray. Calvin Wright, the Prophet, PROFFET, Smitty, of course, and your meatballs, man. That was incredible.
Oh, man, that was
Ashley
hilarious.
Marie.
In your meatballs.
Zareh, yeah, dude, Zareh,
Iconic.
man, you just
Yeah.
freaking made such. You can't wait to keep connecting with you, man. And Liz Loza, thank you
Yes.
so much for taking time out of covering the Olympics to open up our show with us. It meant more to us than we could ever let you know.
And greatly appreciate every single one of you who donated. We really do appreciate it. All right, boys, that's it. Any final words? Chelsea, Philly Chelsea, get on screen and wait by because you helped us out so much. You need to be seen.
Maybe
She can't see.
I'm Austin
Or
Sear.
here.
That's Big Travie. There's Johnny Game Time Hicks. We're the
We're outta
Fantasy
here.
Whispers. We're out.
Peace.
Right here.
Oh, you watched the whole video? That's impressive. But if you want to learn how to dominate your draft or win your league, why don't you head on over to thefantasywhispers.com and grab your draft kit today? Or you could click the link in the description below. And if you're still not sold, check out one of these videos.